something gets real bad, real windy. I want to show you what things are like when I step out in this direction, out of the cover of that wall. You okay, Rick? It's windy and it's wet and things are blowing fast. This is Hurricane Laura. This is the power that we really haven't been able to show you because of that wall all night. That is what things are like. And if you really look out in that direction, the wind's going to be blowing strong and it may be wet and dark, but you can see some of these trees really blowing around. Kind of iconic view of what Hurricane Laura is doing to the Lake Charles area right now, and we expect that that will only get stronger as the night goes on. We're going to take you back to the safety of our wall here for a moment so we can dry off, but things are really picking up, and we expect that those wind gusts will only get stronger and stronger as the night continues, and things will only get wetter and wetter as the night continues. Already, just from that 15-20 seconds out there, my shoes are soaked, my legs are soaked, so not something you want to be out in. Of course, we're staying safe in the parking garage, but that doesn't mean we're completely protected from the elements, as you can see. For now, I'm Matt Houston. I want to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that was Matt Houston. Thank you for that report. Interesting video to see that nonetheless. Inside the parking garage, which sometimes funnels wind. Cynthia and I remember experiencing that ourselves during Rita, but definitely some very powerful winds there being reported. And I do want to say we want to welcome all of our viewers that are watching us now on WAFB here in the Baton Rouge vicinity, as well as southern Mississippi on WAFB, and of course also to our friends at KPLC in Alexandria, so central Louisiana. You're watching, as well as those watching nationwide on the DirecTV Severe Weather Channel. This is officially a KPLC television broadcast, and we are out of the Lake Charles, Louisiana area, though officially we are broadcasting from our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge. We evacuated our station in the heart of downtown Lake Charles. The reason why was the threat of storm surge flooding, and we were really concerned as well about the wind issues that could have impacted our building. I am Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. This is Meteorologist Jacob Durham. Again, you're watching KPLC television out of Lake Charles, where unfortunately our viewing area is experiencing the brunt of Hurricane Laura that is making landfall as we speak as a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 150 miles per hour. And there's the that was the 12 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. We'll have another update in about 26 minutes on the position, and they may be telling us there's a landfall within the hour too. I suspect that is going to be coming down any time that officially there will be a landfall point. We'll take a quick look at the radar once again and show you what's going on over the area as it loads in here, and we'll zoom in. I'm going to let you do that, and we'll take a quick peek here at the Hurricane Center's site to see if there is an update that comes down on that.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, Cameron now, as of the latest radar imagery, now into the eye of Hurricane Laura. Yeah, there's probably some light rain falling right now, but the worst of the winds at least have subsided. You probably had a good, I'd probably say an hour to maybe hour and a half of very strong hurricane force winds out there, gusting upwards of 160 at times. We looked at those velocities and we did see that, but as you can see now that Hurricane Laura is coming ashore pretty much right where we were telling you for the past couple of days. Somewhere along the Cameron coastline over towards the Sabine River was where we had higher confidence, especially moving late into the day on Monday and into our Tuesday time frame. Really started getting down, especially the GFS model felt like had a really good handle on this storm, and that is something that we've been continuing to tell you, that anywhere, you know, it takes a little wobble to the east, a little wobble to the west. That's why we were talking about earlier today, this eye was 40 miles wide that we were talking about from Johnson Bayou all the way over to Grand Chenier. And while Johnson Bayou is sitting in probably some very torrential rainfall as well as some gusty winds, they're about to get maybe at least a little bit of a break. But I do want to mention as well that Johnson Bayou could remain on this side of the eye wall over towards Holly Beach, and that could keep conditions a little bit worse there. And I know that Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton and Cynthia Arsenault were talking about Hurricane Rita and how they stayed in the eye wall for an extended period of time. And this is the worst case scenario if you do stay in that eye wall and you don't get a break, because that's where you see those catastrophic winds of 160 plus for a very long and extended period of time.
Exactly, and I'm got the National Weather Service info pulled up here, and they've reported a couple of wind speeds I thought would pass along here. There is a weather flow site that is in Cameron that recently reported a sustained wind of 84 with a gust to 110 miles per hour. There's also a HerNet station in Cameron. Now, there's been a lot of weather equipment brought into this area in the last 24 hours by some outside sources, which is where some of this is coming from, I think. But also reported a sustained wind of 74 with gusts to 93 miles per hour. And the Ocean Service site at Calcasieu Pass reported a wind gust of 89 miles per hour within the last hour. So those are a few of the wind reports. Thankfully, none of those saying 150, at least some positive, but please remember most any stations that are put out never usually get the maximum winds that are occurring. But it still proves that very intense hurricane with, again, the 84 sustained, but gust already to 110 from a station that is still standing and has power to report, which is on battery backup, I'm sure, but it's still able to report data. So it's interesting to hear that.
And I think it'll be interesting to see over, say, the next, hour or so, the winds in Lake Charles. You know, we still right now have our sky cams, at least thankfully, but that northern edge of that eye wall is creeping very close to the National Weather Service radar site. So these winds in downtown Lake Charles are going to be increasing pretty significantly. Maybe we can pull up the Lake Charles sky cam there and take a quick look at some of these winds. There's a bunch of that could have been a power flash or lightning. It was kind of blue, but look at those winds right now. Some of the strongest we've seen, 67 miles per hour. I saw a gust up to 68, but these winds are sustained now well above tropical storm force winds, and we're going to continue to track these winds moving through. There it is, 67 miles per hour, and we're going to continue to see that at least throughout the rest of this duration for the next, hour or so before even hurricane force winds can even get growing. There's 69 miles per hour. And Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton has his buddy Russ on.
Yeah, and thanks to you, Jacob. And I do have Buddy Russ from Gator 99.5 once again. And Russ, go ahead and just tell us what's going on where you are. And Greg, do you have this microphone on the stick mic?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, Russ, tell us what you see.
Well, we lost power initially at about 12:10, 12:15. It blipped on and off, but finally went off solid about 12:25. I had heard that we've got energy customers, 28,000 or so, are without power. I don't think that number's probably going to increase as it gets worse. Wind-wise, it's definitely picked up. Sustained winds are more stronger. I would say the sustained winds now were like the gusts were about an hour ago, and now, of course, the gusts are even stronger here. We've got some branches down. Of course, in South Lake Charles, we've got a ton of oak trees, and so we've got quite a few big branches down here in the front yard, and it smells like fresh cut oak. But the gusts are getting way more violent and way more frequent now here in the area.
And it's only going to get worse, Russ. Obviously, we're watching our Skycam I've got in downtown Lake Charles, and I've been seeing a lot more 60-plus gusts on that camera. There's 67 right now as I'm speaking to you on the camera, and still northeasterly winds being reported as well. And but there's still power in downtown. So I know you're with Gator 99.5. Do you know if y'all still have power? Is it on the generator? Do you have a way to know that?
I haven't been able to talk to the engineer yet. I know that we did lose your feed here out to us, which we're trying to work to figure out we can work that way around. I haven't gotten a call from the transmitter yet. We usually have a transmitter that'll call us. I would assume we still have power.
Okay.
For the moment, at least at the transmitter, because when the transmitter goes down, you'll hear static, like the radio is actually off or not on the wrong frequency. But now we just hear nothing. So when you hear nothing, you know the transmitter's working, but just no signal's getting to it.
And you said you've lost our television signal. Do you have it at your house, or do you know?
Oh, so yeah. So we were lucky enough, even during Rita, that as soon as we fired the generators up, we plugged the cable back in, and we had cable the entire time during Rita. So we did the same thing for this time. So we do have cable and internet here at the house with generator power. We can see your crawler crawling across the bottom, but not your actual feed.
Okay, so there is nothing on our television signal. Okay, good to know.
Correct.
I know we're on the app at least, so I will encourage the viewers out there to make sure you follow us on the app for sure. And I see another big flash going off on our Skycam as well. So I appreciate the info, Russ. If things get worse, give me a text real quick, and we may put you back on the air real quick and give us a shout what's going on.
Not a problem. Not a problem, Wade. Appreciate it. Y'all be safe.
I appreciate it. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, and again, that was Russ Conrad, Buddy Russ, with Gator 99.5 in Lake Charles, of course. Since we have a lot of viewers that are watching us outside of our normal folks, we are on the DirecTV Severe Weather Network. We are on WAFB television here in Baton Rouge. We are on KALB in Alexandria as well. So we are on a lot of places tonight. That was he is a radio disc jockey, DJ out of the Lake Charles area, and good friend of mine as well, giving us some good info. I saw a big power flash. There's another one in East Lake Charles. You can see very big prolific flash, and I'm sure that means even more folks have gone without power as well. And Jacob's going to try and change that. He's got it live on the air. You're going to see that right there, and you can see the what's going on as far as that is concerned. We'll continue to watch those as well. There are now 44,000, almost 45,000 without power in Calcasieu Parish. Jeff Davis Parish, 2,000 without power. Cameron, we're up to 1,900 without power. So, yeah, a lot of power outages for sure.
It's really 50,000.
Okay.
Because 44,000 were actually Entergy customers.
Okay, and then we got
another
Borgard Electric.
6,000. So altogether, you've got 50,000 households without power in Calcasieu Parish. So it's really going up significantly.
Okay, and I just got a picture from our Jillian Quarter inside the Sheriff's Department showing a blue screen, meaning that, again, we know that we are not on television anymore. But she has the picture to at least send us. Thank you, Jillian, for that. And I know she's inside now. Please stay in there, Jillian, and don't venture out. It's getting to be not safe to do that. There's a live picture of downtown Lake Charles, and now it is difficult to. Oh, you've turned it around. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the lower third off.
You've turned it around on me and made it look like power went out on me.
Oh, it did in Westlake. That's over towards the Westlake region. I'm going to keep going.
All right, so let's get it back looking toward the east, or we're gonna have to do that a different way where we can see what we're looking at there live. But definitely watching landfalling Hurricane Laura. We have reporter Cinnamon Cornell with us, and I know she has a phone interview. We want to get that information on as well. Cinnamon?
Yeah, so we are speaking with Assistant Police Chief Josh Foster. He's out of Maryville. Mr. Foster, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So we just wanted to check in with you. What are things looking like out in Maryville right now?
Well, we're seeing the wind pick up a little more than it has been earlier tonight, and a lot more rain. Some of the roads have water over them, but it's real light at the moment.
And what have things been like just leading up to this storm's landfall? What have preparations been like for y'all in Maryville?
A lot of staff meetings, a lot of planning, a lot of logistics, things like that, making sure all the equipment's topped off, fueled up, and we have enough contingency plans to continue to operate through the storm and after the storm.
Yes, sir. And as far as you know, did you have residents evacuate?
Yes, ma'am. We had a fairly good amount evacuate, but we still have some residents here. Earlier tonight, we was going on zone separated patrols, just checking on the people where we knew that there were several at one location. And we've kind of rolled that back in the last hour or so.
For those residents that y'all were checking on that chose to stay in their homes, I mean, what were those conversations like? What were they saying about Hurricane Laura?
They were concerned about it, but some of them either decided that they didn't have a way to evacuate far enough, and some of them just wanted to stay in their home and ride it out.
Now, y'all are near the Sabine River. Do you expect to see any flooding issues in y'all's area?
Locally, I'm sure we're going to see some flooding with the branches and creeks, but the river, I'm not sure, because the river was kind of low already as it is, so we're hoping that we don't have any major issues with the river at this time.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about Hurricane Rita in 2005. Now, Maryville didn't see a direct hit from Rita, but of course, y'all saw y'all's own effects from that and your own impacts. But with this hurricane, y'all are getting more of a direct hit. I mean, what are y'all thinking about this impact that's going to be coming from this storm?
We figure there's going to be a lot of tree damage, down power lines, possible damage to homes. Right now, we're in the process of continuing our staff meetings together here to be prepared for as soon as we can get back out and start doing damage assessments and search and rescue efforts.
Now, I know the community in Maryville is very tight-knit. What is it like just going through a storm like this, seeing your community having to just deal with such a storm that is being said that it's going to be catastrophic?
Well, it was nice to see that not only the community leaders, including the parish, Sheriff Herford, Mayor Misty Clanton of DeRidder, everybody, Ken Harlow, the chief of the fire department, Craig Richard of DeRidder Police, and Scott Greenman. Not only them guys and that group did a lot of planning and a lot of preparation, but the community as well has been, you could just see people helping each other, trying to make sure everybody had what they need and everybody was able to go that wanted to go. And it was just nice to see the community working together.
Definitely, yes, sir. And as of right now, are there any plans? Is there a specific timeline going forward as the storm passes for, just recovery efforts?
We're going to try to get back out there as long as the wind and the rain permits, that we can get out and effectively do our job without causing any more stress by getting ourselves in a position that others have to come also help us. So as long as we can get back to the winds below 40 miles an hour, we're going to try to operate as needed.
Yes, sir, definitely. And for any residents that might be listening right now, is there anything in particular you want them to know?
If they need anything, call us. If we can get to them, we will.
And I definitely think that's a consistent message we've gotten from all of our local officials, that we're in this together and we're here for you if you need us.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Foster, for your time this evening. Y'all stay safe, and if there's any updates, you please let us know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, be
Y'all
safe
stay
out there.
safe as well.
Yes, sir. Alrighty, bye-bye. Alright, gonna turn it back over to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton.
All right, thanks a lot, Cinnamon. And you can see Hurricane Laura definitely moving ashore. Winds are definitely increasing for sure across the area. We'll take a look at the radar velocity across the area, and Jacob's going to go over and expand that screenshot just a little bit to be able to see that just a little bit better. And we do apologize, those of you that are maybe watching this from afar, especially on some of the other networks that are now carrying us, WAFB television, KALB television in Alexandria, as well as the DirecTV Severe Weather Network. We are working remotely. In case you didn't know this, we are based in Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is the southwest corner of the state, but we are over in Baton Rouge at our sister station, WAFB, and remote desktoping into weather computers in Lake Charles to do some of this. So technology has really increased tenfold or maybe more in 15 years that I've been in Lake Charles, because 15 years ago for Rita, this never would have been possible to do anything like this. And what you're looking at, though, is the radar velocity. Normally we would talk about this in a tornado, but you can see velocity there, the kind of very bright yellow southwest of Lake Charles, well over 100 miles per hour, and then areas southeast of Lake Charles, that's over northern Cameron Parish, places like Grand Lake, the radar is showing nearly 150 plus mile per hour winds. Will you go try to get the Skycam up there? I am Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. That's Meteorologist Jacob Durham that is here as well, and you're going to be hearing just on the weather computer itself, pull up the Skycam scene. And we're going to try and get at least the one Skycam that I know at least a moment ago still had a view. Its weather data may not be exactly perfect because it is on top a building, unfortunately, and it kind of gets shielded somewhat. But we'll at least be able to kind of see the buffeting effect that the the camera is going to take. And you're looking toward that's the LaBerge Casino, and I don't see the lights on top of it anymore, which they may not have that purposely powered by the generator power, just to save the generator for more important uses inside the building. But you can still see, looks like lights atop this casino, which is the Golden Nugget Casino. If you've ever been to Lake Charles, and you can really see that camera getting rocked very harshly by the wind. We lost the Lake Charles camera in downtown Lake Charles. Those of you that might have wanted to see it, it went down as Cinnamon was talking a little while ago. The last report I saw from it, I did see up to well into the upper 60s as far as wind speeds were concerned.
75.
And we did see a 75 mile per hour gust, and I saw a very massive power flash just before the camera went dark. And there's the camera again, and I'm going to effort to see if I can get if the camera will respond. I know you see the screen is black, but I do see weather data. Look at this data that is pouring in. I just saw 90 mile per hour wind on that. I'm going to stick with this for a minute. Even though the screen is black, I will trust that the weather data coming in is still correct, especially since it's reporting something that extreme. Northeasterly winds 70. There's 79. Here we go again. We'll see if those numbers repeat. It might tell me that the data is looping. There we go, back up to 89. There's a 90 mile per hour wind. There's 83. So downtown Lake Charles, even if it is looping, it happened, because it's not reporting something that didn't happen. And as far as my knowledge of that technology, we've had these cameras for a while. So definitely very intense winds going on, and it's interesting to still see it says northeasterly too, so it hasn't turned around just yet, but definitely very, very windy conditions are going on now across much of Calcasieu Parish, Cameron Parish. We don't want to forget you guys either. It is very windy, but some of you in Cameron are probably in the eye, or at least getting close to getting in the eye on that storm. And we'll take a quick peek here at the official wind speeds across the area first. And there we go. We'll pull that back up real quick, then we'll get to the radar. And I'm not so certain the Lake Charles Regional Airport, where the official readings are taken, is still reporting or not. That hasn't changed in a while. That 52 mile per hour with 71 sustained, that's been the same number for a while. So I'm going to go with the power has failed there, and the site's probably not reporting. It is safe to say that it is definitely way, way worse than that for sure. I'll let you talk about the radar. I'm going to see if I get the Lake Charles Skycam to respond on the video side of things real quick.
Yeah, as Wade mentioned, we just took a look at those winds, but we were looking at 71 miles per hour is what it was showing. But I promise you, this is now the Lake Charles radar is now in the eye wall of Hurricane Laura. So this is very strong winds out there. We were showing you those gusts upwards of 116 miles per hour, even 150, and that's not very far from the radar site. So that we'll have to see if that plays out. I know we mentioned a couple of those weather stations out there, and we were looking. We'll go ahead and
the camera is still online. This is a tower atop the Calcasieu Parish building there. You can actually see it's a communications tower there. I see looks like some sort of antenna is flying that has come loose off the tower. And just bear with me. We'll kind of do this here live on television. You still see quite a bit of city lights going on. Sorry.
That's at least good news.
Yeah, there's still lights going on.
Power, especially with those winds were showing 90 miles per hour just a little bit ago. And
we're looking over toward our tower in the distance as well. That's the red light that you can see blinking. I still see the KPLC television tower illuminating. So we know we have power anyway, or else we wouldn't be able to access these computers. But it's nice to see the tower still illuminating. And you can see that little tower that's right here on top of the building on the right side of the screen. Definitely shaking violently in those winds for sure. We'll kind of pan around here a little bit, look toward the north. That's the Capital One or Calcasieu Marine Tower. Depends on who you ask how long you've been in Lake Charles, but you can see that tower barely. About the only thing you can see of it is the light on top of it, the tower light itself, red light. We'll kind of pan over and look at the Lake Charles Civic Center real quick. And I've got a friend from the National Weather Service that says the airport is still reporting. So if you can send me info if the airport's reporting stronger than 71, let me know. The system, at least here, I haven't seen an update on that. Lance, I haven't seen the wind speeds change in a while on the airport, and I know sometimes you guys have a better access to that. We'll kind of try to pan around. The computer was wanting to go slowly on me.
I'll go ahead. Somebody messaged into KPLC 7 Weather and said in Hathaway they've been without power, which you might expect with some of these conditions that we're seeing right now. You can look across the West Lake, and that's looking back across the lake of Lake Charles. You can see West Lake dark out there, and you can see driving rain bands continuing to move through downtown Lake Charles. Good news is it doesn't look like the parking lot is seeing any, or at least a lot of water coming over, which is
There's
good
no
news.
surge there yet. That's for sure.
That's great news. And like Wade was mentioning, northeasterly winds, that'll help out with that. And as long as we can keep northeasterly winds, that's what we're going to want to take, because that's going to limit that surge, especially in the downtown vicinity. I know we were talking earlier and we were seeing that surge. We had those pictures coming off of Twitter from the Cameron Parish, just east of downtown Cameron, over towards the motel and the hotel, towards the gas stations, and we saw what happened before earlier today, and then we saw those winds shifting off on the shore, and that brought in that water. Right now we're seeing Lake Charles as he pans off, looking back, and there's a couple of flashes out there. Might be some lightning as well out there, but winds still gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. That's looking back across the bank there, as well as back towards the Mexican restaurant that's down there along Lakeshore Drive, panning over a little bit further, and you can still see a driving rain out there. The wind still gusting well into the tropical storm force, around 60 miles per hour there. Still out of the northeast, though.
Yeah, it's still important to see that northeasterly wind. At some point, this is going to come around more of an easterly wind, and eventually it will become at least some component of a southerly wind with time. We're going to continue to pan back around. That is the parking lot of the Lake Charles Civic Center. Again, it's important to see that there's no water standing there yet, so no signs of a significant storm surge. And I'm going to kind of leave it right here. I kind of went a little too far on that, but I want to leave it kind of pointed at this little tower that's there, because it kind of gives us a good judge of what the wind is doing, plus with our actual data that's visible there as well. And it helps if the phone will cooperate. There we go. And Jacob, you have something as well, I believe.
Yeah, this is a shot from Reed Timmer, who's the extreme meteorologist. He's broadcasting live on Facebook right now. This is live right in front of, we'll kind of zoom in here just a little bit. This is live right in front of the Lake Charles Civic Center. I'll kind of zoom it back out just a little bit. And now he's turning back down, heading towards the KPLC studios. You can see very heavy rains, those gusty winds. So basically what we were showing you right there was what we're continuing to track. But you can see he's definitely continuing to work his way down through downtown Lake Charles as this storm intensifies and moves through. So it'll be interesting to watch that as he continues through, at least as the eye wall gets even closer, to see what exactly is going to happen out there. But those winds continuing to gust well into the tropical storm force and even hurricane force at times. And looking at the radar, you can definitely tell that we're going to continue to see very strong winds pushing through. The eye wall of Hurricane Laura will be making its way towards Lake Charles probably in the next, say, half hour to an hour. We're going to be seeing that leading edge of that eye wall beginning to move into downtown. But check out Cameron. Cameron is sitting in the middle of the eye of Hurricane Laura. So if you're there, you know, there might be some light rain out there, maybe a light breeze, but compared to what you just went through in this eye wall, conditions much better. But please, please do not let your guard down. This is, you're going to have to deal with the southern end of this, storm, and you can see, let me go ahead and zoom back out just real quick, and we'll show you what the southern end of this storm. We were talking about Rita earlier and how it was kind of dry on the southern side. Well, not really the case on this storm.
No, there's less rain than the northern semicircle for sure, but there's definitely rain here, and even if there wasn't a significant amount of rain, the wind would still be there regardless. So again, make no bones about it. It's going to get bad again in Cameron, at least in the places where you've gotten a break. Places like, looks like near Holly Beach, and especially over to near Constance Beach, Johnson Bayou, you're in the western eye wall, and things are going to stay bad for probably the next at least probably hour or so. There's a closer view, and you can see what's going on there. Again, that's very close to Holly Beach. Points west is where we're at. And we'll kind of zoom back out on the map if we can. And there we go. Let's kind of zoom back out on this, and you'll see the eye itself. There it is. And places like Grand Chenier points east never got into the eye either, and will remain with significant wind and surge that will continue to come up. And we'll look at the tropical scene. There we go, because the 1 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center is out, and officially they have not set a landfall yet, so I think we're getting we'll be getting very close to that. But wind still 150, the air pressure 938. We never expected this to change now that it is basically right at the coastline, but we'll see a landfall update here within the hour, which means it's going to be pretty close to spot on for the last 48 hours of this forecast, with a landfall near about 1 a.m. is what the forecast has been calling for.
Exactly. The model's continuing to hint at it, and we've been telling you about that 1 a.m. Landfall out there. And also, just for a reference point, we're about 30 miles Lake Charles from the coastline there. So we got to roughly say, maybe, and the eye is beginning, the northern eye wall is beginning to move very close to the Lake Charles, the National Weather Service's the radar, been a long day, but you can see the eye beginning to make landfall on the Cameron coastline. So if it's moving north at 15 miles per hour, and we're about 30 miles away from the coastline, we're looking at about 2 hours before that eye really enters the picture for Lake Charles.
And I just got some information in from the Cameron Parish coastline. This coming from friends at the National Weather Service, sending in the observations from the marine reporting site. And within the last hour, at 12:18 this morning, it was reporting 94 miles per hour sustained, with gusts to 122 miles per hour at the marine reporting station at Calcasieu Pass. So very strong winds, and it had been gusting over 100 from 11:54 to about 12:24. So a 30-minute window of gust over 100 miles per hour, and sustained was over hurricane force that entire time too. Thank you, Lance, for that information, for passing it along as well.
Yeah, and this is what we've been telling you for the past couple of days now, is the fact that these conditions were going to go downhill. There was no, doubt in terms of we were going to see a hurricane force winds at points, and they were going to be catastrophic at times, and this is the reason why. As Wade mentioned, 122 mile per hour gusts. Yeah, sure, they weren't sustained, but still there was several hours worth of gust over 100 miles per hour sitting at the hurricane sustained category. And Cinnamon Cornell is live joining us as well. Grab the mic for you.
Thank you, Jacob. I am on the phone with Janie Smith. Miss Janie, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, Miss Janie, we are on our live feed right now. Again, this is Janie Smith. She's a resident in Sulphur. Miss Janie, just tell me, what are you hearing right now? What are you seeing right now? You're at your home in Sulphur, so just kind of give me an explanation of what you're seeing.
It's a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Sorry. We did hear the transformer up the street blow, so we have no power at all right now. It's just, there's a lot of wind, and the trees it's crazy.
Now, Miss Janie, who, if you don't mind me asking, who are you at home with right now? And just tell me, why did y'all decide to stay and not evacuate?
I'm at home with my significant other, Stephen, his aunt, her significant other, his elderly father, and our infant son, and then we have five dogs. Main reason we didn't evacuate is we didn't have the funds. His aunt didn't want to leave her house, and most places are allowing pets, but I don't think they would allow us to bring 5 dogs, and we just weren't leaving our fur babies behind.
Definitely, yes, ma'am. And let me ask you, how long have you been living in Sulphur, and have you been through a hurricane before? I mean, were you here for Hurricane Rita?
No, ma'am. I was actually living in East Texas for Hurricane Rita, so we got all the evacuees from Beaumont when Rita hit. And
as far as preparations for this hurricane, obviously we've been talking a lot about how it progressed very quickly. Did y'all have enough time to prepare your house properly?
Yes, ma'am, we did. Yes, ma'am.
And what did those preparations look like for y'all?
Well, we've got sandbags at all our doors. And that's pretty much it. Other than that, we've got 2 of our windows cracked so that the house can breathe. Because we definitely don't want any windows blowing in or, nothing like that. So that's pretty much all we did to prepare. We've got supplies to last and plenty of food and water. So.
And just going forward, as you're staying at home, waiting to have this storm pass, what are y'all's plans going forward? You told me that you're without power right now. So just any plans in place going into the next 24 hours?
Yes. As far as me and my significant other and our son go, we do have other plans if, because we're probably not going to have power for a while. So we do have a friend here in town that has a generator that has offered us a room. So if it comes to worst, then we will go over there.
Well, I'm glad to hear that y'all definitely have a backup plan. That's good to know. And Miss Janie, are y'all worried at all? Are there any concerns with this storm?
Not really. I'm a nervous wreck. I have a 6-month-old. So it's kind of my first rodeo as far as having a small child during it. But other than that, everybody else here, well, my significant other and his aunt, it's not their first rodeo, so I think we're in good hands. They know what they're doing, so.
And do you have any other loved ones or friends that either chose to stay or maybe chose to evacuate themselves?
My sister-in-law, my father-in-law, and my significant other family, they stayed. They're actually in Lake Charles, off of Nelson. My mom and my dad and my daughter, they went to Silsbee, and my sister stayed behind. She's in Orange.
Well, Miss Janie, I just want to say thank you for your time, and y'all stay safe, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All righty. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Cinnamon. Greg, if you'll put this up there. There we go. And again, we apologize. We're working remotely, so there may be a few technical hiccups here and there with delays on audio, but thank you, Cinnamon. And we can officially report Laura did make landfall near Cameron here within the last hour, which puts it right on track with what we've been expecting for the last couple of days. Winds of 150 miles per hour. Officially at landfall, air pressure 938 millibars, which makes it a very intense hurricane, obviously, at landfall location. And been watching some various feeds that I have, one of them including my house, which I think just lost power just as I'm watching it here on TV. But I did not see any damage. That was good news to see. What few trees I could see in my shot looked good, but I suspect things are going to continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. Let's take a look at our sky cam if we can there, Greg, and we'll pull that up and show you what's going on outside live in downtown Lake Charles. There's northeast at 81 miles per hour as far as wind speed is concerned. Definitely getting stronger and stronger, and things will continue to deteriorate as far as the wind is concerned throughout the next couple of hours. This isn't just a short-term event. This is going to continue for several hours for sure as far as the wind is concerned, and those wind speeds will fluctuate. They always do. It's never a constant thing. You know, we tell you a hurricane has X amount as far as the speed of winds, but remember, it never is that number consistently. Those numbers go up and down, especially as the storm is getting closer. Now, the spot where you do have the chance of seeing those more sustained winds, that strength is right in the eye wall itself, which is in the Cameron Parish vicinity, but that eye wall is getting closer and closer to moving into portions of Calcasieu Parish as well. It's going to be moving north over the next hour or so, and I still see a little bit of light on that sky cam, but definitely not a whole lot of lights visible across much of downtown Lake Charles for sure. definitely more and more power outages are happening. It's quite possible what lights we're seeing now are generator power that's fueling some of these lights, probably more than likely. And we can switch over to the radar scene real quick, and we'll show you what's going on that front. You can see the eye wall getting very close to the Lake Charles Regional Airport, and definitely seeing conditions getting worse and worse. Winds are going to continue to increase at the Lake Charles Regional Airport. So, and points north. It's going to move into the Lake Charles vicinity as well. And we'll have to keep an eye on this radar. It's quite possible that it could go down. We'll have to keep an eye and make sure that it continues to update.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's take a wider view of the radar, and we'll show you what else is going on across southwest Louisiana, because I know some of you may be watching in other places and wanting to know what's happening across your viewing, across your area. Obviously, very heavy rain across Jeff Davis Parish, gusty winds going on, and you can see that going on across much of Jeff Davis Parish. And we'll zoom in a little bit closer right here, maybe.
Oh. There. All right, that should go in.
Let's see if we can change the view. Here we go. And again, do apologize dealing with working remotely and trying to access computers on a remote network. But there's Jeff Davis Parish. Very heavy rain falling across the entire parish. And those winds, anywhere where you're dealing with those brighter rain bands from Welsh down to near Lake Arthur, that's where your winds are going to be the absolute strongest, would be there in portions of Jeff Davis Parish, likely well over near probably hurricane force winds occurring in that vicinity. And I know Cynthia Arsenault is joining us now. And Cynthia, you've got some information for us.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. We just got word that our team at L'Auberge reports that that area is now without power. So we're gonna talk to Matt Houston right now. Matt, what's going on?
Yeah, Cynthia, we lost power about 40 minutes ago here at L'Auberge, just a little bit before 1 o'clock. And so where we are right now is actually inside the stairwell that we kind of agreed we would go to if things got real hairy. The wind is blowing hard. In fact, if you lean up against the wall of the stairwell, which is in the parking garage at L'Auberge, you can feel the walls kind of vibrating from the wind. Of course, we're in no structural damage danger here because this is a pretty massive parking garage, but it's just pretty surreal to feel. I'm going to have my photographer, Rick Porche, open the door real quick, and I'm going to stick the phone out so you can hear the wind, and I'll be silent for 10, 15 seconds just to let you listen to what we're hearing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful, and you can imagine it's blowing things around out here in the parking garage. In fact, we've already seen some. We saw a fluorescent light fixture that was attached to the roof in here actually fly by our heads a few, I guess about an hour ago. And so things are blowing around. It's very, very difficult to see even across the Calcasieu River toward the other side where some of the plants are that have been in the background of most of our live shots tonight. It's just heavy, heavy, heavy rain, lots of wind, and our car was actually shaking a moment ago just from the wind and where we were. You could see it rock back and forth against the gears as it's parked there. So it's very evident that Hurricane Laura is here. It's made landfall, and it's inching its way toward where we are.
All right, sounds pretty scary. Matt, you guys be careful out there.
Will do. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot. So there you have it from Matt Houston reporting from that location at L'Auberge Casino. They've lost power. Just to give you an update on some of the other situations as far as electricity goes, tens of thousands of people without power all across Louisiana and Texas. At least 150 people, we're told, refused to evacuate from Cameron Parish. Officials had to go door to door trying to urge the nearly 7,000 residents to get out of there before Laura struck, but unfortunately, some people chose to stay. And once again, it's a harrowing situation, and we are only beginning to see
Definitely so.
the effects
And it's gonna
of
get
Hurricane
worse.
Laura. It's going to get worse.
You were talking about power outages. We can take a look at that sky cam again. I know it's frozen, but this is evidence of, I think the power has failed at the Magnolia building, which is where this camera is located, because it is definitely, it stopped reporting, that's for sure. It may come back because I know the power is in and out, and some places it keeps coming back because I've been watching here off camera my own house that has gone down twice on me now and is back up and running again. So that tells me that I've even watched the street lights go in and out. Like the street lights are back on here in this shot, and then they occasionally go out.
It's gonna be out permanently beforehand.
Sooner or later, it's going to go out for sure. I do expect that to happen.
Because we've already got 50,000 households without power.
Absolutely.
In Calcasieu Parish. So conditions are definitely deteriorating right now.
Okay, so we've lost power at the station now because we've lost access to our computers. So not sure the generator may kick in, and if so, they may come back. We can give it a few minutes and try that again, them again. But speaking of losing, I mentioned that the Lake Charles National Weather Service radar would probably go out, and we have lost that as well. The radar has, as far as they think it's just a communications problem, but power related, obviously in this situation. But we've definitely lost the radar. So we're looking at Fort Polk now. Thankfully, we have a radar just about 60 miles up the road, so we're able to still get a decent picture. We lose a little bit of quality in the radar picture just because it's a little farther away, but thankfully this is happening while the storm's at landfall. So we still get a pretty good picture of this, and we still have two others if something were to happen with the Fort Polk feed as well. We've got Houston to the west and Slidell to the east, but those are even farther away, so we definitely don't want to rely on those if we don't have to, but we can if we're forced to. And Cynthia, behind you, we're watching there we go, never mind. Again, Fort Polk radar still showing a good shot. And Jacob, I think you've got something there that we can see as well.
Yeah, this is, let's see here. Hopefully, okay, so I'm going to have to replay it because it's kind of short because I think his stream ended as well. But a little bit closer. This is Reed Timmer's, I'm assuming this is Reed Timmer. This is what it looks like. This is what is looking like in downtown Lake Charles right now. You can see those gusty winds out there as well. See some of that debris flying around. Mostly it looks like vegetation at the moment. Good news is not really looking at a bunch of at least large limbs flying around, but still some projectiles out there in terms of that vegetation. So this is just something that we're seeing now as that eye wall does approach downtown Lake Charles. I mean, you can see it's knocking on the doorstep right now. If you are still in Lake Charles, you're going to hear that wind begin to howl and kind of scream out there. We just heard Cynthia's phone call out there, and that's really what we were watching. And these winds are going to continue to pick up. We're going to see hurricane force winds continuing to work their way in, more than likely gusting over 100 miles per hour at times here in downtown Lake Charles, so causing some damage for sure.
Definitely so, and let's see if we can go back and look at these wind speeds real quick, see if any, there we go.
There it is.
Now it looks like the Lake Charles Regional is back up and reporting. There was definitely a comms issue or communications issue, but you can see the regional airport now reporting a wind of 108 mile per hour. That's a gust. And I'll also notice the wind direction has changed. We went from northeast. Now at the airport, it has turned around and become an easterly wind. That's a sign that that eye is getting closer. And I think it's safe to say the eye is going to go over much of Lake Charles. And please adhere to what we were preaching earlier on this idea. Please resist the temptation to want to go out and look at things during this eye, because things could go downhill very quickly. And I see Chenault updated as I was talking. They're now reporting 83 mile per hour wind gust out of the east. Look at Jennings. I told you guys in Jennings we're not going to be immune to this, and 72 mile per hour wind gust in the Jennings vicinity at the moment. The sustained winds are not as high, but definitely very gusty winds across all of southwest Louisiana.
And we got the feedback live. I'm guessing this is Reed Timmer. This is Reed Timmer's Facebook Live picture. If we can go back to this full screen, I'm going to kind of show you right here. This is what it looks like right now. We talked about the Lake Charles radar coming in at 108 mile per hour winds. This is what it looks like in downtown Lake Charles right now. Very, very gusty winds, very strong winds out there. You can see the sign blowing and it looks like it's wiggling pretty good. You might see it actually disappear here in a minute, but as it continues to blow, but continuing to show very strong winds out there. This is downtown Lake Charles. Not sure exactly where he is. Kind of looks right there along the Lakeshore Drive, though. Just maybe towards the back over towards the park right there. just on the main road, but still showing very gusty winds. Winds, as we were mentioning, 128 miles per hour there in Lake Charles. That's the new updated forecast out there. 83 in Chenault, but check out even over towards Lafayette and New Iberia. They're seeing tropical storm conditions as well. We talked about the expansive and the wide nature of this storm, and that's just showing 40 mile per hour winds in Lafayette. New Iberia coming in at 66 miles per hour, and you can expect these numbers to continue to rise for those northern areas as well. Right now, Fort Polk and DeQuincy, you're sitting at 36 miles per hour, but I can assure you that we're going to definitely continue to see those rise out there. But as I mentioned, there is Lake Charles, sustained 85 miles per hour, gusting to 128, and I'm not gonna, I can't, guesstimate on these winds here. Right now, much calmer than what we were seeing just a little bit earlier, but those winds definitely probably approaching, say, 100 miles per hour at times in Lake Charles now as that eye
definitely
wall
gusting
approaches.
to that for sure. I think that's a safe bet to say it's at least gusting to that. Yeah, for sure. We're just going to leave this up because it's probably the most compelling. The radar, it shows you rain, but this actually the wind reports, and as long as they keep coming in frequently, and we'll keep an eye on those. It is interesting to see the 128 report from the Lake Charles Regional Airport. It's probably one of the highest I've seen, at least here, ever, because most of the sites during Rita went down, unfortunately, before the strongest winds arrived. They did add some battery backups to those systems after Rita to try to keep them online for a longer period of time. And if anyone is watching, I am hearing that we have lost sound on pretty much all of our feeds and streams, at least in the Lake Charles vicinity. I
got a message from somebody who's not in Lake Charles and lost the sound. She can't hear us on the Roku app.
Yeah, it's everything. But we would still be on WAFB television, KALB in Alexandria, as well as the DirecTV Severe Weather Network. So we're going to continue as if folks can hear us in Southwest Louisiana, but it's quite possible folks there may not be able to hear us anymore. We do apologize for that, but remember, those are things beyond our control. Power issues are definitely wreaking havoc on some of that, and technology as well. And I'll be honest, even if we were up, I'm not so sure how well you'd be able to hear us anyway because of communications problems. Though I am getting texts from people, so the cell networks are up. I'm just not so sure how well you'd be able to watch over an app anyway, but we'll do our best. If we can do anything remotely to try to get those systems back up and working, we will, but probably not going to happen.
It's working on Facebook. Audio's working.
Okay, somebody was telling me it was not, so we might.
Just checked. It's, the
Okay.
audio's working.
Okay, so we are on Facebook if someone is watching there, and maybe if someone's watching, and maybe you can text some other folks if you know people that are in Lake Charles and tell them at least the Facebook feed is up. And hopefully it will stay up, but remember that's too is only going to work as long as you have cell service at your house. So bottom line, very gusty winds going on, 128 mile per hour winds still being reported at the Lake Charles Regional Airport, and dealing with the wind speeds across the area. We're going to slide back over to the radar real quick. We'll show you the radar, what's going on over Southwest Louisiana. Again, we've lost the Lake Charles feed of the radar, but thankfully you have Fort Polk. You can see what's going on. Very heavy rain, and that indicates the strong winds as well. Moving across southern sections of Calcasieu, the eye wall right along the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line. Even inland areas, though, dealing with very gusty winds, and certainly the winds are just going to continue to pick up from south to north across the area.
Yeah, definitely. DeQuincy over towards Oberlin, Kinder, back towards Oakdale, DeRidder, back towards Glenmora, Maryville. You're beginning to see those tropical storm force winds really begin to kick up all the way down to Fenton. Fenton, you may even be seeing some of those hurricane force gusts. But Lake Charles, you're right there on that doorstep of that eye wall. And this is going to bring us what we just saw move through our radar site there at the National Weather Service down there in Lake Charles. 128 mile per hour winds is what it gusted to, sustained at 85. So go ahead and prepare for at least a good maybe 30 minutes worth of hurricane sustained winds, gust upwards of 120 plus in that region. And Cameron, you can still see sitting in that eye, but I will suggest you're probably about halfway through that eye right now, so maybe another 30 minutes worth of calm things out there before we really begin to see that secondary secondary part of that eye wall. I realize we went a little bit too far south, maybe, or either the Fort Polk radar just went down. We'll work to get that as well. But continuing to see very strong conditions moving across the region right now, across Lake Charles, back towards Reeves, Oakdale, Fort Polk. This is when we're telling you this is the worst conditions that are going to happen. Here is a look at that radar once again. You can see that very, very heavy rainfall beginning to move into downtown Lake Charles right now. That eye wall with the strongest winds continuing to move through right now as of the 1 o'clock advisory, which we'll be getting another one coming up in about 30 minutes. But the latest advisory did have 150 mile per hour winds out there with gusts of obviously higher, and we were seeing that coming into Cameron. But right now you can see Cameron just about to enter that southern portion of that eye wall. So if it's calm now and you're still in Cameron, please don't go back outside, because we're about to get slammed once again from the south. And this is all working its way off towards the north at 15 miles per hour. So Lake Charles, you probably have another 15 minutes to maybe half an hour to go through the northern portion of the eye wall before you go into the eye of Laura. But as Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton did say, it looks like a good portion of Lake Charles is going to be in the eye of Hurricane Laura, and really that's the worst case scenario that we could see, because that's going to bring in the strongest winds of this hurricane into our region. And even you can see those darker rain bands all the way towards Opelousas, Lafayette out there. That's bringing tropical storm force winds as well. We saw New Iberia gusting to 66 miles per hour. So don't think because you are away from the center of circulation that you're not getting these impacts. I mean, here in Baton Rouge, we're seeing some light rain. I mean, definitely not seeing those tropical storm force winds, but it's a little breezy out there, gusting to 30, I think I saw just a little bit ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, as you said, the conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, though, across the Lake Charles vicinity, with winds rapidly increasing. So please stay in the safe place if you're in the Lake Charles vicinity. That includes all the cities around the metropolitan area of Lake Charles, Westlake, Sulphur, Moss Bluff, anywhere in between. Please stay in your safe place and stay there until this is over. And remember, you're going to get the eye move across portions of Lake Charles. You'll get more wind once the eye pushes past and you get the, and there we go, we'll put it in a loop, then you can kind of see what's going on. The eye is now moving over Cameron. The edge of the eye wall is about to come back on shore, meaning the southern half. So those folks in Cameron Parish that are experiencing calm conditions, are at least relatively calm, are about to see the winds rapidly increase, go from virtually nothing back to well over 100 miles per hour in a very short amount of time. So that's the danger of the eye itself, is to go from virtually nothing to well over 100 miles per hour in a short amount of time. That's why I tell you not to go out, even though it's been about an hour in Cameron Parish. But please just be smart about the eye and don't venture out. But definitely the eye wall moving across much of the city of Lake Charles as we speak. We have lost radar communications with both Lake Charles, and we have another radar at Fort Polk. Both of those are now down, so we are relying on both Lake Houston as well as the Slidell radars to provide us data. And I put them both on here to kind of marry the two images to give us a little bit better perspective of what's going on. And you can see just absolutely incredible eye wall across much of Calcasieu Parish at this moment. And it's not just Lake Charles. Friends in Sulphur to Benton to the Starks and Toomey area, you guys are either dealing with the worst or will be very soon. And that whole storm will continue to move farther inland. And I know some folks have asked about the weakening of this now that it is inland. I do expect that to begin, but remember that it's moving over a very marshy parish, Cameron Parish, covered with marsh for the most part, meaning there's water on the land. Normally, that's not a surge thing. Those of you that were watching us from somewhere else in the country, Cameron Parish, the parish at the immediate coastline, is very low lying. It is a marsh environment there, so you've got a lot of water on the ground, and that just makes it very easy for a storm to at least sustain itself and not weaken as rapidly as a storm normally would once it moves inland. Because normally we would tell you once a storm's inland, you begin the weakening process. You take it away from its fuel, which is the warm oceanic water. But that should begin soon, and you can see we've done kind of a calculation there on the screen. That's about 28-mile wide eye per the radar data here. So that kind of expanded again a little bit, and it may expand further now that we're inland. As the storm begins to weaken, this eye may open up somewhat which means some inland areas may have a better chance of seeing the eye wall pass over. So.
Yeah, and at the current pace it is, if it stayed at 28 miles wide, that would put you, if you went through the center just like Cameron did, just about 2 hours worth of just kind of calmer conditions at least. But I want to suggest and highly stress, and as Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton has said the same thing, if you live in Lake Charles and this eye goes over your house, please do not go outside. That doesn't mean the storm is over. It doesn't mean that you're not going to see more catastrophic wind damage. It's not going to mean you're not going to get any more rain, because you still have the whole southern half of this storm to go through, and this is going to be continuing for the next several hours. We're going to be dealing with this through the early morning hours of Thursday. You see it's 1:30 in the morning right now, and we're going to continue to be tracking this for quite some time, as it's going to have to make itself all the way up through the Vernon Parish vicinity and continue to go off towards the north, and it's going to continue to bring tropical storm force conditions to Lake Charles at least through tomorrow, or at least today, I guess is the better way to say it. Today through lunchtime. We're going to see those winds shift back out of the south once again as that storm moves off towards the north, and winds could still gust to 40 miles per hour all the way through, say, lunchtime, and that could dampen if anybody needs rescuing, because we talked to crews earlier, and they will not go outside if the winds are still above 40 miles per hour, and it's looking like at least a good chance of that all the way through the noontime tomorrow. And for areas inland, it's going to be even longer than that, early into the early afternoon hours as well. So something definitely going to have to continue to track on that as well.
Absolutely. And I mentioned some ways to possibly still be able to hear us for folks that are in Lake Charles. If maybe someone can relay messages to anyone there. If you still have internet access, you can download the WAFB app, because I am hearing that they can hear us at least on that as well. So the feed is working on that one. So those of you that may be having problems trying to hear us, maybe be able to do that. Maybe some folks that can hear us can maybe relay that to other folks too.
Yeah, Deborah just said your audio is off from your Baton Rouge location, but we have your signal on Facebook and watching from there.
Good deal. And again, we apologize. We're efforting our best efforts to keep the signal on the air, but honestly, even if we were at the station, it would be difficult to maintain everything in working order, and definitely even worse that we're trying to do it remotely. So we'll do our best, and it may come back. So keep trying those sources if you're hearing us at different points. And I realize much more of the country may be watching this broadcast and kind of watching from afar like we are. So just to set the stage, because I know we're being carried across WAFB television here in Louisiana, also on KALB in Alexandria, Louisiana, and again, we're on the Dish TV Severe Weather Network. For those of you that may have just tuned in and wondering what's going on, what you are watching a broadcast that is technically KPLC television for Southwest Louisiana, but we are evacuated from our building and we have moved over to Baton Rouge, broadcasting from here to provide information to folks in Southwest Louisiana. So that's what you're watching, continuing to track Hurricane Laura that is made landfall officially about an hour or so ago and continues to move inland and dealing with catastrophic conditions going on across Calcasieu as well as Cameron parishes for sure, and will soon spread inland. Please keep this in mind. Those of you in Vernon and Beauregard and Allen parishes are going to see winds continuing to increase. There's the latest wind speeds, and unfortunately, none of those really look different from when we've been showing them to you. So I think it's safe to say most of those are probably done and probably not going to update very much, if at all, anymore, just due to the fact that power has failed at most of those sites. And if they do have battery backups, power may have already been out for some of those for a while, and they've exhausted their battery backups. So.
And I was going to say the one in Lake Charles is about to enter the eye of Laura, so that one it will not change, at least for probably the next, say, half hour to maybe even an hour or longer. But you can definitely see the winds beginning to shift, as Wade mentioned earlier, that they're now out of the easterly direction, which if they continue to shift and become a more east-southeasterly direction, that could bring the surge threat back into the picture, especially for Lake Charles. The last time we did have our sky cam up, we were looking at the Lake Charles sky cam. The good news is we didn't see any evidence of storm surge flooding there, which is always great news. The longer we can keep that mitigated, the better off we're going to be in the long run. That's why we want to keep those northeasterly breezes as long as we can. So hopefully that's going to be continuing. But as we mentioned, there is a little bit more of an easterly wind now, and sustained tropical force winds all the way from Sulphur, Chenault, now hurricane force winds there in Lake Charles. But Jennings seeing those tropical storm force winds gusting out, even all the way over towards Lafayette, New Iberia, and here in Baton Rouge, still 30 miles per hour, and we're a solid 2 hours from the storm, but overall, still a very, very gusty time out there, even over towards Hammond and Gonzales.
Let's ignore the wind because I think most of those have stopped reporting. It's definitely been a while since most of those have reported. Let's see if the radar seems to be. Let's move that timeline and make sure that that data is following. And I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to see if, because the station is coming back online. We're able to see our computers once again. So I'm going to see if I can't get our Skycam to come back. I'm not going to guarantee we can do that, but we're going to at least try and effort that idea and see if they'll come back online. I'll let Jacob kind of run over there. You can do on max number 1 and see if you're probably going to have to open up the program and get it up and running, and we'll see if I can get any cameras to show up. So if it's back up and running, that's probably the weather data is up.
The weather data is updating, but the image is still static, or is stationary. But you can see those winds still updating at the moment there on the Lake Charles Skycam, gusting northeasterly direction right now, 67. But there's more of an easterly component to these as well.
Which also tells me it is updating properly, since we are seeing that eastward motion begin to happen at the Skycam, at least per the data. You can see that on the screen where it says the wind speed. I cannot access the camera to change the actual camera, which tells me there's still some issues going on. Well, go back to max 1 on that because we can't see what we're doing when we do it that way. But we'll see if I can continue to effort to see it. I see an image, but it's the one that was frozen on the screen. But as long as the weather data is reporting, this is probably the most current, up-to-date information that I can provide you. I realize it's for one static location, unfortunately, but it is the most interesting weather data I think that we can provide you at the moment. The only other thing that I can guarantee is updating would be a radar image, and we'll kind of go back and forth between radar and the Skycam image, because as we do that, I'm going to jump back and see if I can control one of the other computers. And are you wanting to get some information to us? We have reporter Ashley Joseph here, and she's got someone on the phone. We're going to let her speak for a minute, and I'm going to see if I can't effort a couple more of these Skycams.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wade. We're getting firsthand accounts, of course, from people on the ground weathering the storm. Now, of course, we've continued to update you guys all throughout the night and days prior leading up to Hurricane Laura about evacuation efforts. Of course, we've updated you on the power outages that we're seeing. But we also know that there are some people who were not able to make it out of their locations in time before this storm hit. Now, I was able to talk to a resident of Iowa who actually went to Hayes, Louisiana, to weather the storm out, hunker down with some family that she has there. Now, Hayes, we know, is a low-lying area in southwest Louisiana that always sees quite a bit of flooding. I talked to her and was just able to get an account of what she's seeing right now, what she's experiencing, high winds, high gusts, and here's what she had to say.
We're seeing some heavy rains, some really heavy gusts. We're probably at 30, 40 miles per hour right now, maybe with higher gusts. That's just sustained winds. We're inside of the house and we're just watching the carport, and we've got lots of gusts. We had some neighbors recently here that texted us to let us know that they had lost the awning of their back porch area, which is metal. That's been ripped off. We're holding each other. We're lifting each other up. We're crying because we're scared and we're nervous, and we don't know if the decision that we made was the best decision.
Yeah, now since that interview was taking place just a few minutes ago with Miss Madeline, I've been keeping in contact with her, just trying to continue getting updates from her. Last text, she told me that she was starting to lose cell service in her area. She's starting to see debris flying everywhere. Her car has even taken on some damages. Trees are down. Neighbors near her lost their roof. So it's definitely a developing story that we're going to continue to stay on top of. I'm going to continue to try to get some eyewitnesses, some accounts from people who are continuing to weather out the storm there in Southwest Louisiana, and we'll continue to bring you live updates right here on our Facebook Live. Back to you.
And appreciate it, Ashley. That's a look at the radar view. Once again, you can see Hurricane Laura continuing to move farther inland. Basically, the southern half of the eye wall is about to come ashore now over Cameron Parish. The center of the eye is centered right over Calcasieu Lake. That's going to continue to move north. The eye wall is definitely raking much of the Lake Charles, Sulphur, Westlake vicinity. Very strong winds going on there in Lake Charles, and unfortunately I have not been able to gain access to actually control the camera for our Lake Charles site, but I was able to get Jennings, and we'll take a quick peek at what's going on at the Jennings Skycam location. I realize this is a little removed from the heart of the hurricane itself, but definitely you can still see the wind, and it's interesting to see the wind direction really shifting here. I'm seeing east and now more southeasterly winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour, and those winds will likely, they're definitely not going to weaken anytime soon, and we may be at the most maximum winds in Jennings. Remember, that's a little removed from the hurricane itself. Bottom line, we'll continue to watch, and if we can get one of our reporters that want to talk to them and see what they had to say first. We've got somebody that was on the phone, I believe, but if we could get somebody to talk to them and see what they have to say, and I think would be better than just putting someone live on the air first. There we go. Again, looking at the Jennings Skycam, continuing to watch those south to southeasterly winds that are going on 60 plus miles per hour. That's going to continue to stay at that speed for quite some time. And take a quick peek here and see what's going on. To see a new tornado warning has been issued for areas outside of our viewing area anyway. And we have reporter Cinnamon Cordell, who I think has spoke to someone, and we'll talk to her.
We have John from Sulphur on the phone. John,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're out of the Gilmore Acres area?
Yes, ma'am. Right there on Maplewood, about middle of Sulphur.
Now, I just learned that you had your fence blown out. Is that correct? What's going on?
Yeah, but it was like an older fence, man. Like it was probably going to go anyway.
Well, are y'all safe first and foremost?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm in a brick house, 2 stories.
Okay, so just describe to me what you're seeing right now, what you're hearing.
Well, right now it's the wind has definitely picked up in the past 30 minutes for sure. It's pretty sustained. The gusts are, I'd probably say the gusts so far, the biggest one we've gotten is probably about 30 miles over what sustained is, and I'd probably say sustained is about 50. It's definitely loud.
I can imagine. Now, John, have you been in your home before in a hurricane?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and well, just tell me, why did you decide to stay at your home and not evacuate?
Well, like I said, my wife works at the hospitals in town, and she wasn't going to leave because they're going to be going into work as soon as they can to start helping people. I got my boats. If anybody else was older and was able to come, I have a house that's safe enough for people to come in. And if my wife ain't leaving, I'm not leaving. That's just how it is.
Oh, well, you're a good husband. And let me ask you, do you have any friends or family in the area that stayed as well? Have you heard of any other damage?
We have a couple of people in our neighborhood that stayed. My neighbor across the street was just out probably 10, 15 minutes ago with his light on, and actually his light's on right now. He's turning it on, taking a look out his front yard. I had a few other people stay. I got my neighbors right next to me. They stayed too, just because they weren't able to kind of get out in time, because they was waiting on some family members trying to get out, and it just didn't work out that way. Let's see, we have a tree that came down about block away from us. That was early in the storm, though. Right now, really, it's just a whole bunch of limbs, trees, kind of just, shaking off their tops pretty much.
Well, John, y'all stay safe, and if you see any other storm damage, please just let us know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to send him a picture of that fence and a picture of that tree from a while ago. I got a couple other videos, and whenever it was coming in, the lights went off, so you can't really see, but it's moving.
All right, sir. Well, y'all be safe tonight. Thank you again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, and we are looking at some video. Where was that from? LaBerge from?
Yeah.
Is that where that's from? That's from Matt Houston there. That is at LaBerge, and you can see some of the wind action for sure inside the parking garage where they're at, and you can see the wave action there on the Calcasieu River. Certainly, wind really howling through there. At that point, not quite as extreme, but that's also why they were probably outside looking at it. And there's a look at the radar one more time, seeing what's going on. Definitely the eye wall is continuing to move across much of the city of Lake Charles. So if you're in Lake Charles, you're able to still watch and or at least hear us. Please remember things are going to stay bad for a little while longer. And things inland are going to continue to deteriorate, especially in Beauregard Parish. You guys will experience the next worst part that Hurricane Laura has to offer. And then it will be Vernon Parish. And I'm not excluding you in Allen Parish, but you guys are just to the right of the worst of this weather. So yes, it's going to continue to get bad, but the worst next stop for Laura is going to be Beauregard Parish for this storm. And some of you in Beauregard Parish will experience the eye moving across. Here in Lake Charles, we're going to experience the eye as well.
This is my buddy. I have a friend who's a meteorologist in Lafayette. He is actually in Lake Charles, at LaBerge, and he just encountered that eye wall that moved through downtown Lake Charles, and he said that they are safe, but he said it was a very intense stretch with that eye wall. Winds probably gusting upwards of 130 miles per hour. It was kind of, we saw some video just a moment ago from LaBerge, and that was probably pre-eye wall, but definitely very, very strong winds working their way through. You can see we'll slide a little bit further south. Now Cameron Parish about to be on that southern
end. We're watching video from there right now. Again, this was shot a little earlier before that was that extreme, but you can definitely see the wind action. That's probably the most prolific piece of video right there, where you can see the wind really whipping through the parking garage, and they're looking out toward the river here for sure too. And you can see pretty good wave action out there on the river itself. And I will admit, it looks like we pretty much have lost. I don't see much changing on the South Lake Charles Skycam either, as far as I can tell. I see the weather data moving, but unfortunately that camera is shielded by the building itself. And it's really worse in a hurricane, because what happens, the wind hits the tall building like the Golden Nugget Casino here, and it rides up the building and goes over the top and really misses the camera's weather instruments. So we get a good picture most of the time, but unfortunately because of the power issues, we have lost said picture as well. So the only camera that I'm going to be able to show you is our Jennings Skycam, and I'm going to switch that over here real quick, and then we can be able to at least see one live picture still from Southwest Louisiana. And there we go. We'll look at the live look at our Jennings Skycam, and as expected, the wind's still howling, but they're beginning to turn around even more. They're now southeasterly, and I've seen some hints of more of a southerly wind, and that is going to continue. And now that southerly winds are beginning to impact, there was a big power flash, and there is another one there. We've lost power in downtown Jennings now. We may lose the camera here shortly as well. We'll see if it stays up. Winds right now, there's 64 miles per hour gust. Those are instantaneous gusts that are going on from our Skycam, and there comes the power back, at least for portions of Jennings. Some of that may be either generators kicking in, or maybe the actual power comes back. Sometimes it's a tree limb involved that maybe bump a power line and it briefly causes it to go out, and then it can come back sometimes. Or obviously if it's a transformer that explodes, normally your power goes off and it's going to stay off, which is what a lot of folks in Calcasieu Parish are dealing with. Plus there's physical damage, I think, to the power grid itself in much of Calcasieu and Cameron Parish. But in Jeff Davis Parish, which is where Jennings is located, at least we're still seeing a picture here. pretty good southerly winds, and this camera is looking in kind of a southerly direction anyway, basically looking into those winds. Southeasterly winds right now still at around 60 miles per hour. And remember, as those winds become more southerly, that's going to allow water to come up the waterways more so. In Jeff Davis Parish specifically, we're talking about the Mermentau River and the Mermentau River system specifically, and that includes coming all the way up Bayou Nepake and even Lake Arthur itself. The body of water I'm talking about will see rises and will continue to see rises over the next hour or two at least before things slowly begin to subside.
And with that Jennings Skycam, we'll flip back. There's some 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll flip back to the radar just for a minute. Here's what it actually looks like on radar. Now, this is looking from the Houston radar as well as the radar off towards the east, towards New Orleans region. But continuing to see very heavy rain moving through the region. But still, you're not even in the eye wall out there. And we saw those power flashes just a moment ago. The eye wall is a little bit off towards our south and our west right now, but this may skirt at least the eastern portions of Jennings, maybe a little bit, maybe even go over downtown Jennings. Let me zoom out just a little bit, and we kind of take a more wide look at that across the Jennings region. Zoom out just a little bit more. Looking across Jennings, you can see that eastern side of that eye wall going to continue to begin to at least maybe skirt the portions of Jennings out there, but you may get lucky enough where you don't have to deal with maybe the strongest winds per se. But you can see right now downtown Lake Charles, that eye wall pushing through Sulphur, Moss Bluff over to Iowa, back towards the Welsh vicinity. But Cameron, you're still right now under that under the eye at the moment. But I will suggest that that will be coming to an end pretty quickly, as we're going to be seeing this southern end of that eye wall begin to move right through that region. But Lake Charles over towards Iowa, back towards the Sulphur region. The good news is, after probably another intense, say 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to at least get a little bit of a break in terms of those strong winds. As I mentioned, I had a friend that's a meteorologist in Lafayette. He's in downtown Lake Charles, just experienced that eye wall moving through, said winds probably gusting to 130 out there. So definitely very, very strong winds. Very serious storm, as we mentioned. We saw we should be getting that new update coming in pretty soon on this storm. I'll go ahead and pull it up just in case it's already out, the 2 o'clock update. But it's not currently, but still sitting at 150 mile per hour winds. But I do expect it maybe to be slightly weaker if it is going to be anything, as it is finally moving inland. But overall, we're definitely dealing with very strong winds out there. The surge also probably going to become a factor. We were talking about it just a moment ago in the Jennings Skycam, looking at southeasterly winds now, and that is indicative of some of that more southerly flow, which could increase that surge. Last time we looked across Lake Charles Skycam when we had power there, the good news is we weren't seeing any storm surge problems there. That's at least the good point. But we're going to continue to track this for you as well. We'll go back to the radar and kind of show you what we're experiencing out there. As I mentioned, the eye wall continuing to move through downtown Lake Charles. Going to begin to see at least a little bit of a break out there as well. And hopefully we'll get at least a little bit calmer conditions.
All right, and again, we're watching that eye that is getting very close to moving over portions of Lake Charles. As I told you, I've been watching, we'll get to that in a minute. We've got an update on power outages, but we'll get to that in just a second. I'm going to go back to, and we're going to turn this microphone on real quick, and we're going to get Buddy Russ from Gator 99.5 on the phone here real quick, and we'll see what he has to say about what things are on his condition. Hey, Russ, are you there? And we may be dealing with a phone issue on his end as well. It sounds like it because it just dropped. And he is going through right at the edge of the eye wall and said things were definitely, here we go. Let's see if we got him this time. Hey, Russ, you there? You're on. Nope, I think you're out. Must be having, obviously phone issues during a hurricane sometimes come into play. And we'll try it one more time. He's trying again. Hey, Russ, you there? Nope. We may give it a try in a minute when he gets into the eye wall. We'll see. definitely having a problem. I'll hold on to that. I will let you talk about that a little bit longer.
Yeah, on that power outage update as well, looking around just shy of 75,000 people. That's just in Calcasieu Parish.
You there?
So definitely going to continue to see those power outages rise as the storm moves through, and going to continue to watch Wade, and hopefully he can get his buddy Russ. Hopefully it'll be at least a little bit calmer for him as that eye wall is continuing to lift through Lake Charles right now. We'll put this in a loop. You can see some of that heavier rain beginning to push through the region. Wade. But we're going to continue to put this in a loop, at least real quick. We're going to continue to track this for you. Here is the latest loop on the radar. We're seeing plenty of those outer bands beginning to move through, over towards Opelousas, back over towards Lafayette, Abbeville, seeing some very, very heavy rain out there. Tropical storm force winds as well, but downtown Lake Charles is definitely the brunt of the storm, and that's what we're continuing to track. Winds in this eye wall have been measured at around 128 to 130 miles per hour, and that's just gust. That's not sustained winds, but our sustained winds are sitting at 85 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and pull those up, see if they've updated at all, but here's a look at it. You can see Chenault now not reporting gusts, so that weather thing may actually be down. But looking here at Lake Charles now, you can see gusts up to 132. So that did update with sustained winds at 98.
And I got some new information. First up, I was watching some of the folks here at WAP just showed me some video they found online, and the Capital One Tower, those of you that were here during Rita, remembers what it looked like after Rita with all the windows blown out? Same story. All the windows in the lower part of the building are all gone. So we kind of expected that to be the case. Obviously glass and high winds never really mix, so that happened. Also, this is a tweet from Nicholas Isabel, who's a New York storm chaser, tweeted here, watching Lake Charles, and they're saying the Civic Center fall apart in front of us with every single glass window breaking off and shattering. And I'm not sure, they may actually be talking about the Capital One Tower. That may not be the Civic Center per se, but either one, certainly again, high wind and glass never mix very well, especially glass that's not reinforced for hurricane shrink. Either way, significant damage we know was going to occur. We told you this for days, that it was going to occur, and now beginning to get some of the reports already telling us that that is occurring across much of Lake Charles. And we do have an update on some of the power issues. I know we're working on efforting that as well, and we'll tell you a few of those numbers as well. Jacob's got those right there in front of him.
Yeah, so Calcasieu Parish sitting at about 74,200, so definitely seeing quite a few power outages there as well. Cameron Parish just shy of 2,000 there without power. Looking over towards Jeff Davis, approaching 10,000 now. Officially 9,455, and sliding up into Allen Parish, only 149 people without power there. So that's good news, at least for Allen Parish. You can see Oakdale reporting that northeasterly wind around 17 miles per hour. So that's at least good news for them. And then Beauregard as well, sitting only around 7 right now. But I do expect, as we head throughout the rest of this evening or this early morning hours, that we're going to see these power outages continue to climb as this eye wall continues to lift up through Beauregard Parish.
And there's some more video from the Lake Charles vicinity. You can see the very strong winds. Again, that top parking garage, you can see the wind really racing through the lights of those at the top of the parking garage. Very, very gusty winds going on there, and I can only imagine what things are going to look like in another hour or two after dealing with that.
Teresa Lyons, our weather watcher, actually in Lake Arthur.
And actually, I'm about to get her on the phone as well. In fact, we'll just go ahead and do that now. So we'll see if we can get her, since I know phones earlier were not working. But
Hello.
Hey, Teresa, you're live on the air. And for everyone that's listening, we have a weather watcher, Teresa Lyons. She's from the Lake Arthur vicinity. That's in Jeff Davis Parish. And Teresa, tell us what you're seeing where you're at.
Well, there's been quite a bit of rain and, of course, wind. Now, fortunately, we didn't stay in our home, even though it's made it through all the major hurricanes. We went ahead and we just came to my brother-in-law's house, Brian Lyons, and he's a contractor, so it's a very, secure home to be in. The wind, but still, you can hear that wind out there. The rain is coming down. So far there's no flooding. luckily, we're not in too much of a flood area.
Well,
I guess the only reason that possibly it might be would be if something would back up, but, from some of the other areas.
And
But
I think that may begin to happen, Teresa, as the winds are turning more southerly now. That may begin to happen as the water comes up the Mermentau and through the lake and, comes all the way up through that system. And I know there's some measures in place, but, that still could happen in the next hour or two for sure.
right. Well, we're not planning on leaving anytime soon.
Definitely
so.
not. I know you'll be there until at least daylight and where it's safe to get out. So.
Yeah, and you might want to remind them, I do live out in the country in between Lake Arthur and Thornwell.
Yep.
So what's happening in the town, I'm not sure what's going on over there. Luckily, he does have a full house generator, but I saw an alert from y'all that I think there's 115,000 people without power in southwest Louisiana. So I'm pretty sure it's pretty bad everywhere.
Definitely so, and those numbers are going to continue to go up. We appreciate it, Teresa. Y'all stay safe, and let me know if anything changes. Just shoot me a text.
Okay, I sure will.
All right,
Take care, y'all.
thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, that was one of our weather watchers. She calls us all the time with weather information, and she lives in southern Jeff Davis Parish. For those of you that may not be from here, that's where she is at. And we have reporter Lindsay Thompson, and I believe you have some info you'd like to get out, so I'm going to turn things over to her for a minute.
I have Shane Thompson on the phone right now, and he's in Jennings, and he's going to tell us a little bit about what he's seeing. Hey, Shane, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So what exactly is going on in Jennings? What are you seeing? What are the conditions like?
We're seeing sustained severe winds. I would say just by the news and what we're feeling out here, you're looking at sustained between 60 to 80 mile-an-hour winds. Trees are blowing down. Right next to the house that we're in, we're staying with my in-laws in Jennings. They have a old, sturdy, well-built house built 1900, and it's a well-built house, so we felt safe here. Next door to us, right across the street, an oak tree fell across the street, broke power lines, blew breakers out and everything, and so the wind is severe. The rain is coming down steady, but it's sideways, so it's pretty severe, and there's just debris flying all over the place. So if anyone's listening and you're in this, don't go outside. I'm standing behind the door looking at all this and videoing it, and I'm doing it for people because we've seen people drive by, literally driving around this town. And so I did it to let people know where we were at, that we were safe. But yeah, it's severe weather. It's extremely severe. The doors on the house, I'll tell you this, Lindsay, the doors on the house, as you're sitting here, you can hear them breathing. You can hear the wind whistling through the doors. The doors start to swell, and that's when you can hear a roaring sound outside, and that's when chills start going up your back, and then you realize this isn't a game.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell me a little bit why you decided to stay and not evacuate?
Well, we came in from New Mexico to get the house ready, to get the house prepared for possible flooding because we were hearing about the storm surge. And so we got sandbags put all around it, got generators ready. My mom and dad were the reason we weren't going to leave. They live in DeQuincy. They were concerned that they couldn't deal with leaving, and so they were going to come stay with me. Well, then my sister called at the last minute and told me that they were going to be able to stay with them and possibly go stay at the church there in DeQuincy. And so once that took place, I knew we could leave. I knew we could try to get out to go somewhere safer than being in the possible eye. So we came to Jennings because I knew this house would be a safe house. Like I said, it was built in 1900. It's gone through a lot of storms, and so I knew we would be pretty safe here, depending on how bad, of course, things got. But.
All right, well, I just want to thank you for taking time with us, and stay safe out there, all right?
No problem, Lindsay. Thanks.
All right,
you guys stay safe.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to toss it back to Wade.
All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay, and good information there from Shane. Good to hear a personal report from somebody in the storm itself. There's the latest information. 2 o'clock advisory is out from the National Hurricane Center. No significant changes that we didn't anticipate. Obviously, winds are up to 140 miles per hour, or down to 140 miles per hour. The air pressure is up just a little bit to 941 millibars and moving due north now at 15. We also anticipated that nudging more toward a new due north direction, and eventually more of a northeasterly direction will happen with time. But bottom line, it is inland, so the weakening process will continue with Hurricane Laura, but conditions are going to remain very intense for the next few hours over much of southwest Louisiana. So anyone watching this from afar, I know again we're on a lot of platforms across the country that may be watching us. Conditions are continuing to deteriorate for portions of our viewing area, which is the southwestern corner of Louisiana. Right now, the eye is setting right on the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish border. Calcasieu Parish, the northern one, that's where Lake Charles is located. Cameron Parish is obviously where the town of Cameron is at on the bottom of your screen. And inland areas, Beauregard, Allen, and Vernon are going to see conditions worsening as well. And Cynthia Arsenault joins us now, and you have some information too, right?
All right, just another update from the Entergy officials letting us know that Calcasieu Parish Energy customers, 74,199 without power. Jeff Davis Parish, 9,446 without power. Cameron Parish, 1,964. Vermilion Parish, 5,687. And keep in mind, when we talk about 74,000 households without power in Calcasieu Parish, that's strictly Entergy customers.
Right.
So it's a lot more than that as far as the total number. It's probably closer to some 80-something thousand people without power in Calcasieu Parish.
Sure, yeah, definitely a lot of power outages, and those numbers are going to continue to go up as this storm, the worst of it now, the eye wall itself is located over northern portions of Calcasieu Parish, so that's more Beauregard Parish, more Beauregard Electric's range up there, so I expect their numbers to continue to escalate, and of course the storm's going to be moving into Beauregard Parish, and Allen Parish are going to see significant increases in wind, which means those wind speeds are going to go up, which means power outages are going to continue to mount in those areas.
With the eye, actually, we've already made landfall.
We have.
Are we seeing is this the worst of it?
This is going to be the worst for folks in Calcasieu Parish. The worst is definitely right now with this eye wall that's moving across Calcasieu Parish. Things should be improving. The eye itself is moving across portions of Lake Charles now, but I really can't emphasize enough, please don't go out in this because we're right on the edge of the eye, and it's not impossible if this storm wobbles any at all that you could still go back into the eye wall.
So you still should not be venturing out.
I really would not. And I know the temptation is there to go look and see, but it's really, in my opinion, not a good idea. Please don't risk it. It's not worth it. You're going to see the same damage come the other half of the hurricane once it's passed.
You've got plenty enough time.
And then we'll have daylight. We'll have daylight by then to see what really is going on. So, yeah, and definitely seeing more and more impacts as far as wind is concerned over much of downtown Lake Charles, and that's going to continue with that eye wall just raking the city of Lake Charles. The good news, it should be improving here very shortly, at least for a short amount of time, as that eye wall, or eye itself. Now, I will say there may be a slight delay in the radar data because we're looking from much farther away because we've lost the Lake Charles as well as Fort Polk radars. So we're looking from Houston as well as Slidell, kind of looking, as I said, from afar into the storm, but still a good representation, I think, of what's going on. And even if it's off by a mile or two, either way, the worst weather is going on either over Lake Charles or about to go over portions of Lake Charles. And we have another video, I believe. No, not yet. Okay. I thought you were trying to get my attention.
How soon do we find out the effects of storm surge?
You know, that one, I think at this point we're going to have to wait unless somebody calls us and tells us, hey, water is rising rapidly, which I hope we don't, because, Cynthia, I hope the folks listen to the warnings that we've been telling them the last few days and got out of those places that we're going to feel that the most. But if there was somebody there, you know, that's probably going to be the only way we would know absolute certain. The only other way, there are automated reporting stations on some of the rivers and whatnot, and I know at the coast those numbers have been going up. And I'll have to look when I have a second off air and see if any of those stations have been going up exponentially along the Calcasieu River system. But
so tell me this: when she made landfall, it was a category.
Officially, Category 4 winds were 150. They'll do a lot of post-storm analysis in the coming months and see if it was even stronger. But officially, it was 150 as a Category 4 hurricane, which is that's still the top end of a Category 4. You only have 7 more miles to go to have reached Category 5, and to be 150 miles per hour is significantly stronger than most hurricanes anyone could think of. There's only a few that have been stronger than that. So. And
when day breaks and people are able to actually go in, as the sheriff expressed to us earlier this evening, later today, when they'll be able to go out and actually look at the damage and actually see what happened, and then they'll make that decision, I'm sure, as to whether or not they will allow residents back in. Once again, this is not anything that you're going to want to rush.
No, not at all.
As far as returning to your homes, because we have extensive power outages. We don't know how long it's going to take to get people back online. Entergy expressed that they've got literally thousands of power workers coming from other states to help out. But it's a process.
It is.
And we'll have to wait and see.
We'll definitely have to give it till daylight in the morning to assess, and then we'll go from there. So that's step 1, is let's get through tonight. Let's get the worst of this out of here, and then step 2 will be let's do an evaluation as soon as we physically can, and then
the cleanup.
Then we'll see about efforts of cleaning up and whatnot. But we've got a few more hours to get at least before we get to that point, unfortunately.
And that cleanup often takes a long time.
Yeah,
because you could literally go months before everything is cleaned up. I remember after Rita, you remember the kids with trick-or-treating in October. Our mayor had to call off trick-or-treating because there was still so much debris left behind, even in October after the hurricane. And so it's a long process.
It definitely is. That's one that will take some time. The only good news on that, at least we're a little more practiced on it than we were 15 years ago, I guess. So that hopefully is going to help. I think everyone learned some lessons from Rita, and hopefully those will come into play in this storm, and the cleanup at least, and will help us maybe speed that process up a bit. Obviously, this is a stronger storm, so it means the damage is it's worse, but I still think the lessons learned will at least help. It certainly can't hurt things. So,
what do you think will happen as far as our neighbors to the east in Jennings and Lafayette and places like that?
Well, good news, things are not as severe in the Jennings vicinity. We can pull up that Skycam there real quick, and there's a live look at Jennings. That's the first answer, is they still have power.
Right,
so
that's a good sign.
So things definitely have not been as extreme as they could have been. Remember, I was stressing the last few days, all the numbers I was telling you were the worst case scenario, which we're seeing play out in Calcasieu Parish. Jeff Davis, at least the far eastern part of Jeff Davis Parish, I think is going to get off without the extreme wind that Laura could have brought. Certainly some good news there as far as what was concerned there. And I'm not sure, where was that coming from? Over there, okay. That's a different source of data showing up. That's another radar view. You can see the spin going on as Laura moves farther inland. But yeah, I think it's safe to say very eastern Jeff Davis is going to have missed the worst of this. So good news.
I'm being a little selfish now.
Yeah.
Just now on that radar, we were seeing a little bit of my hometown. What's happening there?
Well, there we go. You can kind of see that. You can see the Franklin area there in St. Mary Parish. Obviously, that strongest outer band is definitely moving over portions of St. Mary Parish. So I still expect the winds are still rather strong in that vicinity. And let's see, you can pull up the wind speeds here on the other system, and it's close. The Patterson area is not too far from there, Cynthia, and right now at least that is reporting a 40-mile-per-hour gust. I will say some of these I think are a bit old and maybe not reporting because of some power issues, but a few I can see are back reporting. The Lake Charles Regional looks like it may be reporting again, though I question if that's how current that really is since it's southeasterly at 90. Jennings, I do believe, is current based on the wind direction out of the southeast with a gust to 71 miles per hour. So again, I think some of those numbers are a tad bit old. I do see New Iberia there at 56 mile per hour gust. That at least looks reasonable as far as what's concerned. So
The yellow numbers are sustained.
yep, the yellow number is the sustained, and then that purple color or pink color is the wind gust that is going on across southwest Louisiana. I'll let you take that for a second, Cynthia, and I'm going to jump back and show the radar here real quick on the
I've
system.
got my buddy here on the line. John, how's it going over there?
Yes, Cynthia, it's starting to really kick up wind here now. I'm out actually on a porch facing the south from the Sulphur Police Department, so I'm actually able to observe what's going on while still seeing some of the damage. It's weird. I'm hearing the wind whistling. I have never heard wind whistle the way it's doing. Like it goes through power lines or something like that, but there are no power lines around. I'm not sure where this is coming from, but it's a real eerie sound. There's a huge, if anyone's familiar with the police facility in Sulphur, there are several old live oak trees that are surrounding the premises, and one of them has apparently just broken over in front of the city hall, the old city hall. Rain coming down, wind is just amazing. Some of the we hear explosions off to the background.
You're hearing transformers?
Transformers going off, yes. I have made phone calls to a couple of different people who are here in town who stayed in Sulphur, and they are reporting 2 or 3 huge trees in their yards. They can hear it, and they shine a flashlight out the window real quickly to look and see trees down in their neighborhoods as well.
All right, so tell me, John, I mean, what is it feeling like? I mean, is it getting worse right now for you in Sulphur? Is it getting worse right now?
Yes. Just from the inside, my safe room is actually a holding cell. And I can hear chunks of different pieces of... Excuse me.
Wow, I think I just heard something. What was that sound?
That's a huge gust of wind blowing through. This whistling is amazing. I've never heard this before. But anyway,
now the police officers are not out. They're tucked away in there with you.
Right. They were taken off the streets about 10 o'clock last night because it was deemed too unsafe to be out on the roads. They will not be back on the roads now until it's safe to do so. So anyone who is trapped will just have to wait until this storm passes over.
John, what are your memories of Rita, and how do you compare it to what you're hearing now with Laura? I mean, we've been telling people all along for the last 24 hours that we were afraid this could be much worse than Hurricane Rita. I know you were here through Rita. How do you compare it?
Sorry, hold on. I need to back away. Well, you know, with Rita, we were at Christus St. Patrick Hospital, and we were able to walk out on the parking garage and observe what was going on, and yet hide behind some of the concrete pillars. And I'm sensing that this is about the same, except possibly a bit stronger. The smell of the broken trees, the fallen trees, I can smell that wood. It immediately brings me back to when we were at at Christmas St. Patrick in the parking garage, and we could smell the trees around us breaking.
Boy, I tell you,
it's going to be a major cleanup. I can't tell you. I can't wait until the daylight comes here and we can see what damage. But I'm sure there are trees all over the place.
well, John, you just hold tight in that holding cell, okay?
We will. Thank you.
All right, stay safe, buddy.
All right, Cynthia.
All right. So it sounds like things are getting worse for him over in Sulphur.
And it's interesting that the radar is showing that the eye is over Sulphur, but we clearly heard from him that the wind is still definitely really strong. So again, I suspect the radar, since we're looking from so far away, is slightly skewed as far as its either location of the eye itself, and things are probably going to improve for John very soon, if I had to guess, just based on the radar here. So we might keep him close by and maybe get him again shortly if we can, because he may end up going into the eye itself as the storm is getting moving north for sure. And so definitely seeing the eye getting close to moving across portions of Lake Charles, and we have reporter and anchor Shelby Trahan here. And Shelby, what have you got for us?
Hi, Wade. We are actually talking with Dick Grimion. Dick, are you there? He is the Calcasieu Director of Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. Dick, what can you tell us about what's going on in Calcasieu Parish?
Well, I mean, we're under extreme wind conditions right now. The building that I'm in is shaking, and from all of the wind. But we've been keep in contact with 911. They've had a lot of calls. It didn't sound like so far that was be considered catastrophic. Trees on houses, trailers turned over, things that you would expect with winds this high.
Mm-hmm. And so you guys do have a plan in place for when the sun comes up. Can you walk us through that a little bit, as much as you can?
Yeah, the first two really is pretty simple. The two things that need to be done first is, one, clear some of the major roads so that emergency vehicles can get into some of the areas to check things out. And then number two would be search and rescue on both land and water in case someone's trapped in a place that they need to be rescued from.
And you said those rescues won't be able to take place until the winds die down to a certain degree, but we don't know when that's happening as of right now, correct?
No. If a person feels like they're in an emergency situation, go ahead and call 911 and have them log it in so that they can be checked out later. But there will be no movement by public safety until this wind dies down.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can tell us about who's going to be going out first? It's going to be you guys along with the National Guard, or is it CPSO?
It'll be a combination of all of that.
Okay. Anything else you can tell us on the ground, Dick?
No, just, the power's going to be out, so people should be prepared for that. I think probably at this point most of the power in southwest Louisiana is out, and it's going to be probably a few days before it's restored, so just people need to be thinking about what they're going to do after the storm passes.
And so
and of course, there's just a safety message. People are going to want to go out and start cleaning up right away, maybe driving around. Just keep in mind that there's going to be nails and other sharp objects out. Generators, practice good generator safety. Make sure that you have the generator hooked up properly, and keep it out of an area where it would be susceptible to carbon monoxide poisoning.
Okay, and I've got two more questions for you, Dick.
All right.
For the first one, when the people who evacuated, when they're looking to come back, do you have anything to say to them when they might be able to do that?
I don't. It's going to be a couple of days. We'll make an announcement on that as soon as we get some information on it.
And for the people who have stayed and for the people who have evacuated, as the director of OSEP, do you have anything that you'd like to say to them?
Well, like I said, I think safety is number one issue. Once this thing passes, there's going to be a lot of debris around, and we don't want people getting hurt. The hospital emergency rooms will probably be at reduced operation because of just like everyone else. So if you get hurt, let's just make sure that we have enough resources to handle that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dick. We're going to let you go. Stay safe out there, and thanks again for talking with us.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thanks, Dick. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Shelby, and keep those coming. If we get any more information, there's a look at the radar one more time. You can see the eye definitely moving across Calcasieu Parish, definitely getting close to Sulphur in the Lake Charles vicinity, and I do believe it's slightly delayed from what is showing up here just because we're looking at radar data that's from a lot farther away than what we would normally do. And we're going to go to reporter Matt Houston. He is in Lake Charles at LeBerge. And Matt, tell us what's going on.
Hey guys, we're here inside the parking garage at LeBerge still, where we've just gotten back some emergency power here in the last 30 minutes or so. I'm standing inside the stairwell because if I were not in here, out where photographer Rick Porche is, you would not be able to hear me. The wind is whipping about as strong as we've seen it all night, and Hurricane Laura is absolutely bearing down on where we are right now. Lake Charles getting hit very hard, and you can see it's hard for Rick to keep the camera stable at the moment. It's blowing fast and often. We get short bursts of wind about every probably 20 seconds or so that are enough to move a person. And if you try and walk too far outside the cover of these interior walls that we're kind of braced with right now, it becomes hard to stand. It is windy. It is loud. It's probably the most unique thing that we've noticed up until this point is the noise here. There's a bit of a whistling effect from the wind blowing through one end of the parking garage to the other. There's also a hum as the wind rattles and vibrates the walls here. A moment ago when our power was out and we were on the phone with you all back at the studio, we told you that you could put your hands up against the walls inside the... Yeah, Rick Porche, the photographer, says...
Lost our signal with Matt Houston. Remember, all of that's coming through on a cellular network technically with our live view stuff. So that's obviously susceptible to issues with respect to the weather going on there in southwest Louisiana. So if we get him back, we'll try again with him, maybe to get a picture, but it's certainly interesting to hear some of that. I was able to listen off air a little bit over there to Matt Houston's reporting. I heard him talking about being able to feel the wall physically vibrating, and that's the power of the 100+ mile-per-hour winds, even in a concrete structure, to feel that and to hear. He was also echoing the same thing that John Bridges, our anchor and reporter, was telling us, that he was hearing that whistling sound, and you could hear it in both John's phone call a little earlier and there in Matt Houston's video and his live report. You could hear that kind of whistling sound, and sometimes that happens, especially in a structure like that where you're forcing the wind to go through a narrower structure like the parking garage. You kind of get that as the wind is kind of funneled through that vicinity. And I saw another tweet here. This was at the corner of Broad and Lake Street. Someone was tweeted out that a large amount of debris on the road and power lines were dangling. So kind of to be expected with the wind that we know is going on there in much of southwest Louisiana. So there's a look at the radar one more time. At least radar indicating that the strongest part of the eye wall now approaching the city of DeQuincy and then kind of arcing southeast through the LeBleu settlement area and then moving farther south yet into portions of the eastern part of Calcasieu Parish around the Iowa vicinity, dealing with the worst weather more than likely now, and that will continue to lift north. So get ready, those of you in Beauregard as well as Allen Parish. Things are about to get much worse than what you've been seeing for the last couple of hours. And we'll go farther south yet here across southern Calcasieu, now into northern Cameron Parish, where the eye itself is moving across those areas. And things are definitely worsening again across southern Cameron Parish, where you can see the very strong winds, the rain, but definitely we know that wind is coming with that as well there across southern Cameron Parish. And now all of that wind is onshore across Cameron Parish for the most part, especially from Cameron east or to the right on your map. And that storm surge is going to continue to be pushed ashore in Cameron Parish. It'll be interesting to see if now that's when we begin to get more and more reports of surge. And I think the best chance of seeing that happening is going to be up the Mermentau River system, which is over near from Jennings to Lake Arthur, and then pushing southwest from there to an area east of Cameron. For those of you not familiar, it's right here on the map. Basically, right through here is where the Mermentau River goes. And that's kind of lines up perfectly with the storm surge, that it could run up that system and at least bring a surge into the Lake Arthur vicinity. So those of you in Lake Arthur, I know you might be feeling like you kind of got off here without any major issues, as the wind haven't been as bad as they were farther west. And yes, you've been lucky in that regard, but the surge, I think, may continue to rise with time over the next at least hour or so, and we'll see how things progress. Near Cameron, that wind is becoming more southeasterly as well, or southwesterly, that is, and I suspect that's going to mean the tide is going to be rising for your area as well. And we'll come back here a little farther north, and you can see the eye, at least per the radar data that we have here, stretches from near Lake Charles all the way to about the Edgerly area. Those of you in Calcasieu Parish or from Calcasieu Parish will know where we're talking about, and then stretches from north to south, from just south of DeQuincy down to over the northern portions of Calcasieu Lake, and it is moving toward the north. We'll kind of put this into motion here over the last hour or so. I believe this is an hour loop. Yeah, there we go. That's an hour loop. So at the beginning, this eye was over Cameron, and now it is moving over southern portions of Calcasieu Parish, is where that eye is physically located, and will continue to move farther and farther north. We'll push this back to the north because, again, I want to make it clear, those of you in Beauregard Parish and Allen Parish are going to begin to feel the effects of this eye very soon. The eye wall itself, the winds are definitely going to be worsening rapidly across southern Beauregard, southwestern Allen Parish. Expect conditions to continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. So please, I know things may not have been so bad yet in Beauregard and Allen, but please know that it's going to get much worse here very soon if it's not already where you live.
Yeah, and kind of talk about the coastline once again with some of that storm surge flooding. Earlier today, we were showing you the high tides, the high tide forecast that we were looking at, and it was right around the 1 o'clock time frame, right when some of these strongest winds were going to be moving onshore. And I think Cameron was right around the 1 o'clock time frame. So, you know, we're still sitting at 2:30, but that water is still high, and it's already been pushed ashore already with that continued southerly wind earlier, and that's just going to continue, as Wade mentioned, as those winds beginning to shift more out of the southwesterly direction. And with the shape of our coastline, we've been talking, there's only one place this could go, and it's into, unfortunately, right here along our coastline into Cameron Parish, and as Wade mentioned, back up towards the Lake Arthur, back up towards the Mermentau, into Jennings as well. So even though you may not have gotten the strongest winds in Jennings or Lake Arthur, as Wade was mentioning, now you may have the greatest threat for seeing some of that life-threatening storm surge as we head, at least through the rest of the duration of this hurricane, as winds are going to be remaining out of the southwesterly direction.
And as the storm moves farther north and more south, at least southerly component to the wind comes into play, the surge may continue to rise up the Calcasieu River system. That runs from Lake Charles down to Cameron and actually continues on north up here above the banner. We may see that surge continue to rise. So just a heads up, those of you along the Calcasieu system may not have been seeing that amount of surge that we talked about was potential for you, but I still think there's still a chance for that to happen later on this morning. Obviously, we hope it doesn't happen, but meteorology tells us that as the storm lifts farther north, the winds are going to likely turn a little bit more southerly, and that's likely to still push some wind up the river system, and that should aid that surge. Again, we may get lucky in this regard that the worst weather, or as far as surge, may miss the Calcasieu River system just barely, but I still think we're going to see at least some amount of surge from that system as more southerly winds come back into that vicinity. Cynthia?
Wait, let me ask you a question. Can things possibly not be as bad as we thought?
Yeah, and Cynthia was asking me if things could be maybe not as bad as we thought, and that's definitely a possibility. I think just going to see how that plays out, but it's definitely a possibility for sure.
Okay. All right, so we're just basically watching to see what happens further along during the wee hours of the morning as far as storm surge.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how that plays out, and I don't think we'll get good info on that unless someone happens to live in a spot and is dealing with that flooding coming in, and
until we're able to go down to Cameron Parish
and look for the water lines, and we'll have to look for the debris lines and water lines.
The debris
that will tell us too, and obviously closer to Lake Charles, I think we'll know just based on when folks get to go back. But again, hopefully no one is there and experiencing this as we speak.
Well, once again, it's still a very dangerous situation out there. It's still a very powerful storm. We don't want people going out, venturing out, deciding that they're going to drive around and see what has happened. It is still too early to do this. You need to stay put, stay out of harm's way.
Yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. Yeah, definitely. You need to stay wherever you are. Don't plan on thinking about moving from wherever you're at. Please stay where you're at.
And we're looking at the current wind situation. Is this really the current speeds right now?
I don't think so, Cynthia. I think that 90 that's being reported at Lake Charles is from earlier. It just it hasn't moved a lot, and I noticed Sulphur has dropped off the map. Chenault probably is an old number as well, and even Jennings, that's been the same number for a while. You were asking farther east. I see the numbers here have changed, like New Iberia now at 55 mile per hour gust, even here in Baton Rouge up to 35, and DeQuincy reporting a 54 mile per hour wind gust. So I think that one is probably safe to say that it's close to maybe being a little bit more current, but yeah, I think some of the rest of those may be a little old. We'll come back to the radar though real quick here and show you what's going on that regard. And you can see the eye itself still centered over portions of Calcasieu as well as Cameron Parish. Jacob?
Yeah, continuing to see, as you just mentioned, that eye wall moving right over Lake Charles now. This is probably just a hair slower because we are, as Wade mentioned, looking at two different radars from two different sites, but probably from Lake Charles to Sulphur, back down what is Grand Lake, now beginning to see that southern end of that eye wall, but Lake Charles and Sulphur definitely beginning to see at least some of that, at least calmer weather at the moment. Maybe still some light rain as well as some of those some of those lighter winds as well. But those damaging winds really extending from over towards Deweyville back towards DeQuincy. Vinton, you're right on the edge of the eye and the eye wall. Still probably seeing some very unsettled conditions over there in Vinton, but back over towards Iowa as well, seeing some very heavy rain. And Cynthia, you got a phone call?
Yeah, I sure do. I'm going to be talking with the mayor of Vinton right now, Mayor Kenneth Stinson. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, ma'am.
What are things looking like in Vinton at this hour?
Well, we're probably getting the worst of it right now. Our building, I'm in City Hall right now. We're losing parts of the trim, and the building is just, you can hear it creaking and cracking, and I mean, we're getting some of the highest winds I think we've got tonight right now.
City Hall is really being battered right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, most of your people evacuated, I'm sure.
Well, a majority of them did. I think we've still got quite a few here. We are starting to get a few reports of damage. We had a man text in. He had a tree go through the roof of his house.
Oh, boy.
We lost electricity about 12:30, and then the wind just started ramping up, and it's just right now it's nothing like I've ever seen. Even in Rita, I think this is stronger than Rita. It seems like.
Mayor, you really feel this is worse than Rita?
I kind of do. I was here for Rita. I stayed. It's equivalent at least, if not more.
Now, tell me, what are your folks doing at City Hall? I know you're there. Your police force, I'm sure they're hunkered down now. When are you guys going to think that it's okay to go out and see what has happened to your town?
Well, the winds will have to get at least under 40 miles an hour before we can get out, because it's just not safe for my personnel. My fire personnel and police personnel are in the police station. I do have skeleton staff here at City Hall just to be here for in the morning to get out to take care of our residents.
But you sent most of the people home, right?
Yes.
How does it feel to actually be in the midst of that? I know it's a terrible, terrible sound, but how can you describe it to folks who've evacuated and they're wondering what's happening to their town?
It's just this loud whistling sound. The doors are in and out. They're popping in their door sockets, and then you hear things rolling past. We were seeing things, trash cans and things blowing down the street. It's just a very eerie sound, and I'm ready for it to be over with.
Did you have a hard time getting most of the people to leave town?
Yes, ma'am, because I think early on it didn't seem like it was going to be that major of a storm, and a lot of people that stayed for Rita, they didn't think it was going to be near Rita. Now, from yesterday to the day before, a lot of people decided to leave as the predictions ramped up. So a lot of extra people left, but I'd still say we probably have at least 40%, maybe 50% of the people that stayed.
Wow, that many, huh? And from the sound of it, City Hall is taking quite a beating. I can't imagine what's happening to some of the homes, God forbid.
I can't even imagine. We'll get out and start assessing that in the morning. We did. The police department put out a Facebook message and asked people that were staying to call in, so we knew who was in town and who was staying. So in the morning when we're able to get out, we're going to go start checking those people that we know that stayed and make sure they're okay.
So you're going to be knocking on doors?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, Mayor Kenneth Stinson, thank you so much for taking the time out to give us a call and let us know what's happening in Vinton. It sounds like a pretty scary situation. Hopefully you and the rest of the guys there, that you'll stay safe.
We hope so. Y'all pray for us.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being with us. And you just heard it from the mayor of Vinton. They are really going through it right now. Things are really picking up in Vinton. He just expressed to me how parts of the building at City Hall are being ripped off. He's talking about this horrible whistling sound. That's a sound that we're all too familiar with, the sound of a hurricane that is rustling through. And hopefully most of the people got out of harm's way. There are always some people who are going to stay behind and figure they can ride out the storm, and hopefully they'll make it through safely.
Yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. That's just kind of devastating things to hear, and that's on that edge of that eye wall that we were talking about. You know, this particular radar says maybe Vinton's not getting a lot, but we just talked to the Vinton mayor, and I mean, obviously, this is a very intense part of the storm of the eye wall. We've been telling you with that, with winds approaching 130 miles per hour. We saw before the Lake Charles radar went down, we saw gusts upwards of 132 miles per hour with sustained winds right around 92. So hurricane force winds, this is where you're going to find the strongest of those winds, right here from DeQuincy back down towards Iowa, then back over towards Orange, Texas, Vinton, and even on the southern edge of this eye wall, we're going to expect to see more of those hurricane force winds beginning to approach the region. Once again, you can see, we'll go ahead and scroll down just a little bit here, and we'll kind of go back down to Cameron Parish, where they're on that southern end of that eye, and that's some very heavy rain winds becoming more out of that southwesterly direction. So not only are those winds picking back up to hurricane force, but we're also tracking plenty of surge threat as well. And this is all pushing up against our coastline, back towards the Lake Arthur region, back up towards the Jennings vicinity. So this is something to watch for, and this is all moving off towards the north as well. We'll slide up right along Highway 171, heading up towards Topsy, as well as over towards Longville and the Ragley vicinity. This is where that eye wall is moving through. This is some of the worst weather that we're going to be seeing. And I don't want you to let your guard down either if you're in Lake Charles or into the Sulphur region. It shows that you're under the eye right now, but we all know that we have to go through the southern part of that eye wall as well. And as quick as those winds subside, and go calm, they can return very quickly as well.
And we just heard Mayor Stinson talking about how this is like one of the worst situations he's ever been in. He talked about the fact that he was there for Rita. And he really feels that it is worse than Rita.
Yeah, and we talked about it today that this could be worse than Rita because of the winds. When Rita came ashore, it was a weak Category 3 storm, actually weakening, and this storm was actually doing the complete opposite. We saw it come ashore with 150-mile-per-hour winds, and with that storm surge potential, we'll have to see how that plays out through the rest of this morning, but definitely with the wind category, definitely a lot worse than Rita.
We've heard it from the mayor of Benton. We also heard it from John Bridges just a few minutes ago talking about how things are really sounding horrible in Sulphur.
Yep.
So it's still early yet.
All right, I'm here with the Sulphur Chief of Police, Lewis Coates. Can you tell us just a little bit about what y'all are seeing right now? I know y'all are in the eye of the hurricane, but can you tell us about what kind of damage you've seen so far?
Well, we just kind of took a moment to go outside and just kind of inspect on our building, do an assessment on what damage with. We have trees, large limbs down. Obviously the neighborhood surrounding our agency is out of power. It appears that trees and lines are down as far as we can see down the road. We're standing. I'm not going to tell you it was an easy night. I'm going to tell you, I rode this the Hurricane Rita out in the same building, and that was a cakewalk compared to this. And I'm going to tell you, this was intense for the last hour or so.
Mm-hmm. And what time are you thinking y'all may be able to get out? I know it's just kind of playing by ear yet now, but have y'all been getting any calls for rescues? And what time y'all think y'all going to be able to get out?
We're shooting for daybreak. At this point, we haven't received any calls for rescues. We've had a few phone calls that during the height of the storm, people calling in want us to go check on other citizens that had stayed behind, and we just didn't have the resources to do such. We will check on them first thing in the morning. We have their address and location.
All right, and is there anything else you'd want to maybe tell the public that any piece of advice right now, because we are in the eye, but we're about to get hit again. Is there anything else, like an important piece of advice you'd want to tell the public?
I'm not saying the worst is over. I'm not a meteorologist, but it's probably going to be just as bad. Hunker down. Don't get too comfortable, and ride it out. And then immediately following the storm, don't jump on the roads and go sightseeing. Give us an opportunity to clear the roads so we can get rescue to the people that need to be rescued. We expect that we will be faced with that in the morning, probably parish-wide. And so give us an opportunity to address those needs before we have people who are riding around taking pictures and sightseeing.
All right, well, I just want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, and y'all stay safe out there, all right?
Hey,
thank you very much.
Hang on one second. Chief, are you still there?
Nope. That's all right. I wanted to see if he was actually in the eye or if he was dealing with still wind conditions. So next people we get on, let's try to ask them that as well, because I would like to confirm. I've actually heard from a couple of friends I know that have stayed in the Lake Charles area. They were telling me they definitely did not get the calming winds, even though the radar shows they were in the eye. So again, I think that's the effect of looking at the radar data from a little farther away. Bottom line, definitely still dealing with some very extreme conditions. Either way, the worst weather now likely from Iowa to near to Quincy and going to be moving north into portions of Beauregard and Vernon, or Beauregard and Allen parishes, that is. So heads up there. And yeah, we still have the backside of this hurricane to go, and that's moving across Cameron Parish, and we'll be moving across Calcasieu likely in the next hour or two. So again, if it is calmer sounding where you are, remember things are still likely to get worse coming up on the backside of this storm. This is a two-sided event. We still have to get through the second half, or and some of you may be saying you never got a break because you never got close to the eye at all. So the weather will continue to deteriorate for some areas, especially north of Interstate 10. We have reporter Cinnamon Cornell as well, and I believe you have somebody else on the phone. So we'll let you get the mic and come in here and tell us some info.
Thank you, Wade. I have State Fire Marshal Butch Browning on the line. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, well, we're reaching out to discuss efforts as the storm comes through. Now, just tell me, what do you and your team have planned in regards to search and recovery efforts?
So we have one of the most robust, probably the largest search and rescue plan for the whole state of Louisiana that's been ongoing for almost a week now. So, the role of search and rescue on the state level is very critical, because what we do is as we communicate with the local communities, and when the storm passes, the search and rescue teams will then go in and work with the local officials, the local public safety professionals, and the OEP directors to search areas that need help. Now, in this particular situation, our biggest concern is structural damage. So in the fire marshal's office, our role is to lead urban search and rescue, which are situations where people are trapped in buildings and require highly technical trained, highly technical equipment to go in and take people out of buildings that may be trapped, buildings that are unstable that normal people couldn't go in. So in addition to what the National Guard is doing, in addition to what the Wildlife and Fisheries is doing, and what the Louisiana Sheriff's is doing, we all work in partnership, and we integrate the proper resources upon the needs that we get locally, and we go in and make these rescues. So we staged over 500 technical rescue specialists across the state. Most come from our local efforts, but we have almost 300 that we've brought in from out of state that's been pre-staged. And of course, we're looking at this storm. We're tracking, really from Baton Rouge to the state line west, north to Shreveport. So certainly, as you move throughout the state, we have people pre-staged. Their job will be when the winds die down. Typically, we operate on a 45-mile-an-hour wind. When that winds go below that, we will begin pushing the pre-staged assets into these communities, working with the local departments to make these rescues and get people out of harm's way. Certainly, in my 35 years, this will probably be the largest search and rescue effort that we've ever made in Louisiana, and we're ready. We've been tracking. When the governor recognized us over a week ago, we knew that it was serious with 2 storms. So our plans were very robust, and when we narrowed down to 1 storm that now has become what looks to be a Category 4, maybe Category 5, we really did a good job on a state and local level of planning this. So what'll happen as the sun comes up, we'll begin pushing people in. Now, we do have people staged. I've been in communication with our Lake Charles office, with the Fire Marshal's office. We have deputies there that are providing real-time information, as well as people we seated in the affected parishes in their emergency operations centers. So again, as we wake up in the morning and get to work, we'll learn based on the 911 phone calls and what the local agencies do in their initial assessment where we need to deploy these teams. But in the end, what we call a primary search, where we go and find the obvious problems, we'll then have to backtrack and do what we call a complete secondary search. So in the significantly affected areas of the state, the locals and the state folks will work together and do this secondary search, where we literally go to every building. And we're not only looking for people who are in immediate need or immediate urgent care, but we're also looking for people as the days go on with no power, maybe the lack of provisions, who we need to get out of those desolate areas and get them to a safe haven. So it's a very tremendous effort. Our teams in Louisiana have done this in Florida and South Carolina. We've been good neighbors, and those states are now becoming our good neighbors and helping us. So it's very sad, it's very tragic to see what our state's going through, but the public safety professionals all across the state, from our fire chiefs, our police chiefs, our sheriffs, they're doing a phenomenal job, and they communicate very well together. Right now, I think the reports that we're getting, obviously the massive power outages that you're seeing, but right now we're still able to communicate with all of our liaisons that are out across the state. But again, this is a very long incident for the state of Louisiana, because we have to track this storm till it leaves the northern part of the state, till it leaves us and goes into Arkansas and Mississippi. So, this will be about a 48-hour period of us continually dispatching resources and then coming back and backfilling what the public safety people need, because history tells us that when you have these hurricanes, the original emergency is to go and do search and rescue, but there's a lot of residual things that happen in the days past. A fire department, for example, that has a call volume, a normal call volume, they'll see a 200% increase in their call volume days and weeks after these storms. So we're putting those plans in place. We're already looking at the recovery piece of this to sustain those fire departments and make sure that they have what they need to continue protecting their communities in normal times, let alone this awesome challenge that they now have.
Well, Butch, we appreciate you and your team's work. A very serious statement there saying that this is going to be one of the largest search and rescue efforts that you've seen in over 30 years of your efforts. So we're going to stay in contact with you as the days go on in those efforts, and please just keep us updated. If you get any calls in from people that are needing to be rescued, please let us know.
Yeah, and sure, and I think the most important thing that a Louisiana citizen needs to do is keep in contact with their local emergency offices, the local Homeland Security offices, because they're going to have the real-time information that is specific to that parish or that city that you live in, and all that information funnels up to the state, and as part of the governor's briefings. Right now, we're briefing the governor all day long, every day, but certainly as the plans are made, so Louisiana gets all of the needs taken care of in a very expeditious manner. I think that's important for citizens to know. They need to keep in touch with their local people. They have the right information.
Most definitely. Well, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your time, and we'll stay in contact with you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, bye-bye. All right, I'm going to pass it on to meteorologist Jacob Durham.
Yeah, thank you, Cinnamon. We want to also show you a video from reporter Matt Houston, who's in Lake Charles. This was recorded just a little bit earlier, but this is why Matt and his crew had to hide in the stairwell and take shelter there. So let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
As we're still in the L'Auberge Casino parking garage right now, we're going to try and walk kind of out of this protected area where we don't have as much cover from these exterior walls. And already you can see the wind blowing hard, the rain coming down, and the rain stings as it hits your skin because it's moving so fast. We're going to try and make it to the other side so you can see. If you'll look out across where we're standing right now, you got these trees that are really moving. Woo! Moving with that wind that is moving fast. We're off the Calcasieu River at the moment, in between the port of Lake Charles and the I-210 bridge. We can't even see the plants across the way. We've been debating about whether they're losing power or the rain is so thick that we can't see them. I think at the moment it's the thickness of the rain that's preventing us from seeing that. Obviously the wind blowing too. I can lean back into it as it does and it'll hold me up. It's pretty easy to do at the moment. These are these tropical storm force winds that are blowing hard and fast right into our backs right now. Let's keep moving if we can. We haven't made a ton of progress because it's blowing hard. I mean, really hard at the moment. These are the sorts of winds that you don't want to be out in right now. And keep in mind, we're still protected a little bit by this railing here. And so this is just a taste of what it's like outside down on the ground. Obviously, we're a little bit higher, so these winds are going to be a little bit more extreme. But if you go down on the ground, what you're going to see right now is lots of these power poles and lines moving and bending a little bit, just like these treetops are doing. As we approach this ramp here into the parking garage, things are hairy at the moment. Woo!
Reporter Matt Houston for we thank reporter Matt Houston for that report there from the L'Auberge Casino inside the parking garage. But you could see the power of the wind and really the flying debris there at the end as well. And that's why we preached, please don't be out there in it. Being in the garage does provide a little bit of protection for them. But again, they even went and took some shelter after that because the wind was so severe. We have you're coming up next, Ashley. Shelby, good grief, it's been a long day / night, now morning. Shelby Trahan comes in and joins us now, and tell us what you have, Shelby.
That's right, Scott. Wait, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm on the phone with Scott Greitman. He is the director of the Beauregard Office of Homeland Security. Scott, so what can you tell us about what's going on in Beauregard right now? You guys are on the eye wall of the storm. What are you guys seeing on the ground?
Right now, a lot of wind, rain, it's really blowing. I was here during Rita. It's definitely worse than Rita. We are hunkered down, just praying at this time.
And so you guys, you said that you were all experiencing severe power outages, you know, down phone lines and everything like that. You guys also have a last resort shelter. About how many people do you guys have in that shelter right now, and how are things going over there?
As right now, we have 127 people in our last resort shelter. Last report, everything's fine. Everybody is safe. We do have the Beauregard Parish Sheriff's Department deputies there. We also been having or trying to have paramedics go in and out periodically checking on. We do have a lot of elderly people there as well. But as soon as these winds starts dying down, we can start getting out there. We're going to try to relocate these individuals to find a safer place to be.
And so you said that you were possibly going to be dispersing those people out to shelters across the state?
You can find a shelter for them. We will be working with GOSEP on that as well.
Okay. And so what is your plan at First Light for the rest of the parish?
At First Light, the Beauregard Parish Sheriff's Office, City Police Department, all emergency services, we're going to actually start trying to get out to the public, to these people, and checking on them, and start doing search and rescue if need to do so. Of course, the first thing we're going to be doing, of course, is clearing the roadways and just to get to them, of course. It's going to be a mess out there. We've already got several trees down, power lines down, of course, so it's going to take us time. We just have to public be patient. We're going to get to you as soon as we can.
And so you guys had a voluntary evacuation that you guys put in place a few days ago. Now, you guys don't happen to know how many people evacuated and how many people stayed. Is that correct?
That is correct, man. We did ask the public to sit there and email us who had left the parish and who had stayed, so we can start trying to check on those people who have stayed. You know, they're sending their addresses and phone numbers and things like that.
Now, have you guys received any reports from people that stayed that are saying, you know, hey, I'm really in a bad place, I need to be rescued? Have you guys received any phone calls or emails about that?
My understanding, there has been a report where a lady was caught in the middle of the storm and is taking shelter some close by a nearby house. I don't have all the information just yet. That was just coming to me.
Okay, and what do you have to say to your parish residents who may be scared or who evacuated and are worried for their homes and everything?
Just stay inside, shelter in place, and pray. And let's hope this thing be over soon.
Yes, sir. And everything, obviously you said that you guys were going to be going out at First Light, getting those people that are in that last resort shelter back to someplace across the state that might be safe, and of course going out on rescues and anything like that. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
No, ma'am, not this time.
All right, thank you so much, Scott, for talking with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. I'm going to hand things over back to our meteorologist.
All right, thanks a lot, Shelby, and we'll continue to get more and more reports from folks as things get worse in some areas and things improve. We actually have a picture that we'll show you. This is at Christus St. Patrick Hospital. That's the Sky Bridge that goes across from the hospital to the parking garage. And what you're seeing on the ground is part of the canopy over the top of it that has come off the Sky Bridge itself. I actually saw another picture from a friend of mine on Facebook just a minute ago I was looking at that you could see it even at a different angle, and that's the top part of the Sky Bridge. That the floor part that you would walk on is there, but it's still interesting to see that that damage, because Cynthia is standing next to me here. You and I were both there 15 years ago. Almost.
So that's an eerie feeling to see that.
Definitely definitely so. Knowing that we walked across that even during the hurricane, or some of us did. I know I did. We went into the parking garage, and definitely even worse.
It has collapsed. I've got another piece of video. I'm gonna do the way Jacob does to show you close up. I'm gonna get up close to the camera here. Oh, there we go. I'm sure all of you in Lake Charles will recognize this building. That is the Capital One Tower, and you can see all the windows that are busted out of that building. Pretty much a repeat of Hurricane Rita. We saw the same thing happen. 21-story building in downtown Lake Charles, and just about you see all those windows that are busted out. So that's a repeat of what we had the time before.
Yeah, and to be expected, you know, it is glass and very susceptible to the wind and flying debris. But yeah, very eerie to see that is exactly what we saw 15 years ago with Rita. To see that happening again. I've been watching. There's a storm chaser in Lake Charles as well that has a live stream that's looking right at the street between there and Wendy's. The buildings are still standing, but there's definitely damage. Signs and whatnot are definitely destroyed, and power was out in that area, as one would definitely imagine. Certainly, and things are still, it's not over in Lake Charles either. Please don't think that things are over, because we've got the whole other half of this hurricane to go. Some of you may or may not have experienced the eye. I just heard from another friend of mine. They were at just near the Walmart on US 171 North Lake Charles, and said they never experienced the eye of the hurricane either. I have a friend that is not too far from S.J. Welch Middle School. They too tell me that they did not experience a change in the weather, meaning they did not experience the eye, even though you look, even on the radar that they were looking at, which is basically the same view that we have, it was showing that they were. So there's another update of the radar, though I do believe the overall idea is pretty close to what's going on, and we'll kind of move this up, and whatever is left of the eye is definitely lifting north. Looks like it is fully out of Cameron Parish now, and now moving north across Calcasieu. The northern part of the eye is now beginning to move into Beauregard Parish, and things are going to continue to get worse across Cameron Parish. You can see, again, very heavy rain, still indicating the very strong winds that are likely occurring across much of Cameron Parish, and specifically the town of Cameron, dealing with the very heavy rainfall that is coming in at basically now a west to southwesterly direction is that wind direction there. A few of you were asking about river information as far as river stages and whatnot. I was looking a minute ago while I was off camera for a few minutes at some of that data. What data I did see that wasn't too old did not show any major rises, and actually I looked at the data for Lake Charles, the actual lake, and that's at the Pithon Coulee pumping station, and it was interesting to see that was not really showing much surge. So far, Cynthia had asked me this question a minute ago, so far not seeing any major signs of a surge along the Calcasieu River system. That still could come as this storm moves farther north and we gain a little bit more southerly component to our winds, but that's the only good news I think we may be able to take from this, is maybe the surge was not as bad. Even the marine reporting station in Cameron at Calcasieu Pass looks like may have topped out at in the 11 feet vicinity. Rita was 15, so a few feet less there, so maybe a little bit of good news tonight in Cameron Parish as well. And things should have been a little better west of there. We talked about that a little earlier this morning. Places like Johnson Bayou and Holly Beach, I think, will have gotten off without catastrophic storm surge. I don't want to say better, but at least it was not the catastrophic surge that it could have been, because you guys were on the western side of this, and still at the moment it's more of a westerly wind that you're dealing with. It still may gain some southerly component to it, and that still could cause the surge to increase there between Cameron and Sabine Pass. But so far tonight, things have not been as bad.
So far, so good. And, you know, Wade, one thing I want to add to this, I'm by no means a meteorologist like you guys, but, you know, having been born and raised in Louisiana and gone through quite a few of these hurricanes myself, I just want to caution people about becoming too complacent or jubilant early on, because so many times I've seen it time and time again where the night of the storm, you don't actually see anything, and then it's the day after or even a couple of days after that you're running for higher ground. I've seen it so many times in St. Mary Parish where I grew up, where we would make it through a storm. We'd make it through these hours like we're experiencing right now, and you're breathing that sigh of relief that you're thinking that it's over, and then the next day the waters would rise.
Yeah, the surge definitely could come up, and even the reports we're getting, in real time. Remember, those folks are stationary; they're not able to get out and really go look and see what's going on anywhere really around them. So, what few reports and pictures and the couple of storm chasers that are out and about, they're in a fixed location, so we can see what they see, but we can't see anything beyond that. So, there's still definitely the chance that things are much worse, and I suspect they are in many regards. And yeah, you're right too. The surge definitely is still going to come up, at least for tonight, and it's going to be slow to recede. Places that have seen a surge, it's going to take some time before that surge recedes, which I think is more of an issue for eastern Cameron Parish, that is, and maybe into Jeff Davis, probably even over into Vermilion Parish for sure. And again, what surge came in, it's going to take longer for it to go back out because the hurricane pushes it over some of the cheniers that we have. And for those of you that may be watching somewhere else in the country, what we call a chenier is a little strip of land near the coastline that used to be the beach many, many years ago when the water levels were different. We're talking thousands of years ago, but a chenier is a little bit higher ground right along the immediate coastline. And a lot of times here in South Louisiana, those cheniers have oak trees, beautiful oak trees on them as well. But the hurricane can push the water over them, but the water can't come back across them because there's no mechanism. They need to find the little channels of creeks and bayous and rivers and whatnot, or canals that have maybe been cut to get back out. So that's why Cameron Parish sometimes takes a lot longer to get rid of the surge waters. We saw that in Rita 15 years ago.
Yeah, and bottom line, we're going to have to wait and see. And I'm sure tomorrow, everybody's going to go out, local law enforcement, the Calcasieu Sheriff's Office, a lot of those National Guard folks that we saw coming into Baton Rouge. They're all going to venture out tomorrow, and that's when they're going to actually be assessing the damage.
Yeah, and that'll give us a much better picture of what has gone on. We'll pull the radar back up a little bit and show you Calcasieu Parish again. You can see the heavy rain that is falling in the eye wall itself across southern Beauregard, southwestern Allen, and portions of western Jeff Davis Parish out near our KPLC television transmitter location now dealing with the very intense winds. So obviously a lot of problems are still going to be going on across southwest Louisiana. And we have reporter Cinnamon Cornell again. She has someone else on the phone, so we'll pull Cinnamon in and let you take it away.
Thank you, Wade. I am on the phone with DeRidder Police Chief and Fire Chief. Chief Richard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sam.
Alrighty, sir. Well, just tell me, y'all are out in DeRidder right now. What has the last couple of hours been like for y'all?
Well, earlier the winds were light, but in the past hour and a half, they have picked up tremendously. We're getting a few, some debris in the roadways. We have pulled the officers back in due to the higher winds, and we're just riding it out right now, waiting and seeing what else is going to unfold.
And when do y'all expect to be able to go back out and just address any impacts that have been made by this storm?
We don't have a timeline right now on exactly when we can go back out. We're basing everything on our current conditions as the storm pushes through. We're limited on access to wind data at this point because of stations being down and internet connectivity issues. So we're just monitoring the situation at a local level, and when we determine it's safe, we will immediately get our people and apparatus and units back on the road to start all of our damage assessment and search and rescue if required.
Now, leading up to Hurricane Laura's landfall, what were preparations like?
We had meetings
OEP, the Beauregard Parish Office of Emergency Preparedness, all the elected officials, Sheriff, Mayor Clanding, Mr. Mike Harper with the police jury, Mayor Smith from Maryville. They've all been in meetings with us, the support group, the chiefs, district fire chiefs, and we've been getting everything prepared. And I think we were well prepared when this for this event as best as we can be.
And we've been in constant communication throughout this whole event with everybody to make sure that we're trying to share the same message out to the public. Also making sure that everybody is working together to help each other out as much as possible. Mr. Cooley, our superintendent's also on our Unified Command Group, and he's very vital into making sure that we are taking care of the schools and the people that are affected by school closures and those type of things.
Yes, sir, definitely. And as of right now, have y'all received any reports of any damage, any concerns for flooding at this point?
None that we know of, that we've got reported, but I would assume that we're going to have some substantial damage and flooding with the current conditions. The rainfall, along with the wind, has increased significantly, like Chief Richard said, over the past hour and a half. And, of course, we know that from what we're seeing that we're still have more to come. And so we're just kind of hunkering down right now until we can get past this episode, till we're available to go out and start doing those damage assessments.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate you both. Y'all stay safe. From what I'm looking at right now, it looks like the center of the storm is moving y'all's way. So y'all just stay safe and keep us updated. And we appreciate y'all again.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank y'all.
Director.
And I just have some really quick updates. I spoke with Katie Harrington with the city of Lake Charles. She has said that conditions have deteriorated significantly at this point, that there's a lot of rain and strong gusty winds, as both Jacob and Wade have mentioned. And from her location, she can see several trees down. She's going to continue to update us, but again, as she said, conditions are significantly deteriorating. I also spoke with Heath Allen from the Lake Charles Airport. He is actually staying and riding out this storm in one of the terminals. He has said that from the back side of the airport, that it sounds like things are shifting as far as the wind, that he's relatively certain that they will have significant storm damage. The terminal that they're in is experiencing leaks at this time. He doesn't see any clear, as far as observations are concerned, any clear damage on the inside, but again, it is leaking, and he does expect the airport to have significant storm damage. So again, we are just following up with all of our local officials, and we will keep y'all updated.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thanks a lot, Cinnamon. Thanks a lot, Cinnamon. And watching the radar, and you can still see, she was talking to police and fire chief there in DeRidder, and you can see things are going to get worse there very soon with the eye wall approaching from the south. Things across southern Beauregard are definitely as bad as they're probably going to be, because it looks like the northern half of the eye wall is probably the worst half, at least based on all the radar data. And you can see some pretty intense winds there in the vicinity of Reeves, stretching northwest up to near Longville, and then back south to around the Fenton area, Indian Village, just east of LeBlue Settlement. That is out near the KPLC television transmitter location. Those of you that know where that's at, out along Highway 383, that is probably some very intense winds that are going on out there. And then we can continue a little farther south, and you can see rain's definitely still going on across much of Cameron Parish, and very, very windy conditions going on still there, I suspect, though. Definitely looks like the southern half of the storm is not as intense, but I definitely don't want to make it sound too rosy of a picture there. That it's still bad this morning, and we've got at least another probably hour's worth of rain to go through, maybe another 2 hours before things may begin to improve along the Cameron Parish coastline, and it's definitely going to take some time before that improvement gets farther north for areas along I-10, probably much closer to daylight in the morning before before we see that improvement closer to the I-10 corridor. But bottom line, there's a look at the radar. And Cynthia?
All right, I got another update from John Bridges over in Sulphur. John, how's it going?
Hi, Cynthia. Good. We're here at the Sulphur Law Enforcement Center, and the eye passed over us. It was amazing. The winds just died down, just like you read in the textbook. It got still. We were able to walk around and survey some of the damage just around the old City Hall area. And trees down, power lines down, old oak trees here in the area. I'm getting reports across Sulphur of shingle damage. I spoke with a neighbor who was next door to me who stayed. He said that his mailbox, which is when it was in the ground concreted, was pulled up out of the ground and placed over to the side. It was almost like it was just pulled out of the ground, ripped out of the ground, and laid down on its side. He's okay. He said that definitely the winds felt stronger than when he experienced Rita. He stayed in his house for Rita. The winds are starting to pick back up now, so I guess we're getting the other side of the wall, and we'll see what that has to do. There's an antenna, the police department's tower that had communications antennas on it has been bent in half. It has been in half and is on the ground. There have been some back windshields knocked out here in the parking lot from debris hitting it. And like I said, it was just surreal, the eye. It was amazing to see the winds just die down to nothing, and now it's starting to pick back up.
All right, you guys get out of harm's way, but I can tell significant damage over in Sulphur.
Yes.
All right, thank you, John.
All right, thank you, Cynthia.
That sounds about right.
It does, yeah.
With that eye passing over.
Yeah, definitely so, and you can see it. I've got it zoomed in on the radar picture right there. You can see the eye that's moved across that area. It's nice to finally get a confirmation that the eye is where the radar shows it is. Again, I think it's probably smaller than what it looks like on this radar imagery. That's why we're getting fewer reports of the eye actually occurring. We're getting it looks wider here because of the radar data being from much farther away than what would normally be the case. But bottom line, yes, things are going to rapidly deteriorate again across Sulphur Carless area because the eye wall, the southern eye wall, is coming in from the south and will be lifting north. Now, the good news, if there's anything good to take from this, yes, it's going to get bad again very, very soon, but this will go in the reverse of the things that got, as the progression earlier this morning, things started very slow and then got really bad really quick. Tonight, for the rest of this morning, it'll be the reverse. It's going to be really bad for a little while and then will gradually improve. So you'll probably have, say, maybe an hour's worth of really intense winds to deal with, and then things should begin to slowly subside. But it'll probably take until well after daylight in the morning before things improve enough to really say that you should venture outside of your home. So still a while to go. We're at 3:22 this morning on this Thursday morning, so definitely got some time before things are going to improve. Plan on staying wherever you're at for several more hours, but at least with the Sulphur Carless vicinity, I'd say an hour, maybe a little more of absolute worst weather, and then things should begin to slowly improve.
And you know, just the way John described it, it's so eerie when you hear that quietness, you know, as that eye is passing through. But you know what, I just got this feeling that tomorrow, when we are assessing the damage, we're gonna see widespread devastation.
Oh, it's gonna be very widespread.
I mean, that was the same thing that we saw before, and this has been much more of a powerful storm than Hurricane Rita. So I would imagine we're gonna see just widespread devastation, you know, from the Cameron Coast all the way up through Calcasieu Parish
and it's going to be
beyond.
And it'll even be for our inland communities as well. Vernon, Beauregard, Allen. It's going to be worse for you guys as well. It won't be as bad as Calcasieu, Cameron, but still equally worse than what Rita was in your area 15 years ago. As we've already heard from several different local officials that were there for both storms say that this one by far was much worse than what Rita was. And we've told you that that was likely going to be the case. And certainly hearing that being proved out based on everything we're hearing.
Picking up the pieces is the hard part, but hopefully there will have been no loss of life.
That's what we're absolutely hoping
That's what
for.
we're praying for.
That's the most important part. Things can be replaced. That's why we have insurance, and hopefully there'll be some outside help on that one as well. But lives cannot be replaced. That's the bottom line on that one. So hopefully we're not going to be reporting on that, but I am fearful that we may. But we'll keep you posted on that. But definitely things are going downhill for sure. Sulphur again and Lake Charles. Anyone that's seen some improvement, you can expect that the southern eye wall to be moving north. And it is good. It is moving. So it's not showing a sign of stalling. We didn't really anticipate it was going to anyway. But it is something we always watch for. And it's in the most troubling time now because you've already dealt with the storm for several hours and it's still here, and I know you're wanting it to get out of here, and it seems like it's not moving, but you can clearly see it is moving. And
comparatively speaking, Laura is moving a lot faster than some other storms that we've experienced in the past.
Definitely so. Some hurricanes move at a much slower speed. So yeah, this one's moving, and like I said, still shows signs that that's not going to change. And there's an even wider view. I will still stress though that there are rain bands offshore out over the Gulf of Mexico, so it doesn't mean that we're completely done. You can see some of those stretching out here east of Galveston, so we're not going to be done with rain, but the worst of the weather will definitely see some improving conditions probably in the next hour or so in lower Cameron Parish, but a little longer for areas farther north. And of course, unfortunately, those of you farther north yet in portions of Beauregard as well as Allen Parish will see those conditions continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. So I know we've been focusing a little bit more on Calcasieu Parish with info, but Beauregard, Allen, Vernon Parish, things are going to get worse for you guys. So please don't take what we've been talking about with some of the officials to make you think that, well, things are going to not be that bad. It's definitely going to get worse, especially in Beauregard. I think Beauregard is going to be the next worst place that sees weather, but even western Allen Parish, you guys are going to be in the portion of the eye wall and will definitely still feel the effects. And you can kind of see that on the radar there with that eye wall that is definitely visible across Beauregard and sections of Allen Parish, and that's going to continue to lift farther and farther north with time. And it's interesting to see, I've got the Houston radar actually in here, and nothing at all going on in Houston, even as far east as near Baytown, not a drop of rain occurring. And a little breezy conditions, but that's proves just how interesting some of these storms are. But the east side over here, we're in Baton Rouge. There are some showers around, nothing that's all that problematic, but there are a few showers out there. The eastern side's always usually the wider of the two sides because of the way the meteorology just works, with the winds coming in, feeding the storm. That's where basically the storm gets fed, is on that eastern side, whereas the western side, you don't see that quite as much. But yeah, watching that eye wall move across sections of Beauregard Parish as well as portions of Allen Parish as well. And I know we have a different picture. We'll take that sky cam real quick. This is a view from our camera, our sky cam that's in downtown Jennings. We are looking toward the south and still very windy conditions, but power is on. We've seen some various power flashes at times still, and what we thought might have been a fire a little while ago, that I actually think it was probably some power lines that may have been arcing, is what we've kind of come to determine that it probably was on the Skycam a little while ago. But definitely at least good to see power on somewhere in southwest Louisiana, but unfortunately I think that's going to be a limited case. Even western Jeff Davis Parish not going to see such a good picture. Even the western part of Jeff Davis Parish, places like Lacassine and Welsh, unfortunately I think it's going to be a much worse condition than what we're seeing in and around the Jennings vicinity there our vantage point. Jacob?
Yeah, going to continue to track this eye as it moves off towards the north, as Wade's been mentioning. The next in line is definitely the northern portions of Beauregard, heading up towards DeRidder now, as well as back up into the Vernon Parish vicinity. But right now, the heaviest, the rain and actually the strongest winds are now pushing into eastern portions of Allen Parish. You can see those dark reds as well, but back still towards the Longville and the Topsy region, seeing some of those the heaviest showers and storms around with those strongest winds right there in the eye wall. But even here in Lake Charles now beginning to get on that backside of the storm, which is good news. That means it's continuing to move as we've been mentioning. It's also a little bit drier on the southern side than what it was on the northern side. So we have probably yet another hour to two as this continues to work its way off towards the north and downtown Lake Charles. It's going to get breezy once again, but definitely showing signs of at least not quite as strong on the backside of this storm. Still probably going to be seeing hurricane force gust out there, but overall we're going to continue to track this off towards the north. But now along the coastline, we're going to be watching, at least for areas towards the, say, maybe Grand Chenier back over towards the Rockefeller Refuge. Those winds coming now more off of the southwesterly direction, and that means that storm surge could be an issue all the way as well over towards the Mermentau River, over towards the Jennings region. We'll go ahead and take a quick look at this as well, sliding back over towards Lake Arthur, over towards Gadall. We're seeing some of that strong southwesterly flow there moving its way, and that could back up that Mermentau River as we've been talking about with some of that devastating storm surge. We'll actually look, the 3 o'clock update on Hurricane Laura is out as well. We'll go ahead and load that graphic for you and take a look at what we're seeing now. Good news is winds are continuing to coming down and that pressure is continuing to rise. Pressure now at 946 millibars. Still 130 mile per hour wind, so still a Category 3 storm out there, but we're going to be continuing to track at least the northward movement at around 15 miles per hour. Here is a look at what we're still expecting as well. And we're going to continue to track this as it moves off towards the north, and taking a quick look at maybe some of these winds. Maybe some of the northern ones have updated. Yeah, you can see DeQuincy gusting to 68 miles per hour. Fort Polk sitting at 44. This Lake Charles reading is not correct. It's been sitting at 90 degrees for quite some time out of the southwesterly direction. But even towards Lafayette, over towards New Iberia, and over even here in Baton Rouge where we are, some of these squally cells coming out as well. We're seeing some of those gusts upwards of 36 miles per hour here, over towards Lafayette around 46. Jennings sitting at 66 mile per hour gusts. So still seeing those tropical storm force gusts almost to hurricane force there in Jennings. But don't be surprised for areas such as DeQuincy as well as Fort Polk as this storm continues to race off towards the north. We could potentially see those hurricane force winds continuing to work their way northward. So let's go ahead and pull that radar back up once again, and we'll kind of see that with that radar, the strongest winds definitely moving through southern and central portions of Beauregard.
And we've got reporter Matt Houston back up again. Jillian. Oh, we got Jillian Corder. Sorry, our Jillian Corder. She's at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office.
Well, that doesn't look like Jillian.
Nope, that is definitely Matt Houston.
Sorry, we got Matt. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay. That's okay. We're working through some technical issues. Remember, we're at a remote location. Those of you that may be watching somewhere else in the country, we're at a remote location at our sister station in WAFB in Baton Rouge, and kind of taking over their internet area where they would normally do some reports for the internet and whatnot, and trying to get our own Jillian Corder, who is in Lake Charles, on, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that just yet. We can try to get back to that at some point, but maybe we can get Matt Houston, since I do see he's up. We might be able to get him at some point as well. Looks like they were able to get at least some sort of picture out, which is good. That means there's still some cell network up in the Lake Charles vicinity, even at the L'Auberge where he's at. So, but bottom line, we're still watching Hurricane Laura move farther and farther north as expected. Those winds definitely are picking up again across everywhere from I-10 point south in Calcasieu Parish for sure, as that southern eye wall is now moving across the area. It is continuing to lift farther north, and you can see in southern Beauregard Parish the eye itself moving across and still dealing with rain across the entire portion of Cameron Parish. But as I said a minute ago, I think we've got another hour or so, and things will likely begin to improve in Cameron. Slowly, but will begin to improve. But where things are improving, things are getting worse on the other side of our viewing area, and that's farther north. And you can see into Vernon Parish, things will be going downhill probably within the hour or the next 2 hours for sure as that storm moves farther north. There's a closer view of the vicinity that we're talking about. You can see there from Rose Pine to DeRidder, and there's that eye wall that's approaching DeRidder. And I know we were talking to the police chief and fire chief there, and as you can see, that eye is getting close to that eye wall. So expect, if you're watching us in DeRidder, in the vicinity of DeRidder, expect conditions to deteriorate very soon. And the strongest winds are likely to occur between now and probably the next hour or so, because that eye wall is about the distance of what's going to take an hour or so to travel.
Yeah, DeRidder is still going to be seeing those hurricane force winds and those gusts continuing. We just took a look at that 3 o'clock update, winds at 130 miles per hour. So that's what we're going to be looking at here. We could be seeing some of those gusts upwards of 130. The most I've seen so far today has been in the 120s. I haven't seen much above, I think it was like 126 or 124 in that general vicinity. So at least that's good news. We haven't got any reports of the 150 or 150 plus mile an hour winds, and let's hope that's the case so far. But now we're beginning to watch those strong category 3 and /4 hurricane winds moving up through the Ritter and Maryville region back down towards the Reeves vicinity. Very heavy rain, and I know that it shows that Moss Bluff is in the eye of the storm, but as we've been talking earlier, it seems like the eye is actually a little bit smaller. We're looking at a pretty good distance away from the Houston radar on this map. So I know areas in Lake Charles, they said they didn't get the eye, and the conditions really never improved. But the good news is, at least on the southern end of this, we're going to be seeing at least a little bit better conditions. Yes, there's still heavy rain. Yes, there's going to be hurricane force winds, but the good news is we're not going to be tracking as strong of winds where we were dealing with the 130 range. We saw a gust, I think, upwards of 132, I think it was, at the Lake Charles Airport before it went down, with sustained winds around 92 to 95 miles per hour. And here's another quick look at these winds. Once again, don't pay too much attention to the Lake Charles one, because that one is not correct. It's been sitting at 90 miles per hour rather for quite some time. But Chenault, that updated to 76 miles per hour, so that's probably about accurate. But it also is now going to begin to move into the at least the southern half of that eye wall. Jennings, though, still 32 miles per hour, gust to 66. There it is in DeQuincy, sitting at 68 now. Fort Polk gusting to 44 miles per hour. But you can also see a shift in these winds. They're more out of the southeasterly direction, and that's something we're going to continue to watch as we pull the radar back up once again, especially along the coastline. That's where we're going to be watching for some of that water to begin to pile up once again as we continue that strong southwesterly flow. We'll go ahead and kind of take a look at this, and we'll put it into loop. You can see that strong southwesterly flow beginning to once again approach the Cameron Parish coastline, and that's going to continue to push that water back up. I think the best bet for catastrophic storm surge is going to be along the Mermentau River, and even potentially back into portions of the Calcasieu River as it backs up into Lake Charles, back up into, say, Topsy. But that's just going to be dependent upon the exact track of the center of circulation. For right now, though, we can zoom in right where I was talking about in terms of the Jennings vicinity back over towards Lake Arthur. This is where we're seeing that strong southwesterly flow back over towards Lake Arthur into the Jennings vicinity over towards Gaydon. We've been talking about seeing some very strong southwesterly flow, and you guys lucked out in not seeing the eye wall itself, but you may not look out in terms of the storm surge. So it's kind of what we talked about as for Johnson Bayou, as well as over towards Holly Beach, where we saw, you know, more of a northwesterly flow. You kind of missed out on the storm surge, which is great news, but you got the brunt of the eye wall, and that's why some of our those winds were approaching 130 miles per hour in some of those cases. So we'll zoom back out and take another look as we are tracking quite a few areas of very heavy rainfall and gusty winds, with the greatest threat right now moving through portions of Beauregard Parish, as well as approaching the DeRidder vicinity. That eye wall is knocking on your doorstep over towards Kinder. You're on the outskirts of the eye wall, but definitely go ahead and see some of those hurricane force wind gusts. Oberlin, you should stay just off towards the east of the most intense storms, as well as over towards Oakdale and Glenmora, but heading back over towards the west, back over towards DeRidder, you're going to get the brunt of this, as well as back over towards DeQuincy. You saw that moving through towards Deweyville, and zooming in just a little bit tighter on some of these most heavy rain bands over towards the Reeves vicinity. They were getting slammed. There you go. There's a look at what we're seeing. The very heavy rainfall there continuing to move through the area. So this is something that's going to continue to produce plenty of wind damage out there with 130 mile per hour winds. We'll pull up the graphic one more time, showing you exactly what we're seeing out there with the latest advisory. So the good news is, I mentioned pressure was at 939 or 8 millibars, now up to 946, which is what you would expect for a storm that's beginning to move over land. We're not going to see this strengthen anymore. We're going to continue to watch it weaken, but right now wind sitting at 130 miles per hour. That north movement very consistent. It's been that way over the past several days at 15 miles per hour, and it's going to be north of Lake Charles here in just a little bit, at least in terms of the eye itself. But the eye wall on the southern side, we still have another about an hour or so of this, and maybe closer to 2 hours for Lake Charles, maybe an hour along the Cameron coastline as we put this back into loop. You can see the heaviest rain, though, at least on the northern side and northeastern side, which is always typical of where the heavier and stronger rain is. Even over towards Lafayette, getting those tropical bands, and even over towards Baton Rouge where we are, we might get clipped by a couple of these outer bands. That could produce at least some gusty winds from time to time, but definitely nothing like we're experiencing in downtown Lake Charles or through Cameron Parish. You can see Sabine Pass, you're beginning to get out of this eye wall. This is continuing to move off towards the north. You probably have, another 30 to 45 minutes of this, and then it's going to begin to gradually get better. Wade put it in a good way. We saw things gradually getting worse throughout the afternoon and the evening today, but then it rapidly deteriorated as we hit around the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock time frame. But as we head into the rest of this morning, we're going to continue to track at least tough conditions, at least for the first probably couple of hours, but then we're going to begin to see some of those more gradual improvements. And by the time we reach our Thursday afternoon, things are going to be looking much, much better. We still are going to be dealing with at least the potential for showers and storms throughout the afternoon, and really heading into the next couple of days, we're going to continue to see the chance of rain. So that's at least the downside. If we're having to get out and clean up a lot of things, which is looking like the case as we've seen a lot of those damage photos earlier, that could put a damper at least on some of it, but it's not going to be an all-day washout, and we're definitely not going to be looking at these strong winds like we are today. Just kind of our typical afternoon summertime storms. But once again, here's a look at the wind speeds out there. They're still gusting, very gusty up there into DeQuincy. Right now, 68 miles per hour. Fort Polk sitting at 44. I think we actually have a model run. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the model.
I will say I've been looking at this data, just looking at the info coming in on the system, and almost all of these are old. I know the Lake Charles is definitely over an hour old. DeQuincy is about the only one that is close to being a little more current, but it's about looks like about 20 minutes old. I see a few of those change. Look like DeRidder just changed. So some of our inland ones where the wind is not as strong and it's not been as bad, things will be a little bit better. And
Matt Houston.
okay, so now we're going to go to Matt Houston in Lake Charles at LaBerge. Matt?
Guys, good morning. We believe the eye of this hurricane is just about to move past us. We've gotten some calm in the last 30 or 40 minutes, but the wind's starting to pick back up once again. It gave us an opportunity to look around and see some of the damage in the area immediately around the LaBerge Casino, just off the Calcasieu River, south of the port of Lake Charles. We've seen a couple of trees already truly leaning or bent all the way over in front of the little ramp that leads up into the parking garage where we are right now. Lots of leaves scattered throughout this garage, telling us that foliage is blowing in from those winds, and they were about as strong as I've ever seen or felt. It was certainly something, as we were sitting in the stairwell trying to kind of take some shelter while the power was out, and the emergency power has since been restored here, it was pretty fascinating to feel the walls kind of shake and the vibration of the wind against the building. And obviously it's picking back up now as that eye moves past us and the back half of the storm makes its way into the Lake Charles area. So far, we have gotten a lot of rain, but the wind has certainly been the impressive thing with this storm, Hurricane Laura, and we expect that that will continue on through the back half of this storm as it picks up through the remainder of the morning. We'll stay with you as much as we can. Again, we probably expect to have similar conditions through the back half that we had in the front half that kept us off the air for some time, but stay with you as well as we can well into the morning and then survey the damage when the sun comes out, hopefully around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So for now, I'm Matt Houston. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot. That was Matt Houston reporting. Things kind of harrowing there.
Yep.
Just wanted to read a few things that I got from people who are writing in. This person, Giovanna Young, told me that she can feel the wind in Winfield, Louisiana. Isn't that a pretty...
It's pretty far up, but
feel wind all
you
the
can.
way
I mean, there's
Winfield,
some wind for sure. It's not as strong as what we're
but
dealing with the storm yet. But
she's feeling wind. Dustin Artigo told me my parents in Beauregard Parish just lost their entire front porch. They say 110-mile-an-hour winds there. Josh Janice says it sounds like a freight train. The wind absolutely horrible. Whitney Manns in Lake Charles wrote and told us his parents' house in Graywood, that's in South Lake Charles. Parents' house in Graywood has 5 trees down in the backyard, shutters off, roof destroyed, windows broken. So we are going to see a lot of damage.
yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Joseph Kent says the wind sounds like a tornado at times. It shakes the house. And they're close to downtown Lake Charles. So these are just a few of the people who are letting us know what is happening in their area.
And I just I've been texting back and forth with Russ Conrad, Buddy Russ on Gator 995. We talked to him a little earlier tonight, and I was asking him, he was telling me the wind have definitely shifted around, he said. They're definitely now out of that more westerly direction as the storm moves farther north. We expect that to have been the case anyway, as the winds were going to shift around as the storm moves farther north. And I also asked him, just because I always want to know from a personal experience, you know, is there any damage? And he said, thankfully, that his house where he's at, no major damage, some minor things, but it's intact. No windows broken, nothing like that. A lot of trees down on his road, he said, even the whole tree, not just limbs, but he said trees physically uprooted, but at least his house.
We're going to have a lot of down trees.
There's going to be a ton of trees for sure. You know, we saw that with Rita, and that's going to cause damage to houses too, but I do think there will be there's going to be some houses that are going to have damage purely from wind, not from a tree.
That was one of the most striking things that I remember, you know, as we ventured out like at about 6:30, 7 o'clock that morning after Hurricane Rita, and going south of town and having to get out of our car and literally, you know, push gigantic trees out of the roadway. It looked like just a war zone.
Yeah, and it's gonna look that much. It's gonna look worse than that in the morning, I'm afraid.
All right, so folks, hang tight. As we said, things are kind of quieting down, but we're definitely not over things.
No, we're not over by any means.
Things at all.
I told Russ there, as he's in Lake Charles, and anyone else in the greater Lake Charles area, I'd say you've got about another 2 hours of the most intense winds. They will gradually taper off, but I'd say about 2 hours or so left of the most intense winds. Now, those of you that may be watching or listening or at least have interest in Cameron Parish, you've probably got an hour or so left of the worst weather, and things are going to improve, and they'll improve fairly rapidly, minus the surge. Now, once again, we've stressed that a lot. That's just going to take longer to go away. You've still got southerly winds, so even though the winds are going to relax, there's still going to be that issue. And that was an unknown somewhat. We've got some gauges that have told us that it's at least not as bad as Rita, so there's positive there.
Now, somebody else, Daniel Winfrey, says the wind has died down in Carlos. where they're at right now, but tree limbs everywhere, and they can smell wood in the air.
Yeah, that's going to be a theme from everyone, especially even those that come back. You know, I know even the days after Rita, you could smell that smell, because basically you've sent a big wood chipper through the areas. Basically what you've done with the 100+ mile-per-hour winds, it causes the leaves to come back up fairly quickly. Those of you,
bad luck,
yeah.
Wow, this board is totally resetting itself. All the things are moving.
I'm going to go with we're probably not on the air at all.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a negative.
Because I see their TVs over there have nothing either, so.
For the password on that one, try WAFD all over the page.
Are we back?
Okay, and we are we took a power surge here at our station in WAFB in Baton Rouge, but we believe we are going out on the air, and we are going out once again. So you're looking at the radar of Southwest Louisiana. That's what it looks like on the radar right now, and you can see Hurricane Laura continuing to move farther and farther inland. You may hear some more noise in the background as we've got some engineering folks looking at things here, trying to get everything back up and running properly, but I'll continue talking about what you're seeing at the very least. We'll just leave the radar picture up. And again, as we were talking about right before this that power surge happened, I think the next hour or so things will begin to improve across Cameron Parish. We've probably got about 2 hours or so for Calcasieu and Jeff Davis Parish before things improve. And areas farther north, of course, it's going to be longer before we can talk about improvement because we're still dealing with the worst weather. And that area where you can see that dark red in eastern portions of Beauregard Parish, that's specifically around just east of Logville over toward Bundick Lake, Dry Creek, those areas, that's where we're dealing with probably the worst weather that Laura has to offer right now is specifically that part of Beauregard Parish. That's likely the strongest winds, at least it's the heaviest rain showing up, and most likely the strongest winds are located there as well. That's going to continue to lift north and will move farther and farther north. You can see the radars updating as they sweep past, but even areas just east over into portions of Allen Parish. I know you're just outside the eye wall, but still likely very strong winds going on across much of Allen Parish from Oakdale points south. And then as you continue on to the southwest, definitely still very intense conditions. You can see the southeastern portions of that eye wall stretching from near Lake Charles all the way up through the Reeves vicinity, and that's why I think we're still going to be dealing with intense conditions in the Lake Charles area for a little while. We'll go back farther north, though, into portions of Vernon Parish now. We'll go north of DeRidder into Vernon Parish. That's where Fort Polk is located, and you can see most of this is more moderate rainfall, but things will continue to go downhill through the next couple of hours. And please remember, this is going to take several hours before it passes through. If you've been watching or listening to any of this for a length of time, you know we've been tracking this since Laura made landfall around 1 a.m. along the Cameron Parish coast, and now is centered basically near the city of DeQuincy. And speaking of Cameron, you can see beginning to get closer and closer to the edge of the end of the rain, meaning at least conditions will slowly improve, hopefully, in Cameron, at least lower Cameron Parish. Those of you in upper Cameron Parish still going to be a bit longer than that, but definitely lower Cameron Parish should begin to see improvement within the next probably 30 minutes to an hour, I think, as far as the weather is concerned in that vicinity.
Yeah, absolutely. Good news there in Cameron Parish is that this heavier rain is going to become to an end over, say, the next hour or so, but we're still watching at least the potential for some storm surge rise, especially along the coastline with these strong southwesterly winds moving across the region right now, and we're going to continue to track that as well. You can see all of these rain bands really kind of focusing on Lake Arthur as well as Jennings right now as well. So this is something to watch in terms of that storm surge as it does back up the Mermentau River, back towards the Jennings vicinity, over towards Crowley, seeing some gusty winds still. Even though you're not in the eye wall itself, you may actually get a little bit more in the way of surge rather than the catastrophic winds that we were talking about. Lake Charles, you're in that southeastern portion of that eye wall, some very gusty winds. I was following one of the chasers that's still in Lake Charles and saw his feet, and it was still very gusty out there. You could see some debris flying around. It looked like some leaves flying around, as well as some other debris, maybe some trash flying around. But even as you head back over into eastern portions of Texas, back towards Orange, towards Deweyville, Port Arthur, beginning to at least see a little bit of an improvement. Deweyville, you're still on that western side of that eye wall, so still very strong conditions there. But back down towards Port Arthur, the good news is you are seeing some of that northwesterly flow out there, so that's always great news in terms of the surge. Even towards Sabine Pass, beginning to get out of that heavier rain, which is always great news. But let's focus on who is getting hit very hard right now, and that is DeRidder back down towards the Reeves vicinity. Fenton, you saw that outer edge of that eastern eye wall moving through, as well as over towards the Kinder region. So very, very strong winds here. Right now, as of 3:55, we should be getting the new update coming in. We'll check real quick and see if that's down. But the 3 o'clock update had it at 130 mile per hour winds. Let's check and see if that 4 o'clock update has come in, and it has. Now down to 120. So that's continuing to be a good sign, at least that it's weakening. Right now, the pressure back up to 948 millibars. So really not overall a significant improvement in terms of the overall pressure, but at least that's continuing to rise, and that's something that we'll continue to watch as well heading forward in time. But overall, still moving off towards the north at 15 miles per hour, and that's as of the 4 o'clock advisory. So at least good news that it is continuing to weaken as it moves inland, as you might expect. And We'll check and see if any of these winds have updated. A lot of them, especially areas that took the hit from the eye wall, really have not been reporting. You can see Chenault as well as Lake Charles hasn't really updated. Neither has Jennings. They've stayed the same. DeRidder has updated. That is 38 miles per hour, as well as Fort Polk, 21 miles per hour at 38. But DeRidder, I can promise you're seeing stronger winds than 38 miles per hour right now, as you are.
And I'm looking at some off camera here, and I see Alexandria, that England Air Force Base, is reporting gust right now to 85 miles per hour. Again, that's a little farther north, but you can definitely see that the winds are getting stronger farther north too.
Yeah, so as Wade was talking about, here is a look. There is Alexandria. It's only reporting 45 mile per hour winds right now, and as he just mentioned, seeing gusts upwards of 85. So these numbers very slow to come in, if they're still coming in at all, because of these strong winds knocking out the power, as well as the connections to the resources that we're using. But here's a look once again at the big loop of what we're actually tracking with this storm. Hurricane Laura now 120 mile per hour winds, continuing to come down, which is great news, and it'll continue to weaken as it moves back over those inland areas. But right now, Cameron, you probably have about another 45 minutes to an hour's worth of heavy rain continuing to move through the region. Back over towards the Lake Charles vicinity, you're in that southeastern portion of that eye wall, and that's something that we're going to definitely have to continue to track. Very strong winds in that, not quite as strong as what those northern winds were on that northeastern side of the eye wall, but still back towards the Reeves vicinity, over towards DeRidder, getting hit pretty hard there. But even those areas that we'll kind of zoom in on the eye itself, I don't want to kind of focus too much on the exact eye, because as we went throughout this afternoon, or actually this morning, excuse me, we've noticed that a lot of the areas that were actually centered under this eye wall, including downtown Lake Charles, never really saw a relaxing of the winds. And we are using a radar that is very far from the radar side. This is actually the Houston radar, so this is something that we're going to have to watch. DeQuincy, I do think you're probably seeing some calm winds out there now. You are in the actual center of this, unless this eye is so much smaller now, but I would actually hedge to bet that this eye wall is getting a little bit larger, as typically a weakening system or a weaker system will have a larger eye. And we saw that kind of this afternoon when we were tracking this, when the eye wall actually got tighter. That's because of how fast it was strengthening. But DeQuincy, probably seeing at least some calm conditions, but please do not go outside. I know it's probably kind of cool after having a very rough stretch, but then you want to kind of get out there and see what exactly is happening. But this southern edge of that eye wall is very close to you guys, and it'll be bringing increased wind, especially heading a little bit probably in the next, say, 30 minutes or so. So DeRidder looking, though, very heavy rain. Heads up, some of the heaviest rain and more intense winds about to slingshot into your area out of the southeasterly direction, moving off towards the north and the west. Back towards Reeves, still in that outer edge of the eye wall, and that's what we kind of talked about earlier. Some areas wouldn't ever get into the eye wall, and they'd be stuck on the eye wall itself, and they wouldn't get into the center of the eye. Reeves, unfortunately, this has been you guys over even into Benton, as well as towards Iowa. Never really got into the eye of Laura, and hence the reason we've seen some very gusty winds in these areas, probably gusting up to at least 100, maybe 110. I think the highest wind I saw was at the National Weather Service in Lake Charles at 132. That was before the sensor went out, and sustained winds were sitting at 95 miles per hour. So continuing to track some very gusty winds still for our area, and still that storm surge potential, mainly right now focusing on Cameron Parish, as well as back up towards Mermentau, the Mermentau River, back into portions of southern Jeff Davis. But I'm going to continue to, and so is Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton, is going to continue to track at least the potential for the Calcasieu River to begin to back up, as we're going to see those winds shifting more of a southwesterly direction as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something to watch for over the next couple of hours. But I really think we probably have dodged that bullet for much of the Calcasieu system. Anywhere from Lake Charles south, we probably have dodged the worst potential for storm surge. If there's anything good to take from this situation, is that at least from that regard, I think we may have dodged that. We may have not gotten the storm surge to the potential that it could have been. And that's really because of the dynamics of where the hurricane actually went. It made landfall over Cameron, and all the best potential for surge is located to the right or to the east side of where it makes landfall, and that meant that that was pushed farther east, just east of the Lake Charles area. So that's a little bit of good news. Yes, there may still be some rises as we head into the morning hours this morning, but I don't think they're going to be to the degree that what we had thought would be the case. So a little bit of good news, but unfortunately it's going to be dampened by the fact that the wind was catastrophic still, because the eye went over or very close to much of Calcasieu Parish, and that's going to open up the potential for widespread wind damage. I've been looking on Facebook. I told you I've heard some reports from some friends that didn't have any major damage, while I've seen some pictures that prove otherwise from both some storm chasers and even from some folks that have been posting on Facebook that other folks have been sharing of some pretty catastrophic damage in a few locations. So I really think it's going to take until we get some daylight on the situation, a couple more hours to really be able to evaluate. And really, I don't want you still going out and trying to evaluate. I know if you're a homeowner, or even if you're living somewhere, wherever you're living, you want to go check on your place, and please don't get outside to do that just yet unless there's some compelling reason to do so. There's no point in going out in this just yet. Let's give it another. For Cameron Parish, we're getting close to being able to say it would be acceptable to be out and about. It's still not advisable, but the conditions are definitely somewhat improving. I think for the Lake Charles and Jeff Davis corridor, we've got at least another hour before I would be willing to say that the worst is over. And please remember, when I say the worst, there's still going to be very gusty winds at times, even beyond the worst, but the worst being in that kind of eye wall where the wind still could be over 100 miles per hour at times, at least with gusts. And it's been interesting to watch some of the weather data that I've been seeing that have shown some very extended period of time with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. And that, again, is one of the factors that likely has led to the wind damage that we have been hearing. We'll slide the radar up a little bit and show you what's going on. Again, you can clearly see the eye of the hurricane now moving across portions of Beauregard Parish. Once again, that eye wall, though, extends from near DeRitter down to over toward the Bundick Lake area in Beauregard Parish, and likely clipping the western portions of Allen Parish, and then that's going to continue to lift north Vernon Parish. You guys will be next, and eventually this will begin to curve back in more of a northeasterly direction, likely moving out of Louisiana sometime later on today. It'll take a little time, but it is moving north, and good news, not showing any signs of stalling. This is not like some of the storms in the past where, you know, Harvey comes to mind with that sort of idea where it moved inland, then stalled, sat over Texas for a day or so, and then pushed back out and ultimately moved towards southwest Louisiana. There's no scenario that shows that happening, so good news in that regard that this will continue to move on north. But anyone that may be watching this broadcast outside of southwest Louisiana, if you're in northern Louisiana, remember, conditions are going to go downhill for you guys, at least with more rain on the way. It is going to be breezy at times. It obviously will not be as extreme across northern Louisiana as what South Louisiana saw, but please remember, it is definitely going to get worse as we go through the early morning hours this morning. And did we want to show that, Greg, or did we just have it up just for our purpose? Okay, wanted to make sure. There's a look at the radar back closer to southwest Louisiana, and you can see that eye definitely still centered over Beauregard Parish, and will continue to slowly work its way toward the north. And I do expect those winds to still be a major issue across Beauregard Parish. Wherever you are in Beauregard, I think most of you are probably experiencing the worst that Laura has to offer at this point, as you are basically centered in the worst of the part of the hurricane. Even portions of western Allen are kind of in that same group as well. And you've got a couple more hours, unfortunately, to deal with this. So if you are in Beauregard Parish, please plan to stay in your safe location for several more hours. Don't think that it is safe to get out and try to get out and about and do any, whether it's assessing of damage in your area or just wanting to go look at things. Please stay in that safe location. Areas farther south, a little bit longer for Calcasieu and Jeff Davis Parish, but we're getting closer to seeing things improve. But we definitely got at least a couple more hour, or another hour or so, I think, for the I-10 corridor. We're zooming a little bit closer here on the radar and kind of pull this back down. Actually, we'll just zoom in a little bit more, and you can see, there we go on that one. And there we go. We'll kind of move that around a little bit. There still very heavy rain going on, and I know it doesn't look like a lot in some of those cases because of the fact that we're looking at radars from farther away, but the wind itself is definitely still very windy along the entire I-10 corridor of Calcasieu Parish. But we'll slide farther south, and there's kind of the end of the large shield of rain. The edge of that is definitely beginning to approach the coastline in Cameron and should gradually see some improvement with time here. But please don't take too much into that because it's still going to be windy. It's just not as extreme as it has been over the last hour or two. And we'll begin to get some reports, hopefully, on anything going on across the area. We may be hearing from more officials as well over the next hour or two. Certainly as we get closer to sunrise this morning, we'll definitely be able to get more information as there's a little bit of light on the situation, and hopefully be able to hear from some officials and tell us what they see once they are physically able to see things with sunlight hopefully becoming available. But again, we got a couple more hours before that physically happens, because of course there's not a whole lot of power to be seen. And we have another picture of the Calcasieu Marine Building, or the Capital One Tower, whichever one you want to call it. Our Chase 2, yeah, I forgot it was called Chase 2, yes. Folks in Lake Charles know that it's gone through a few names, but that shows pretty much all the windows in the lower portion blown out of the building. Very catastrophic damage to that building again, because this happened. Those of you that may not know, especially watching from elsewhere still, know that it happened 15 years ago during Hurricane Rita, that it happened then too.
But at least we know no one was in those buildings.
This is true.
They're all out, so everybody's safe and sound.
Yeah, that's, if someone's watching from outside of Southwest Louisiana, that's not a housing building. That is it was a bank and professional offices, and there's no one that lives there. It's not, that's not an apartment or something like that.
No one's in that building, so don't fret that anybody is injured.
But it is very prolific still to see that. That's exactly what it looked like after Rita 15 years ago. So very interesting pictures there. Go back to the, and again, I'm sure we're going to see more of those once, especially with a little bit of daylight.
When daylight comes, we're going to see all of the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately so.
And I'm sure it's going to be, pretty extensive damage. One of the things that we saw, it was like blue tarp city in Lake Charles for quite a while, because it took a long time to get those repairs. When you have, and look, we're seeing some video there now.
Yeah.
That looks like around that area too. That looks like that's, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like it's pretty much near the Cal Marine area. I don't know what time.
Yeah, I don't know
that
either.
Video was taken, but you could see the wind really just thrashing through. The rain coming down. But one thing I've got to say, most of the people, from what I could tell, most of the people evacuated, because when we left work last night, the streets were practically empty.
There was not a lot of vehicles on the road.
There weren't very many vehicles, so I'm pretty much confident that most of the people heeded the warnings and they got out of Dodge.
And those that did stay, I'm hopeful, were ones that were in what they considered safer structures and were at least not in that storm surge zone, even though I think we've escaped that problem. But those that stayed hopefully were in what would be considered a little safer buildings.
And they took those safety measures as you advised them to get into those safe areas.
Yep, the interior room of their home.
The interior rooms of their homes. Get pillows, mattresses, what have you, that you might need to protect yourself.
Absolutely.
So hopefully everybody did that. And my main concern, we are going to have a lot of property damage. We're gonna have trees down. We're gonna have roofs off. My main concern is that we keep the bodily injury and hopefully no fatalities.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can come out of this just like we did with the other storm and no deaths.
That's exactly what we're all hoping for, and I'm cautiously optimistic that that is the case. You know, that, like I said, hopefully the folks that did stay did so from a smart standpoint, not just because they wanted to experience a hurricane. So.
All right, at 4:10 in the morning, what are people feeling and seeing and hearing right now?
Well, you know, let's start at the coast first, and we'll slide farther south, and we'll basically work our way up, just like Laura has been doing all morning long across the area. Things will slowly begin to improve. Already beginning to see the hints of that across Cameron Parish as we speak. You can see the edge of the largest rain shield. There will be still a trail of rain that's going to extend offshore, but the largest rain shield, the edge of that is right at the coast in Cameron now, which means the bulk of the strongest winds are already north of Cameron. So places at the coast, Sabine Pass, Johnson Bayou, Constance Beach, Holly Beach, Cameron, Grand Chenier, Creole, the worst is over. Now, I don't want to make it sound like things are perfect now, but the worst is over for sure. There's still likely gusty winds, but nothing in excess of 100 miles per hour is happening now. Surge, still probably somewhat of an issue, especially if it came up, it's probably still up. Areas in the western half of Cameron Parish, as we talked about already, may not have experienced that. So we'll slide north. We'll deal with Jeff Davis first. By far of the two here in this view, Calcasieu and Jeff Davis was the better of the two faring, just because you guys were just removed from the bulk of the eye wall. Yes, it was very windy. From what all reports I've seen out of Jennings, certainly it was windy, wind gust upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour, but I did not see anything that was over 100. So versus Calcasieu Parish, obviously took the brunt of this, besides what Cameron had. Calcasieu Parish took the brunt with dealing with the eye wall, even seeing the eye move over in places, and now the second half of the eye wall that is now moving across portions of Calcasieu Parish. So I expect the majority of the parish had winds in excess of 100. Wind gusts were well over 120, likely in most areas. Maybe a few areas could have been up to 150 in some vicinity, but definitely 100 mile per hour winds were likely widespread across Calcasieu Parish, and still probably going on in the northern part of the parish, especially north of I-10. I still think there's the chance that we're seeing some at least gusts over 100. The storm is weakening since it is inland now, but it's still very powerful nonetheless. We'll slide north a little bit more and look at Beauregard Parish, which is where the storm is centered now. You can see the eye is actually over Beauregard Parish, anywhere from DeQuincy up to about Longville and Singer likely in this eye as well. The eye wall now affecting areas from DeRidder southeast through near Sugartown to Dry Creek, and then kind of arcing back down to the south, just east of Reeves, and then down to still near Gillis or so. But again, that's lifting on toward the north. We'll go back farther, or go over to the east, and you can see Allen Parish, kind of the same idea as Jeff Davis. Most of Allen kind of missed the worst of the eye wall, except the very southwest corner. Oakdale to Kinder, I'd say you guys probably experienced gusts at least up to 70 to 80 miles per hour, but probably nothing in excess of 100. Portions of Beauregard still may be seeing some gusts at least to near or maybe slightly over 100. And of course, Vernon Parish has yet to feel the brunt of this, though southern Vernon beginning to get some of this eye wall beginning to show up there. That's kind of
it's just beginning.
So it's just beginning for Vernon. So they're, you know, as being farther inland, you're what now, about 4 or 5 hours removed from the process that started in Cameron Parish. You guys will go through this too.
But by the time it gets to them, will it have been diminished?
It will weaken more. It's definitely going to continue that weakening process further with time. It will continue slowly, but I don't foresee this dropping below 100 by the time it leaves Vernon Parish. And then it will continue on north. It will affect areas from Shreveport over toward Monroe, but it definitely will be in a reduced state by that point.
And then going on up through
And
Arkansas.
then getting on out of here. And even by the time it's up in Monroe and Shreveport affecting them, there really won't be a whole lot of impacts left here in southwest Louisiana to be felt. So at least a little bit of good news. We'll take a wider view here and kind of show you what I'm talking about. You notice offshore there is this larger feeder band. I know this is your area over here. Didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure if I did that or someone else did that one. We'll take a wider view here again and come back to what I was showing you. You know, over in your area, Cynthia, those of you that may be watching from elsewhere, our anchor Cynthia Arsenault, she's from St. Mary Parish over here. And you can see this large feeder band extends well offshore out here. That will trail with the hurricane. As it moves inland, that's going to continue, meaning it's probably going to stay there, and it will affect even here in the Baton Rouge area. That band will eventually move north. We'll make this loop here, and you'll see that it is lifting north, and that's going to move across the Baton Rouge area probably for the next several hours. So there's going to be rain. There's going to be wind in that too. It's not as extreme, obviously, since we're removed from the hurricane, but it's definitely there. So you know, for folks in your neck of the woods and even here where we are physically located in Baton Rouge, we'll continue to deal with rain and some wind issues for probably well after daylight, I'd have to guess.
All right, so it's definitely not over, but the worst for Cameron Parish. It's we've gotten through the worst of it.
Definitely in Cameron Parish, the worst is over for sure, and maybe another hour or so and we can kind of say the same thing for Jeff Davis and Calcasieu Parish. But for sure, Cameron, the worst is over. Rain will begin to diminish over the next hour or so, but the wind is definitely subsiding for sure.
That's been one of the bright spots about Hurricane Laura.
Yeah.
Unlike some hurricanes and tropical systems that will move over your area and just sit there and just pound you and pound you, this was a fast-moving system.
Yeah, that 15 to 16 mile per hour forward motion certainly helps. That means you get across a parish in a couple of hours as opposed to just sitting there over. You know, Dorian a couple of years ago in the Bahamas, look what happened to them. You know, that just sat there for 24 hours and never moved.
Just taking a beating.
So thankfully, we didn't deal with that. You know, as bad as this is, having a storm set over you for a whole day or even any extended period of time is even worse, because you have the wind and you keep it going for multiple hours and you just compound the damage, because you know it's kind of like in a fight. If you get punched once, yes, it hurts, but if you get punched multiple times, you begin to literally take a beating, and that's kind of what happens with a hurricane. The longer it sets, you really take that beating to structures especially.
But let me ask you this, even after this is out of here and we're at the end of the day Thursday, are we looking at a lot of rain for several days afterwards?
There's definitely the atmosphere is going to be very humid behind this, so it won't take much to produce rain. We'll kind of go back to our pseudo summer pattern where it'll be the daytime heating that will likely produce showers and storms. We may get a break from that today, this Thursday afternoon, just because a lot of times on the periphery of these storms you have high pressure, but probably beyond today, and there's still the chance today because of this feeder band. If more of them develop, you know, out here, which I don't see a great sign due south of Cameron, but we could end up seeing more try to develop and feed into this storm. If so, for sure.
I'm asking that for the simple reason, wanting to know, with people having to do cleanup,
trying to assess and whatnot. Yeah.
You know, are we going to have a lot of rain afterwards?
I don't think a lot. So, folks, especially those that are in the vicinity of southwest Louisiana, if you've had damage, obviously you've got rain in your home already, but if you have the ability maybe to cover whatever damage it was with tarps or whatnot, you might be able to keep more water from getting in. I think that's where you were probably going with that questioning anyway. But yeah, we've got a couple more hours at least before things get better for some folks. And again, some folks, it'll be even longer. Those north of I-10 for sure, Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen, definitely going to be dealing with this for a couple more hours for sure before we begin to see the improvement.
All right, we got to keep our chin up though.
We do, absolutely. We'll take a quick peek here at the winds. I don't think many of these have updated, but we'll take a quick look and see if anything has changed. And you see many of them are missing now. That's the computer just spitting them out because they're wrong or because they haven't updated. And I know DeQuincy, you could add to that group too. Fort Polk, I believe, is correct with a gust of 52 miles per hour. And Jennings, I'm not so sure that one's even correct, but those have changed somewhat down here. There's New Iberia to 60. And Baton Rouge, we're gusting here in Baton Rouge where we are physically at now to tropical storm force. That's the strongest wind gust I've seen in Baton Rouge. Every time I've checked this map, I will admit I have not watched it faithfully every minute since we're not focusing on Baton Rouge, but that's probably the strongest wind I've seen here in this vicinity.
Well, you know, something's interesting about wind speed. When we're talking about hurricane and we're talking about 100-mile-per-hour winds or 110 miles per hour, and people think, oh, well, it's only 80 miles. They'll say it's only 80 miles. What's interesting, I'm just looking at New Iberia, for example, 37-mile-per-hour winds. If you really pay attention to it on any given day, when you've got 37-mile-per-hour winds, those winds are kicking.
Yeah.
So just put it in perspective. If on a regular day you've got 37-mile-per-hour winds and multiply that, 3 times. So when we're thinking, oh, well, it's only 80-mile-per-hour winds, 37-mile-per-hour winds are a lot.
Definitely so. Yeah, you're right on that idea for sure. That calling that only is definitely is nothing at all. It's definitely a bad thing. And we were talking to Lafayette too a little earlier. They're still dealing with gusty winds, and I saw the New Iberia number actually change there as well. So, bottom line, the places where these are actually reporting currently will continue to see changes in numbers. Some farther north will increase. Those farther south, I don't know if I'm going to call those decreasing though. Over in from Baton Rouge south into portions of St. Mary Parish, those probably are not going to change much because of that feeder band that we were talking about, Cynthia. I just don't really foresee those changing a whole lot over the next several hours because that feeder band, because when it rains heavily, it pushes the winds from higher up back down to the ground level, and we begin to feel those. Quick look at the numbers one more time on Hurricane Laura, officially as of the 4 o'clock advisory, and there'll be a new update in about 36 minutes from now. Winds of 120 miles per hour. The air pressure is up from earlier in the 930s, now up to 948 millibars, and of course with time this will continue to weaken. It's getting away from its warm water source, which is its fuel. For just like in a car you need gasoline, hurricane needs fuel, and its fuel is warm water of a body of water like Gulf of Mexico or Atlantic Ocean, and it's getting away from that. The hurricane is basically a heat engine is what it is. It takes the warm water and pulls out what we call latent heat out of that and uses that to produce winds, and that's how we get the hurricane to do what it does, basically. And you notice on the satellite view, there's even a band way over here in the Florida Panhandle. There's not a ton to that, but just to show you how expansive that storm is, clouds extend way to the east over even into Florida. But of course, the main focus for most of us is the area to our south, where we're still watching that feeder band located well offshore.
Oh, Wade, I tell you what, I'm thinking back when we were hearing about the situation out at the Lake Charles Regional Airport years ago, and we got the word that things are going at the airport. I got to tell you, I'm getting a little personal about things now, but when we heard that word back then about the airport, I immediately thought, oh my gosh, what is happening to you? Live out there too.
Yeah.
What is happening to our home? And needless to say, we did have extensive damage. So it's going to be a wait and see situation once again, because I know a lot of people were reporting about a lot of things going. We heard from Heath Allen, who's the executive director of Lake Charles Regional Airport, and he was already telling us about extreme damage over at the airport. So once again, we're going to go through that, wondering what we're going to find when we return home.
And as we've talked about many times, and we can reiterate it again, don't plan on any sort of normalcy for several weeks at the very least. Things are definitely not going to be normal, and we will have the ability to go to the store and get whatever you think about is not going to be there. Even if the store is physically standing, power and the infrastructure to get all the things back that we need, supplies, is
I
not
remember
in stage.
celebrating over a Walgreens.
When it opened, yeah.
When we finally had a Walgreens open, it was like, hallelujah. So those are the things that you have to look forward to or not look forward to when you've gone through a hurricane. It's not as simple as just getting back and returning to your city and resuming life as normal.
Right.
Because it's going to take a while. So once again, we're going to be in that mode where we're just waiting. First of all, we got to wait to get people in there to assess damage, see what's happening, whether or not we are going to have to do extensive repairs, and I'm sure we will. Once again, Lake Charles, Calcasieu Parish was Tarp City after Hurricane Rita.
And Cynthia, let's look at this. We have a picture to show.
Oh, let's take a look.
That's our tower at the station. So that's what's happened at our station. That is our tower. That is not our transmission tower that puts our signal on TV, but it is part of the link that helps that. But that's also a reason why we didn't stay.
And it makes us glad
we didn't stay in the building.
That we made the decision to leave.
Absolutely.
That's what they were afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely.
That happened to our Mississippi station
Biloxi.
way back when. As a matter of fact, that's why we left and moved up to Christ St. Patrick Hospital, because that had just happened to them.
Yeah, WLOX in Biloxi.
That's a glimpse of what's happening downtown, huh?
Yeah, definitely so. So the winds were very intense for sure to do that tower, especially that sort of tower. That's what's called a freestanding tower. Those usually are a little stronger than a guide tower. Our transmitter tower, which is out in Jeff Davis Parish, if you've ever been to that, that's a really tall tower.
You know what's eerie about showing that picture? Last night, as I left the station, you had those strange-looking clouds in the sky. I almost took a picture of the tower.
Right.
I was in that parking lot, right next door, and I looked up and I could see those clouds, and I almost snapped that picture. And that's what it looks like now.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm glad we made the decision not to stay.
More to come.
And we will see what else is left for us in that building when someone's able to get back there and see. For our sake, I hope that hopefully the building's not too bad off, but and just like everyone else out there, we'll just have to wait and see see what we end up going back to. We will continue to keep you updated with information, not only tonight but over the coming days. If it has to be from here, we will continue to do it for the coming days from right here where we're standing now in Baton Rouge, if that's what it takes. So and our management obviously is working on that as well once they know what we're going to have to deal with.
And, let that just be a warning to you to not be so quick to want to return home.
Yeah.
Because, we don't know what we're going to find. And as we said, when you do return home, we're going to be without power. We talked to people from Entergy who's anticipating that people could be without power for as much as 2 weeks. You don't want to come home to a hot situation. There's no electricity, no AC. There are no stores. There's nowhere for you to go to buy food, to get water. So if you're in a safe location with family and friends out of town or what have you, stay put.
Definitely, you're better off staying there for at least a few days and let's get things assessed. But it may be longer than a few days for some areas, I'm afraid. So. All right.
Let's take another look. Huh?
Yeah, let's go back to the radar view here real quick, and we'll show that once again. And you can see that the hurricane itself, making that progress farther north. And we'll pull up the menu here one more time and kind of zoom in a little closer. We'll start here across the southern part of the viewing area once again and show you what's going on here in Cameron Parish. Definitely seeing the edge of the rain, but I told Cynthia a minute ago we may end up seeing some bands trying to develop, and sure enough, kind of almost on cue, seeing that going on there near Cameron, passing just off the coast of Sabine Pass. There's hints of a little band that's trying to form. Obviously, it won't be as bad as what we dealt with on the actual hurricane, but just proves that the air is very humid. It's not going to take much to get rain to probably continue to develop through the rest of the morning. But bottom line, Cameron, definitely seeing conditions improve. We'll look farther north, though. Here across Calcasieu and Jeff Davis Parish, definitely a good amount of rain. Pretty much the entirety of both of those parishes dealing with widespread rain. And anywhere in that, especially yellow colors on the map, I would expect winds to still be very gusty. Should begin to see improvement in probably the next 45 minutes to an hour or so, I would say at this point, at least in Calcasieu. Jeff Davis, maybe a little shorter time period on that since you're a little more removed from the storm, but I'd say about another hour or so for Calcasieu Parish and hopefully seeing some improvement after that. But again, at least another hour or so, although I still don't think it's as bad now as it was earlier this morning. I think the northern half of the storm definitely was the stronger part. The southern part definitely has not looked as extensive as far as the strength of the storm. We'll go back farther north now, though, and show you across Beauregard Parish. You can see quite a bit of rain in some areas near that eye wall. That's the darker shade. You notice that donut shape to the radar on the right side of that donut, if you will. That's the eastern eye wall, and that's probably the strongest wind that is out there right now. And you can see that's across much of eastern Beauregard and even into western, especially the southwest corner of Allen Parish, seeing that in that area. We'll go farther north yet, once again into Vernon Parish, and the northern part of that eye wall is getting very close to the Ritter area now, and obviously that means it's going to move into southern Vernon before too much longer too. So again, expect conditions to continue to go downhill, to deteriorate across Vernon Parish for several hours. It'll be well into the mid-morning hours before things improve in Vernon Parish. So don't expect to do anything in Vernon Parish for probably at least through 9, 10 o'clock in the morning before things will begin to show any sort of improvement. Again, that's for Vernon Parish. Beauregard and Allen, I think you're going to be at least till probably 7, 8 o'clock in the morning before things begin to improve. And right now we're at 4:30 in the morning as far as the time here on this Thursday morning. And back farther south, you can see what's going on here across Calcasieu, as well as sections of Jeff Davis Parish. Take a quick look again at the latest information. There's the current position. If you want to put the dot on the map, 30.5 north, 93.4 west. Winds at north, or winds of 120 that is moving to the north at around 15 miles per hour, and the air pressure up a bit at 948 millibars. There will be another update to that coming up within the next hour. At the top of the hour at 5 o'clock is when we'll have an update. We'll take a quick peek at these winds across the area, but I'm not so sure many of them are going to be much different, and definitely not, as I've told you, I didn't expect many of them to be different, but Cynthia's still sitting here off camera, and New Iberia up to 76 mile per hour wind gusts. So again, that's that big feeder band that I was talking about over here, that it's going to continue to set over areas of basically from Baton Rouge south into the greater St. Mary Parish area down toward Vermilion Bay. That whole area will likely stay under that big feeder band for several hours, and at any point there could be briefly gusty winds, even up to near hurricane force, as we're seeing there in New Iberia, with that gust to 76 miles per hour. Even the sustained wind still setting at 53 miles per hour in New Iberia. So again, at any point over there, those winds could briefly go up. They may come back down, but that's your feeder band, and it is definitely a big issue over there as far as the wind is concerned. And we'll go back to the radar and kind of show you what is going on that vicinity. There's the radar once again, seeing those somewhat improving conditions going on over portions of Cameron Parish, with beginning to see hints of some holes in those showers. And again, that is definitely some improving conditions. It's definitely a good sign that we are seeing that for sure. We'll go back farther north though. Hurricane is still setting basically over portions of Beauregard Parish, is where this storm is physically setting as far as the eye is concerned. But here we are again, that feeder band that I alluded to the east. You can see between Lafayette and Baton Rouge, definitely not a good time to be on the interstate there just yet. And we'll let you know when the interstate's officially opened. It is closed, so we'll keep you posted on that as well. So that's a whole nother reason why you wouldn't even want to think about trying to get on the road with the interstate physically being closed anyway. So definitely not a good time to do that either. back farther north a little bit into portions of Vernon Parish. You can see where the storm is getting closer to approaching, moving into southern portions of Vernon Parish, but definitely from DeRidder back down, as I said, to near the Reeves area, seeing some of the strongest part of the eastern eye wall there over eastern portions of Beauregard and southwestern portions of Allen Parish is definitely probably the worst weather that we're seeing right now. So those of you in that area, you need to stay. Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen Parish need to stay in your safe place now, and plan on staying there for the next couple of hours. You need to stay in that safe place for certainly the next couple of hours until the storm passes. I think you'll know if you're at home in your location when it's passed. You'll be able to hear that difference in the wind from outside, but definitely don't try to venture out just yet, especially Vernon, Beauregard, Allen. Please don't try to venture outside just yet, as dealing with still the very strong winds across southwest Louisiana. But back to the south, we'll go where we do have the good news that things are slowly improving across portions of Cameron Parish. We're definitely not as extreme as what we saw early this morning when Laura made its landfall around 1 o'clock this morning as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour. Definitely a strong one. And there's some video now.
Pineville, that's how far it's bounced
Okay,
up.
so that's in Pineville now, which is, of course, around the Alexandria area. That's a DOTD camera there. That's on Interstate 49. And notice you can just see the sheets of wind that are coming through, and notice the camera moving. It's also interesting to see cars out there on the roadway. I'm not so sure that's a smart idea, but I do see a few cars out there in those conditions. But definitely, again, that just proves how extensive the storm is, and definitely very windy conditions there in the greater Rapides Parish vicinity. That's the greater Alexandria area, of course. And here's a look at the radar even over that vicinity. Alexandria is right there, and they're kind of getting in on some of those outer edges of the hurricane, and you can see those darker colors, that yellow, orange, and even red showing up there. And remember that when you see those darker colors show up on the radar, that indicates those stronger winds that can get pushed back down to the ground as the rain falls. So that's what's going on there in the Alexandria area. Again, that's kind of well displaced even from the center of the hurricane itself, but just goes to prove that storm does extend way to the north. And I know folks have gone that far, or went that relatively close, didn't go that far away, and might be experiencing some of those conditions. I know we had even talked about that. Let's see, I'll zoom back in. Try to get that to zoom in. Maybe not. It doesn't want to zoom in, but we'll go back down into portions of Cameron Parish and show you what is going on here. Definitely that improving conditions will continue. And trust me, we are efforting to get you some more video and whatnot from around the area as we can get it. Please remember, it's going to be very limited at best because reporters are doing their best to try to do all that information. But as soon as it becomes available, trust me, we want to show you pictures and video of what's going on. But as Cynthia and I have discussed many times already this morning, that if we're telling you it's not safe for you to be out there, it's not safe for us to be out there either. So we're not going to put folks in danger just for the sake of trying to go out and get pictures and video and whatnot. But that's kind of the way we stand as far as the radar is concerned at this moment, which is probably our best tool that is showing us the most real-time information at this moment. Unfortunately, again, a lot of our surface-based or ground-based weather stations are not working anymore because of power outages that have occurred where those stations are located. But there's the heavier rain located from over St. Mary Parish all the way north up through the Atchafalaya Basin. Now, good news, I know a few people had asked me, is the Atchafalaya going to become flooded and cause problems on travel? No, we're not talking that widespread of rain and amount of flooding, but certainly the water level will be up, but it's nothing that would cause problems as far as a travel standpoint in that area. The place where travel could be somewhat hindered might be closer into southwest Louisiana, from a water standpoint, but there's also going to be the issue of whatever wind damage occurred where things may be blown into roadways. And remember, it's going to take some time before that ends up getting cleared. The officials will clear the most important paths first, and that would be the paths that will take you to any of the local hospitals. They're going to want to make sure those routes are cleared first, so that way if there are any injuries that folks are able to get to a hospital. But as far as routes maybe to your individual home, please don't expect those to be cleared anytime soon, unless someone goes and does it themselves to clear it, maybe to try to get out. That's probably going to be the way some of those roads end up getting cleared, would be if someone tries to clear it to get either to their home or get out of their home. And trust me, I know a lot of folks that are going to be out and about doing that. I know a lot of folks that are part of the local Jeep Club there in Southwest Louisiana. They're going to be available to be able to help folks as much as possible. I know I've communicated with several of them, and if there are people that are going to need help, they're going to try their best to help them if that is possible. But they also can't put themselves in danger. That's why I'm telling you, stay put where you are, at least for now, as this storm continues to make its slow progress north. Take a quick look at the loop of this, and you'll notice it's definitely spin going on. You can see the storm gaining some latitude, meaning it's moving farther north, and the edge of that eye is about to move into the greater DeRidder area. So some of you in DeRidder may end up feeling, at least hopefully, a reduction in winds, though I will caution, we've had problems with the radar all night long, that it's been showing the eye, but it's not been matching the quote ground truth, if you will, from folks. I've had many that were texting me when this was setting over Lake Charles saying that we never got into the eye, or if we did, it wasn't very long. But the radar showed something different, as we've explained a few times. Because of the storm, as you would imagine, the Lake Charles radar has gone out. Hopefully more of a communications problem than an equipment failure, but equipment failure is certainly not out of the question. The Fort Polk radar has also gone out. Again, likely a communications problem, because that data comes down fiber optic lines. So hopefully it's something that can be fixed relatively easily and is not a very long-term problem, but definitely having to rely on our more distant radars that are available, and that is the Houston and Slidell radar. And I do think that plays into the features specifically with the eye, because we're having to look from farther away, and you know, with an eye we get that's what's called a stadium effect, where the eye kind of feathers out as you gain height in the atmosphere. And I think that's what the radar is kind of seeing with that, is it's seeing the top of the stadium, if you will, as opposed to the bottom of the stadium, is why it's looking the way it does on radar, and kind of giving the illusion that we're seeing an eye in some place that we may not. Because again, like I said, when it was in Lake Charles, I heard from several folks telling me that what was showing up there was not what was going on. We'll stop this from looping again though, and come back here, and let's see if I can get this to zoom in this time. There we go. I think it is going to cooperate. There we go. And we'll kind of go into Beauregard Parish now, and you can see right there, as I said, the very northern edge of that eye, or at least what the radar indicates, is the eye is getting very close to DeRidder, likely around the Maryville area as well. And that means hopefully at least a reduction in the wind should be coming very soon. So whatever amount of wind you guys have seen in the DeRidder vicinity, hopefully we'll begin to see that slowly dropping off. Hopefully, again, within the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would say that's going to happen. Now, unfortunately, those of you in far eastern Beauregard Parish, like from Sugartown down through Dry Creek and then down toward the Reeves area, you're not going to get such relief, because you're displaced from the eye. You're going to stay in that eye wall, and will continue to deal with whatever weather you're dealing with for at least probably the next hour or so. Then maybe some gradual improvement, but it's still going to take some time before really getting a serious reduction in winds occurring for much of eastern Beauregard and western sections of Allen Parish. We'll come back south, because I know there's a lot of folks either watching that are there in southwest Louisiana, and I know there's even more watching that are just displaced from that area and probably wanting to know what is going on. And you can still see lots of rain stretching from Crowley through Jennings and all the way into much of Calcasieu Parish and even across the state line into that vicinity. We do have some video now. Are we ready to take that now? Give me just give me a thumbs up when we're ready for it. We do have some video out of the Crowley area, and we'll show that to you in just a second. And it's fitting since I have that up on the radar right now, and you can kind of see it's still raining very heavily in the Crowley area. Though they too will begin to see some improving conditions probably in the next 30 minutes or so. Hopefully there, and of course that's Acadia Parish. Those of you that may be watching from somewhere else outside of southwest and south central Louisiana, that's Acadia Parish. That's over in what we call Cajun country in that area over there as you get closer to the Lafayette vicinity. And okay, we do have that video ready, and let's take a quick look at this. And again, this is the Crowley area, and you can see obviously not a whole lot to see. There's obviously a lot of power outages going on there. You can see some flashes of lightning, and when there is lightning, you can see some of that rain as well. But obviously with it being dark and with probably power outages, definitely not a whole lot to see, unfortunately. And that's a scene I'm afraid we're going to see in many places. We'll let that roll through again just to show you, because it is some new video, and at this point, any new video is good, just to see what's going on in places of southwest Louisiana. And once again, windy too, because you can certainly hear the wind, sounds like to me there as well. So I believe that's what I was hearing. It's been a long night, but I thought I heard the whistling sound coming from the computer over here to my right. So back to the computer, or to our weather computer, we can see the radar once again, still in the Crowley vicinity, dealing with that very heavy rain. Back over to Calcasieu Parish. Good news there. Notice right along the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line, we're getting very close to seeing the edge of that heaviest rain approach the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line. That means things are definitely going to be improving soon. So that timeline I've been telling you all along, I think is still holding up. Less than an hour for sure, areas from I-10 point south. Now, of course, unfortunately, those of you north of Interstate 10, it will be a bit longer as the storm continues to move north, though. But you've got a little bit more time. You're going to have to wait before that improving conditions. But the farther south you go in Calcasieu Parish, definitely will begin to see the improvement going on soon. Now, back to Cameron Parish, we'll go farther south. A lot of breaks in the rain now finally, and hey, that's a good sign. That means there's less rain. The wind is still likely gusty, but it's certainly nowhere near as extensive, as widespread, or as heavy of wind, strong of wind as it was earlier this morning. Again, Laura made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 150 miles per hour. Officially, right around 1 o'clock this morning, near the town of Cameron is where that landfall occurred. So still some rain going on, but certainly nothing at all to the degree that we saw very early this morning. We'll slide back to the north and show you what's going on here. There's the eye still showing up quite prominently on radar. I do see signs that it is beginning to fill in, and I suspect that's going to continue with time, as this storm definitely is following a weakening trend. And we will have new information coming from the Hurricane Center very shortly. Should be coming out within the next 10 minutes or so. If not sooner than that, we'll have the 5 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. And as soon as we have that, we'll definitely show that to you here on TV and show you the latest info. It's going to be interesting to see how much lower the wind speed has dropped from the Hurricane Center, to see what how much reduced they have taken that wind speed down. Probably into the Category 2 range, if I had to guess, is where they would push this. Maybe closer to Category 1, but probably Category 2 strength is where that would be. And it will continue that weakening trend as it moves farther north. But remember, we've still got to get this storm out of Louisiana. There's still going to be impacts in northern Louisiana later on this morning and even into the afternoon. And then even points farther north will still deal with very breezy conditions. Certainly not to the degree that southwest Louisiana took, though, but there definitely will be wind that will happen across northern Louisiana. So I know folks that may have went that direction. Please remember, you're going to deal with wind as we head later on this morning, and especially on toward probably midday for northern portions of Louisiana. So back to the radar, we'll kind of slide a little bit farther north back to portions of Vernon Parish. You've got the rain that's going on for sure. Moderate rainfall, heavier rain though as you approach the southern part of Vernon Parish for sure. And again, that eye wall is getting definitely close to coming into portions of Vernon Parish, and hopefully a little bit of relief for those of you in Beauregard Parish as the eye itself is moving over. But of course, as I've said, no such relief for portions of Allen Parish or eastern Beauregard Parish, as you guys are stuck either in the eye wall or just the outer edges of the hurricane, which keeps you with the rain and the windy conditions right on through, at least for a couple more hours. So back to the south, I want to check and see if any of these winds have updated whatsoever. I'm sure they have not, but we'll see what's going on there. We talked really the only two that I see are different. New Iberia, that gust has dropped back into the 50 range, and I see Fort Polk is up to a 66 mile per hour wind gust. And those two are new. Everything else on that map pretty much is old. Maybe the Jennings number has changed. I don't think that said 58 previously, so that might be an update. I do see Lafayette says 53 mile per hour as far as a gust. No change here in the Baton Rouge vicinity just yet, but I do think that's going to come. Those numbers sometimes only update closer to the top of every hour, but it's interesting to see those wind gusts increasing there at Fort Polk, now up to that 66 mile per hour range. And unfortunately there in Vernon Parish, those numbers are likely to continue to increase with time this morning. Expect those numbers to continue to go up, and we will see what that means as far as damage is concerned. Remember, as you go farther north, some of you, again, that may not be from Southwest Louisiana, maybe you're still watching this somewhere. As you go farther north, you get into a lot more wooded area, a lot more pine woods go on. There's a lot of timberland across the northern part of our viewing area. That's Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen Parish. There's a lot more pine trees. And when you put that much wind into an environment with that many trees, you're going to have problems with respect to trees falling and taking out power lines and causing damage by falling trees over homes and things like that. So there will be more damage from trees as we go farther north. Even though the storm is weakening, still going to have damage as you got 60 plus mile per hour winds already, and the brunt of the storm has not quite reached Fort Polk yet. So I expect that number to go up. I expect more damage. There will be more power outages. They will be on the increase across Vernon Parish. So if you're watching us maybe somewhere in Vernon Parish, please make sure to keep your phone plugged in on the charge. That way you can keep your phone up for as long as physically possible, because unfortunately once the power goes out, it may be out for quite some time, as I don't really expect any significant changes on that. We'll go back over to the radar view across Southwest Louisiana. If you guys have anything else, just holler at me or wave me down, and we'll get something else new on. But we'll keep talking about this and until or if we have anything different to show you. And Olivia is working on something. Sunrise anchor Olivia Vidal is here in studio with us, and meteorologist Ben Terry is here as well, and they're efforting, trying to get some new information for us. So as soon as we can do that, we'll definitely show it to you, because again, we want to try and show you as much as we can, but please remember, it's going to be difficult to do so because of the limitations with respect to power issues and technology issues, and plus the fact that we're a little removed from the situation, and it's still windy and still raining in much of our viewing area too, and that makes it difficult as well to deal with that. I've been watching some other streams out of off camera as well, and been noticing it is still very windy in much of Southwest Louisiana. So it's not like things have drastically improved. It's not as bad as it was earlier. And I know we've got some video we're coming up, and this is from the DeQuincy area. So we can just pull that up whenever you're ready, and we'll take a quick look at this from the DeQuincy area. And there's a good representation of the strong winds going on, and you can see that wind-driven rain for sure. And you can see the storm still, the wind definitely howling there. And I can't tell, are the windows blown out of those vehicles? It almost looks like they might be. I think so. Looks like the windows were blown out of the vehicle. Sure looks like to me. Definitely not good there. And again, that's DeQuincy. Remember, that's northern Calcasieu Parish, the well displaced from the coastline. But that's what I was just stressing a minute ago, that even inland areas not immune to these problems. Of course, DeQuincy a little farther south now than where we were at a minute ago talking on radar. But again, just goes to prove that conditions definitely not good for our inland communities. And that's why we tried to stress over the last few days that we expected those issues to be spread well inland, not just to be a coastal event. People, I think, get under the false impression that a hurricane is just a coastal event and doesn't do anything for inland areas. And that's simply not true. That we definitely get issues as you go farther inland as well. They may not be quite as widespread or as problematic, but we do still get issues for inland communities for sure. About the only one that we don't get for inland communities is that surge problem. The storm surge is usually more of a coastal thing, but again, for someone that may be watching this from somewhere else saying, well, Lake Charles looks to be a long way from the Gulf, what's the issue with surge? Well, the issue is that our land here in southwest Louisiana is very flat. We don't gain much elevation between the coastline and the Interstate 10 corridor, which is where Lake Charles and Jennings are located. So it's relatively easy for a storm surge to be pushed farther inland up to at least the I-10 corridor, and it's helped along any of the river basins because the water follows those river basins and comes up them. Whereas if you go somewhere else, say where you begin to get elevation fairly quickly as you go away from the coast, normally storm surge is not that much of an issue farther inland. But that's one of the unique things about Louisiana is that our coastline, or that the land itself is flat. And then the other problem with Louisiana as far as storm surge is concerned from the rest of the country is the shape of our coastline works against us. You have that kind of concave shaped coastline of Cameron Parish. That makes it easy for water to be piled up. And then the continental shelf, that's the land underneath the Gulf of Mexico, is not very much below the water surface, meaning the water is very shallow off our coastline for a relatively long distance, meaning you got to go way offshore before you quote unquote drop off the continental shelf, whereas you go some other places in the country and the water gets very deep very quickly. And that's the big difference with storm surge. There's a few other places in the country that have some of those unique setups that can cause catastrophic storm surge issues. One of them is the New York City area, actually, and some of that's due to the way the land is shaped and the way the bodies of water there. And we saw some of that back there in Sandy several years ago that produced issues. But back here closer to home, we'll focus on our storm and not get too much in the weeds on history, but you can see the center of Laura is definitely getting closer to the DeRidder vicinity. Zoom in a bit closer and you can see, looks to me like, at least according to radar, which as I said earlier, I know has been a little problematic, that it hasn't been perfect, but definitely I think you guys in DeRidder are going to see improvement, and even toward Rose Pine it won't be long. Rose Pine, you're probably still right in that northern eye wall, but definitely should begin to see some improvement here occurring within the next 15 to 20 minutes, I think, as this storm does push farther north. There's, at least on radar, indicating that the eye is likely over near the Longville area between there and DeRidder along US 171. So maybe a little improvement. Those of you that are watching in rural portions of central Beauregard Parish, maybe a little break, but unfortunately for your friends and neighbors just to the east, that's not the case, as there's the eye wall that is still located in the vicinity of, say, the Sugartown down toward the Reeves area. Definitely those are the areas we're watching the most, and answering a few text messages here while trying to talk at the same time. Have some family members back home that were asking how things are going, so try to want to answer them as well, because don't want them to worry, and hopefully you do the same thing when folks call and check on you. And if you know folks that are in Southwest Louisiana, maybe you're watching this somewhere else, check on them. Vice versa, if you're watching or listening to this and you are in Southwest Louisiana, make sure your friends and relatives, or at least the close relatives, know how you are, and don't leave them worrying, at least if you are able to send out that kind of information. We'll go back farther north and watch here, because it's going to be interesting to see how this wind issue plays out at Fort Polk. I want to keep watching the wind speed, and I see it's changed. It's actually gone slightly better, but it's not much different. Wind gust right now of 64 miles per hour at Fort Polk. That's down just a couple of miles per hour from where it was, but I also noticed Baton Rouge has gone up with a gust now to 41 miles per hour. So again, that feeder band we've been talking about for the last hour or so still very evident. I see the wind speed at Lafayette has also gone up, and I do expect any areas underneath that feeder band to continue to see wind issues. And ultimately, that area, as I told Cynthia a little while ago, will probably be the area that will see the wind continue for the longest period, even once the storm moves inland, because that feeder band's probably not going to move a whole lot. That's the one negative with hurricanes. A lot of times when they move inland, someone usually gets stuck under some sort of feeder band like that, and it's usually displaced from the center of circulation, which I guess is a positive thing to think about. The folks that had this actual hurricane had enough problems, but you know, some areas are going to deal with a lot longer period of rainfall, and we've had our fair share of problems with that, with storms that have moved a little bit farther to the west of us. But again, bottom line, still watching Hurricane Laura, and we are at 5 o'clock, so let's check out the latest information here from the Hurricane Center. This should be an updated info. There we go. And as expected, down to a Category 2 hurricane. Winds now down to 110 miles per hour. That air pressure is up to 954 millibars and still moving north, basically at the same speed it has been all morning at about 15 miles per hour. Cynthia?
All right, Wade, I got a little update for you as well. We're talking about Interstate 10. Still want folks to know this is an update from DOTD. I-10 eastbound closed at the Texas-Louisiana state line, as well as I-10 westbound closed west of the Atchafalaya Basin, asking people to detour north to I-20 by using US 61, I-55, and I-59. So we were expecting those things to happen.
Yeah, and
it's not because it's underwater or anything like that. No reports of any water.
The biggest issue is the lack of fuel. I think that's really one of the chief reasons they may be doing that, because as we know, because we were there, it's a lack of fuel at a lot of places.
Exactly, I went through that.
So you
don't had to stop three
you went to
places
3 different
before I finally found some fuel.
You don't want to let folks travel here, and then even if they're planning to go straight through, you don't want them to get here and run out of fuel, and then be another person that we have to, that officials would have to take care of and deal with.
Mm-hmm. What do you think folks are going to find when day breaks?
That's a tough one. I've had multiple people ask me that one, and I can't give you a good answer.
We don't even know what we're going to find at KPLC.
No, we sure don't.
You saw the images of our tower.
Because I've seen different things. I've had a couple of friends tell me that they've had very little damage. They've had trees down, but not a lot of damage to their actual homes. But on the other hand, I've seen some homes that have been, looks like, almost gutted because the wind got in. And that's going to be the factor, I think. If a home did not really get much wind inside of it, probably going to be okay. If it did get wind in it, definitely not going to be okay. Now,
and hopefully there wasn't as much of a water situation.
I think we got by on that one. I really do think we got lucky with the storm surge on this one, Cynthia, that the worst surge was a little farther east, where there's less population. Once you get east of Grand Chenier, there's not a whole lot in Cameron Parish, and hopefully even that missed running up the Mermentau River, which means affecting southern portions of Jeff Davis Parish. But I do think we've missed that. We missed that in Calcasieu Parish as far as the Calcasieu River system. So a little sliver of good news there is that the surge was not as bad in that instance as, and the light of day and folks being able to get in may tell us a different story, but so far the data, what data we do see and have had access to, points to a picture where the surge was not as extreme as it could have been, or even as extreme as Rita.
But as you said, we don't want to talk too quickly until we can actually go in and actually see what has happened once
because
day
remember,
breaks.
what few stations that do report that data are points. You know, there are other places that that could have issues. So my question is, what's happened on the eastern portions of Lower Cameron Parish, like Creole, Grand Chenier, toward Rockefeller? That's where I think the surge may have ended up being much worse. And to what degree, again, I think it's going to be the light of day and maybe longer, depending on how long it's going to take to.
Only time will tell. And you know, hopefully it wasn't that bad, because we talked to Danny Laverne early in the evening, and you know, he was lamenting the fact that about 150 people that he knew of decided to stay there and ride out the storm. So hopefully it's not that bad.
I sure hope not, at least for their sake. Cynthia, we've got some new video we want to show you. This is Burkeville, Texas, which is just west of DeRidder, of course, right along the Sabine River. And take a look here at what we can see. You can see the very gusty winds, that wind-driven rain, definitely visible there for sure. And things are getting worse there. And kind of makes sense. They're over there in that western portions of the eye wall in Burkeville. Again, that's right along the Sabine River, just west of the DeRidder area. It's just west of Maryville is where.
So while things are getting better in Cameron, things are
just northwest of DeRidder, along the Sabine River.
There.
But yeah, they're kind of in that northwestern eye wall. You can kind of see that right there on the map where they're at. So definitely this eye is shrinking, and you can see that's definitely getting smaller. We'll take a quick look at the loop of the radar real quick, and you can kind of see that playing out. Look how much that's what we call filling in, that there's much, the amount of land that you can see inside the eye is shrinking dramatically, and that's another sign of this storm weakening, and that trend too is going to continue. Now, yes, that means there will be less of a break from the wind, but of course a weakening storm also means everyone's getting a break, because the wind itself will be slowly relaxing with time as we head through the rest of this morning. But definitely expect conditions to still be very rough, don't get me wrong, across Beauregard, Vernon, and Allen Parish.
And people, of course, are hoping for better weather tomorrow, because that's when they'll want to go in and see exactly what happened, and perhaps start this long cleanup process.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one for sure. I think later today that we will be able to, we may even see the sun out by the afternoon. We'll see how quick this fully moves out, but we may end up seeing some sunshine later this afternoon, and if we do, that may end up sparking some showers this afternoon. But definitely, I think tomorrow for our Friday, we're probably back to a little bit more of a normal summertime pattern with scattered showers and thunderstorms, just like a normal summer day.
Return to normal,
and the weather would make you think that nothing's happened, but unfortunately, reality is going to tell us a much different story, as we know.
And the same thing the day before the storm. It was a beautiful day in southwest Louisiana.
Yeah, our Tuesday was not bad at all, and even saw some sunshine, and we even lucked out. We didn't have the extreme heat that we did before Rita. You know, Rita, we had all that heat where it was just miserable trying to evacuate. We got lucky and didn't have that with this storm, and partially that was because of Marco, the storm that never really did anything, but the remnants of it moved over southwest Louisiana and at least had enough clouds to limit the amount of heating that we dealt with.
Now, what do you think, folks, as we go up north, people like in Shreveport, Arkansas, what are they going to see today? I should say later today.
Right. Well, they're going to experience the storm moving farther north. Again, it is going to be weaker, but you can see even on the satellite picture, they're already dealing with a lot of clouds. There were showers up there even if I had it, I can't show you because apparently the Shreveport radar is down as well. But there definitely are showers up there, and they will get heavier with time as this storm moves farther north. So anyone that is anywhere along the I-20 corridor from Shreveport to Monroe will definitely deal with rain through the rest of this morning, getting worse later on this morning. It's going to be windy. I would expect winds in that area to get up to maybe near hurricane force gusts. We'll probably stay just below hurricane strength because this is probably going to be a tropical storm by the time it's up there, but wind gusts may be in excess of 75 at time, and it will continue on north. It'll move out of Louisiana, across Arkansas, and into portions of Missouri, and then eventually turn more to the east and maybe even go out to the Atlantic Ocean, but likely nothing left of it by that point, just a mass of clouds and rain.
Well, you know, every year as hurricane season is about to begin, we always have the predictions as to whether or not it's going to be an active year or an underactive year. And you always warn people to not put much stock into that.
I do. And the reason why, of course, you know, it doesn't matter the number. If we have one hurricane that hits where we live, it's a bad year. And we can say it's been a bad year now because, thanks Laura, you know, that made this a bad year. But other folks that have been a little more lucky haven't had problems. So, you know, there have been portions of Florida that have not had direct impacts. They've gotten close. There have been storms that approached but didn't actually make landfall. And, you know, folks in South Texas had Hannah back about a month or so ago. Bad year for them, but it's not like when we tell you the numbers that, you know, you could have 15 to 20 named storms. That does not mean they all hit the same spot.
That's so misleading.
And there's no way to predict that. That's the other reason I don't like the numbers, because yes, we can get an idea as to how many there might be that develop, but there's no way to tell you where they develop or where they go, who is impacted by them, just that they may happen somewhere in the entire Atlantic basin.
You're absolutely right. It only takes one storm to affect your area for it to be a bad year.
Absolutely, yeah. For sure. Well, and hopefully this is our one, because we definitely don't want to think about that idea of something else. So we won't even entertain that sort of thought.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, but it is important to note we're not done with hurricane season. Officially it goes through November 30th, though history says Louisiana is done with that by early October. So, but
I have my personal cutoff day.
I do.
You know,
I do too.
My personal cutoff day, October 10th.
Yeah.
I don't ask me why, but if I can get to October 10th, then I feel that I can breathe a sigh of relief.
I do too. Yeah, because normally I like to take a hunting trip down to my hunting camp in the Everglades in October, and usually I can feel good about doing that because history says storms don't happen that late in Louisiana. They can happen in other places, like where I was just talking about going, but in Florida. But for us, and the reason why they don't happen is you get cold fronts coming down by that time of the year. And once you get the cold fronts coming, you begin the process of cooling the Gulf, and if a front's coming, it would cause a storm to recurve and go on to the northeast. So cold fronts are what we look for, and I know most of you look for them anyway, but they're really good because they keep hurricanes away. As long as the fronts keep moving, you don't want one stalling, because then you have more issues to deal with, but as long as they keep moving.
Well, 5:15 in the morning, and how are we looking on the radar?
Yeah, let's go back to the radar and pull that up here and show you what's going on, and we'll see where the eye is located, or at least what's left of that eye, because it's definitely filling in for sure. We'll zoom in a bit closer here, and definitely seeing that contraction of the eye for sure. Right around the DeRidder area, you guys in DeRidder may be still getting a break from some of the rain and wind, but no doubt that is filling in, continuing to show weakening signs with this hurricane, and that is going to continue for the rest of this morning, but certainly dealing with very gusty winds still occurring here. And I'm going to come up to Vernon Parish because you guys are experiencing now the worst conditions that this storm has left to offer. Places like Leesville and points north through Inacoco and Simpson area are dealing with winds that are going to be increasing, and there is still a tornado threat anywhere in this storm too. Don't ignore that threat either, but I'll tell you, we're not really focused on it because it's difficult to determine little couplets, if you will, what we call where you see where a tornado could form. Those are more difficult to spot in this sort of scenario because the radar is busy with just dealing with all the rain from the hurricane itself. Plus, unfortunately, because the radars that were closer to these are out, being able to detect a tornado from these much more distant radars is going to be very difficult, if not almost impossible to detect. The only way we'd probably know would be if someone were to actually report seeing a tornado, and again, hurricane in the area, need to be inside, not outside looking for tornadoes. But we'll go over to Allen Parish. Quite a bit of rain. Pretty much the entire parish is dealing with some amount of rain. Heavier rain for western Allen Parish, slightly lighter in portions of eastern Allen. Once again, as I've already alluded to, that eye setting over the DeRidder vicinity, but definitely filling in. It's interesting to see a little bit of a band that's stronger developing over here across portions of East Texas, just west of Jasper, down to near the Buna, Texas area, and that's going to pinwheel around this hurricane too. So don't let your guard down around the DeQuincy area. Yes, it may not be raining that heavily at this moment, but there is heavier rain just to the south or just to the west of you, and that's still got to come around. So that's why we're not done just yet. We're getting closer. And speaking of getting closer, I mentioned earlier when the edge of that rain shield, the large rain shield cleared, was getting to the coast in Cameron. Now the edge of that rain shield is getting close to the southern border of Calcasieu Parish, meaning there's a light at the end of that tunnel. Things definitely are improving, especially in the city of Lake Charles, Sulphur. It's nowhere near as bad now as it was a couple of hours or so ago. Still windy, and it's still going to be windy, but definitely the worst is over in the city of Lake Charles. And same story into Jeff Davis Parish. Yes, it is still raining, but the worst is over pretty much for all of Jeff Davis Parish as this storm continues to move farther and farther north. But again, since it's still dark outside, there's really no point in trying to get outside unless you just want to check around your immediate house. But this is certainly not a time for sightseeing. You don't want to do that. Please don't go out in the dark, because remember, there's no street lights, there's no traffic signals or anything like that that are going to be working in most cases. So really no point to really be trying to there's a curfew at 6, but really the hurricane makes that point anyway, since we're going to be dealing with the rain and wind as well. And so keep that in mind. Please don't venture out. Let's wait until the sun comes up. I just be safe about it. It's the smart thing to do. But hey, in Cameron Parish, not a lot of rain left. You can see a little bit of light rain right offshore, and I want to take a wider view of this radar here and kind of see what's going on offshore, if you will. And you can see there are some bands, and I told Cynthia this would be something that we'd have to watch for. And notice even back near Corpus Christi now, there's kind of a second band here that may become some sort of feeder band into Laura. And if so, that could end up setting over portions of southwest Louisiana. Still a long ways away, but we will have to watch that. That may be something that could end up coming into play for us as we head into the day on this Thursday. Could keep going east, could get pulled into the big main feeder band as well, but certainly will bear watching. But thankfully there's not a whole lot out here, especially south of the Cameron Parish coast. There's just not much rain left, so some scattered showers once the main rain shield comes to an end, but definitely the conditions are improving across Cameron Parish, while meanwhile things are getting worse as you go farther north, especially here into Vernon Parish. I see hints of that eye now really showing up in Vernon Parish. Looks like around the Rose Pine area, that eye, or what's left of it, is definitely becoming more and more visible there across southern Vernon, northern portions of Beauregard Parish, beginning to really notice that eye is quite visible there. But definitely shrinking, though. It is definitely shrinking, no doubt about it, that eye is getting smaller and smaller, and that trend is going to continue until there's no longer an eye. And that'll probably happen in the next few hours. Maybe it'll take until after it gets past our area, but at some point it is going to happen where there will no longer really be an eye visible. You'll still be able to see the circulation, but there won't be a true eye anymore. Normally when a hurricane gets to the point that it's Category 1 and weakening, there's just not much of an eye usually visible, especially as far as any discernible change in weather where you go from extreme wind to nothing to back to wind. But bottom line, the worst weather is definitely going on now in Vernon, Beauregard Parish. Take a quick look at these wind speeds again. And look at that, Fort Polk. I told you those winds may end up going up. And sure enough, now a gust to 70 miles per hour being reported there at Fort Polk, sustained at 45. So at least those aren't too extreme, but still to see a 70 mile per hour wind gust, still pretty extreme. And remember, you mix that in a heavily wooded environment, and it's going to be easy to cause trees to come down, which could cause roads to become blocked, obviously taking power lines down and causing widespread power outages, still likely to occur across much of Vernon Parish as far as that is concerned. So again, quite a bit of wind still ongoing there across sections of Vernon Parish, but definitely some issues with the hurricane continuing to move as we go farther north. So at least it's not as strong of a wind event, though. That's the only good news I have for those of you in Vernon and even Beauregard and Allen Parish. It's not as bad as it was, but again, the only thing now I see that is really worth paying attention to is that intensifying band of rain over in eastern Texas, to see if that's going to continue to roll around, pinwheel around the circulation of Laura, and could it move across sections of Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes. And that we're going to have to wait and watch the radar for another probably 15 minutes or so and see what it ends up doing, or does it set there in place and not really move around. We'll, as I said, just kind of have to sit here and watch and wait and see how things play out with respect to this hurricane and the structure of the bands. But come back over here to the east, because I know there's some interest in what's going on. There's the Baton Rouge area. Heavy rain just west of Baton Rouge through the Atchafalaya Basin, seeing some of that, and that extends on down all the way down toward Morgan City. Very heavy rain in that vicinity, but there's kind of a break, a gap, if you will, from near Opelousas through Lafayette all the way down to near Delcom, and that extends all the way into like the Intracoastal City area. Not a lot of rain in there. There's kind of a little slot of drier air that is showing up in that vicinity. And in case you were wondering why there was an outline there of red, there is still a tornado watch that's in effect for most of the area, but really that threat's more north of the hurricane, and I did not mean to do that. We'll get the radar to load back up real quick for us. There is a threat of tornadoes, but it's definitely more of an issue north of the storm, but certainly we'll continue to watch for those as well. But as I said earlier, because we're dealing with radars that are so displaced from this storm anyway, being able to actually track tornadoes is going to be difficult at best, if not almost impossible, just because of being so far away from the radar that it's going to be difficult to try and discern little circulations like we would normally do for a normal severe weather event. So that's kind of how things stand at this moment as of this 5:25 this morning. And again, we're still waiting to hear from some more officials. I'm guessing we are efforting to talk to some local officials and try to get them on the phone. I assume there's probably some communications problems. Trying to get a hold of them is the issue, but trust me, we want to hear from those local officials and be able to get an assessment from some folks on the ground as to what has happened. But that is definitely what we're wanting to hear at this point, is from someone on the ground, or anyone at this point. That's fine. Yeah, we'll bring in Sunrise anchor Olivia Vidal. And Olivia,
yeah,
good morning.
Good morning,
and I know you have John on the phone.
Yeah, John Bridges along with Rhonda Kitchens, they stayed in Southwest Louisiana along with Sulphur PD, kind of surveying the area, I guess as soon as the sun rises. But I have John on the phone right now. John, tell me how the overnight was.
Well, we at the moment we're still experiencing heavy winds and rain, not near the amount that we had earlier this evening. I was talking to Cynthia also a little bit earlier this morning about the eye wall. When it passed over Sulphur, we were all able to walk outside and actually get a look at the damage that had happened in the parking lot and the surrounding areas of the old Sulphur City Hall, as well as the police department. Trees uprooted, sidewalks uprooted, huge oak trees all down on the ground. The smell of fresh cut wood everywhere. We saw a couple of utility poles just within our site that were down. There is just no telling what we're going to see once the daylight comes on and we're able to get out. We are planning an excursion with the Sulphur Police Department in their big four-wheel drive vehicle, and they are expected to drive us around town where we can get and possibly get some pictures and video. We are having some communication issues now. I'm actually surprised I'm able to get this phone call out. No pictures or basically texts are the only thing that we can get a hold to, and we have Wi-Fi here in the building. So not sure how that's happening, but the winds have definitely died down, but it's still dangerous out there.
Now, I know you wrote out Hurricane Rita. How is this different for you?
This is probably like Rita plus another 30 to 40%, if you can imagine that. Rita seems